All right, guys, we're going to go to the live feed and see what the reporter on scene is talking about.
Starts, and again, it's too early to see if there's going to be any unrest because the city has had less than 1 hour to digest the news. The mayor, Stephanie Rawlings Blake, is telling residents now that since Officer Nero is going to now be subject to an administrative review by the police department, they need to be patient and let the entire process play out. And that's obviously a change in tone from when she said last spring that she wanted to give people who wanted to destroy things their space. Now, Officer Nero today was found not guilty on a second-degree assault charge, a reckless endangerment charge, and a misconduct in office charge. He was alleged to have ignored a new directive about putting seatbelts on prisoners, but he will not be punished by a court. This was Judge Barry Williams' decision because Nero opted for a bench trial instead of a jury trial. There are still going to be 5 more officers tried after this one. The Judge Williams said today that the state failed to prove any corruption by Officer Nero. So now we wait to see if the city can successfully keep the peace. Harris. Hey, thanks a lot for having me.
All right, guys, we're now going to go to live aerials over the city. Live aerials over the city right now. Again, in case you missed it, the officer in court, Officer Edward Nero, not guilty in the Freddie Gray case. In case you forgot about what the Freddie Gray case was, Freddie Gray was an individual who was arrested, thrown in the back of his van, or thrown in the back of a police van, rather, and who died in police custody. These are live aerials coming in from Baltimore. Obviously, people very heated over this decision. We did get live interviews as they were taking place outside the courthouse earlier. What I'm going to do is play those in the upper left-hand corner so you can hear how people felt. It's unclear why we're getting some weird audio on this clip. I'm going to go ahead and fast forward and see if all interviews resulted in that sort of audio. Stand by. Alright guys, it looks like we're having some technical difficulties here, so we're just going to go ahead and play the live aerials for you right now instead. Again, you're looking at live aerials of Baltimore, Maryland now. Many people wondering, will this result in any sort of unrest, protests, riots? It's unclear at this point. Again, this information was just announced in the last half hour. The Baltimore cop who arrested Freddie Gray found not guilty, Edward Nero acquitted on all charges. We have these live aerials coming in from Baltimore. Alright guys, looks like we have lost that feed from Baltimore. I'm gonna go ahead and show you the mountain rescue taking place right now off Camelback. Live aerials coming in from Skyfox. And for those of you wondering what the video is in the upper right hand corner, it is video from earlier today of people reacting to the verdict in this Freddie Gray case. We're actually doing some tests right now with our engineering team to fix the problem. So if you wonder why the audio is mumbled, we need to play it out so that the engineers can figure out what is wrong with the feed.
Live from the very beginning, and so I think what this case does kind of do is gut the remaining cases, and I'll be interested to see how the.
And it looks like they have solved the problem. Lovely. All right, guys, it looks like Skyfox is now leaving the scene of this mountain rescue. I want to go ahead and take you now to Baltimore. Earlier today, people reacted to the news that the officer involved in arresting Freddie Gray would be acquitted. No charges would be filed, or the charges would be dropped. He was found not guilty. I'm going to go ahead and play this video outside of court for you now.
Because these young kids out here, I could be a victim. I could be one to get shot because they are scared. They don't know. They don't know what's going on. You got to give them clear answers. Then they're going to take them and sit in here and they're going to say, not guilty on everybody. That's wrong. Come on, y'all. Y'all got the cameras in front of my face, but be truthful. Let's speak the truth. Don't lie to our young people. Don't lie to our city. Then you wonder why you want to build, our governor wants to build more prisons for our young people so they can incarcerate them and find probable cause to agitate them on the street and then lock them up and handcuff them and put them in jail. And then you wonder why they are here stealing and murdering and doing stuff because they're in a struggle. This is modern day slavery. Stop playing this game. God don't like it.
I'm Jay Wendell Gordon. Y'all got mics on me, okay. So, I'm not surprised by the verdict. The judge did a good job of explaining how he came to his decision. And quite frankly, you can't question it based upon the evidence that was presented. It was a well thought out opinion. He addressed every issue of concern, every disputed fact, and resolved it in favor of the officer. Because the burden of proof in a criminal case is so high, it's the highest burden known to man, it's beyond reasonable doubt, as opposed to preponderance of the evidence. You know, the state had a heavy load to lift from the very beginning. And so I think what this case does kind of do is gut the remaining cases. And I'll be interested to see how the remaining cases play out, especially the trial with Officer Miller. There are going to be some very dark nights ahead for the prosecutor's office, and I don't know if they'll be seeing any light at the end of this tunnel.
What's your name?
My name is Jay Wendell Gordon, J period, W-Y-N-D-A-L, Gordon, G-O-R-D-O-N. I don't represent anyone. I'm a courtroom observer. I have business cards if you'd like. Yes, sir.
Okay, there seems to be very little light for the prosecution.
Myself, and I get out here and I'm looking over my shoulder because I don't know who's my enemy, who's my friend.
Kind of way and perhaps Greg Porter, I'm sorry, not Greg Porter, but the band driver, they face some challenges in the vehicle.
She's a good one.
That special prosecution team who they allegedly have.
Looking back over this whole case, the state just never met the level of proof they needed to. Above and beyond, I mean, obviously with his decision, but you sat through a lot of these proceedings. What did you find most surprising?
Well, I think
in the state's case, in the weakness of it.
Well, I think that the state, ran into some trouble probably because they initially charged the officers, certainly the arrest team, for for possessing for charging Freddie Gray and acting inappropriate with Freddie Gray relating to the knife. You remember there was a lot of talk at the beginning and even in the charging documents that the knife, it was an arrest based on no probable cause, that knife found on Freddie Gray was in fact allowed, and so the arrest was illegal. And that sort of went by the wayside, that argument. So then the state's theory in effect shifted, and it shifted to what ultimately happened prior to the arrest for the knife.
So you're saying the state's case shifted?
On the good work that the police officers in Baltimore City are trying to do every day. I think that if officers
young people have no.
Did say that shortly they
schools that can't miss school. If you're young, if you're underage, you come out here, you'd be charged with truancy. If you come out here and your boss sees you on TV, you're fired. So we don't expect that there's going to be large numbers of people out at the courthouse. And I suspect that in the streets, particularly in Sandtown, that young people have no trust or confidence in the system at all, and they were expecting this anyhow. People will react in their own way, trust me, in their own way, whether it's around this case or around these particular verdicts. They will find a way of venting their anger and outrage, not only at a system that ignores justice, but around a system that has divided Baltimore, that will spend $535 million to build Port Covington, but won't engage in building schools, in terms of education and all that. So we still have this big divide of poverty in Baltimore, and one standard of justice for the wealthy and for those in power and for the police that we do in the community.
All right, great, thanks. Anything else?
No.
Thank you very much. Eric.
I think people feel like that their voice have not been heard, that no matter how much something they come together, it seems like they're not going to be heard. But I'm determined to say, hey, my voice will be heard. I will let them know that I won't stop. I will not slow down until justice is served. And justice is served for us. That means for me, first of all, these officers, all 6 of these officers being placed in prison for the crime. Again, like I said earlier, that Freddie Gray did not kill himself. He did not kill himself, yet though he's dead. Somebody needs to be held accountable. And we're looking for somebody to be held accountable for the death of Freddie Gray.
Good. Wesley West, thank you very much
for
your time.
You're in Wallace West?
All right.
Okay. We just jumped in on that, I'm sorry. What is your initial reaction and what's your feeling here?
I'm frustrated, and I feel like, again, there's division between community and the system is supposed to serve the community. So there's division, and I'm frustrated behind that because, again, it shows separation. And where there's separation, we can't flourish together. And so, it's frustrating. These people out here are frustrated. because I feel like, again, this was pre-planned. They knew that these officers were going to get off. You know, that's why the length of the case, the time, you know, all that plays a factor here.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this. We'll go back to Baltimore coverage a little bit later on. We're going to go back to some live local news right here regarding Prop 123 and the future of school funding.
Let me know when you're ready. Okay. Sorry, we're waiting for one more setup. This is the promptest press conference I've ever seen. We're just waiting for one more media setup. All right, can you all hear me without this microphone on? I think you can. Okay, good. You don't want to hear me amplify? Good morning and welcome.
If you just lower that a bit, it's covering your face.
How about that? Is that good?
Yeah, that's good.
All right, welcome all. Happy Monday morning. We're glad to be here. I'm Dana Wolf-Neymark, President and CEO of Children's Action Alliance, and we are AZ Schools Now. So because Prop 123 has now been adopted by Arizona voters, we're looking forward to the next steps. And all of these speakers, their contact information is listed in your packet, and also other leaders involved in AZ Schools Now, their contact information is also in your packet. Many of them are here today and happy to be interviewed, and other ones can be contacted as you plan. So now that the voters have adopted Prop 123, we know that inflationary funding for schools is settled for the next 10 years. But there are many, many other school funding issues and school success issues that we need to work on. And we all know that Prop 123 was a first step, so we're here today to talk about the next steps. Now that Prop 123 has been adopted, community leaders, parents, education leaders, and elected officials can focus our energies on the remaining gaps in school funding and on the most effective strategies to fuel student success. Governor Ducey and the supporters have been clear that the proposition is a first step. And if you look at the chart, and it's also in your packet, counting the inflationary funding from Prop 123, schools are still missing $1.2 billion every year in state funding that has been cut. So we know there's always a lot of talk of comparing Arizona funding to the national average and the national ranking, but today we want to focus on comparing to ourselves and our own goals and our aspirations, where we've been and where we're going. So we're $1.2 billion down from our own history just before the recession. And that gap is hampering our success. It is truly holding our students behind, and not only that, keeping our workforce down and holding our economy behind. Now, what we know today is that Arizona voters are united in their enthusiasm and their priority for reinvesting in public schools. And we commissioned a poll of voters in the days leading up to the Prop 123 election, and we asked voters why they were voting yes and why they were voting no. Now, certainly you would expect the yes voters to say we want more funding in public schools. In fact, the no voters said the same thing. 2/3 of the no voters said they believe schools need more funding. So they were no voters for lots of other reasons, but they are united with the yes voters, with business leaders, with community leaders, with teachers, with principals, with our elected officials, that we need more funding for public schools. In your packet, there's a memo summarizing the poll results and also the questions and answers, so you have that as reference. Governor Ducey described the reason for his leadership on Prop 123 being that he listened and he heard parents, teachers, principals, and what they need. And we believe those conversations will continue. And what we want to talk about today are what we see as the next goals. We certainly believe spending has to be with a purpose and focused on results. So over the next months, we will be asking every candidate for the state legislature what their commitments are for short-term and long-term funding for public schools. We'll work with Governor Ducey and our elected and community leaders to develop a long-term revenue plan for school funding. And we ask our lawmakers to focus on 3 specific goals for next year and beyond. And these are based on our conversations and the needs that we hear from parents, students, teachers, and principals. Number 1, sustain a workforce of qualified teachers with competitive salaries and quality professional development. As you know, we have a severe teacher shortage, and Joe will talk a little bit more about that. Number 2, provide critical tools for classrooms with supplies and updated technology and textbooks by restoring the school additional assistance funding for both districts and charters that has been cut in the recent years. Number 3, fix our crumbling school buildings to give students safe, clean, and functional environments in which to learn and succeed. That means we have to fund repair and maintenance for schools on an ongoing basis. Now I'm happy to introduce Julie Bacon, who will talk to you about a school board's perspective.
Good morning. My name is Julie Bacon, and I am the president-elect of the Arizona School Boards Association and a governing board member in the Paradise Valley Unified School District. ASBA represents more than 224 school districts and 1,245 publicly elected governing board members from across the state. From the beginning, ASBA has emphasized that Prop 123 is but a first step to addressing the education funding issues in Arizona and is simply and only the settlement of the inflation lawsuit. It was never intended to be a long-term fix to fix Arizona's funding issues, and we have made that clear to all parties involved during those settlement talks. The school year is nearly over in Paradise Valley. We have 4 more days in the school year, but we still have 30 open teaching positions that have never been filled. And the teacher shortage story is much more dire in other parts of our state. We know we have crumbling infrastructure in the vast majority of school districts in Arizona. These buildings are owned by you and I, the taxpayers of Arizona. From broken HVAC to failing roofs to condemned buildings on school campuses that cannot be torn down because of lack of state funding to do so. We have a very real crisis going on in our schools, and governing boards across the state are trying to figure out what to do about those things. Those buildings house our most precious resource every single day, our kids. As we continue to fight for Arizona's children, I implore voters of Arizona to ask your local school board members about the needs in your communities, both funding gaps that remain and their long-term vision for public schools and student success. We will continue to work with state leaders on these issues, but it begins with you, the citizens of Arizona. You must reach out to your legislators and the governor about all of these challenges. Your local school boards stand for all students in public education, and we join thousands of parents, teachers, and community leaders to formulate the next steps to address the vast needs of schools in Arizona.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Thomas. I'm a high school history teacher from Mesa, and I serve as the Arizona Education Association Vice President, and I'm currently the President-elect for the association as well. We represent 20,000 members across the state, teachers, classified personnel, school employees that want to make better schools. I'm here to talk to you about the results of the election and thinking how we can move forward to support the people that are in our school buildings that do hard work every day. First off, we'd like to thank everyone who voted, especially those who voted yes. We will never know how many teachers or support staff made the decision to come one more year or to continue their career because of Prop 123 passage, but they see it as support. They see it as a raise, as a lowering of class size, as a lowering of workload. They see that the voters have sent more resources their way, and I think we can all say that that is a very good thing. but we're not done. As you see with the chart that Dana has, that the group has presented, Prop 123 took care of one piece. I think it was Chris Thomas over at ASBA that said, when you're digging a hole, the first thing you need to stop doing is digging. And that's what Prop 123 represents. And now to get out of the hole, we just have to look backwards on the last 10 years to see where were the resources cut. And those are the resources we need to bring back in. I cannot tell you how many legislators in the buildings right outside this one told me over the last 10 years, Joe, it is so hard to make this decision to cut resources from schools, but we don't have money. Well, we do have money now. We're coming out of the recession. We have unspent revenues. We have unspent rainy day funds, and we need to start to look to those to help rebuild our schools and support students. In one area in particular where we can support teachers is looking at better quality, higher quality professional development, especially in the first 3 years. 89% of the teachers that we recruit from other states are gone in 5 years. I am one of those rare exceptions. I came here from Oklahoma almost 20 years ago and decided to stay, but I'm 1 in 10. We aggressively recruit outside of the state because we don't have enough certificated teachers in this state who are willing to work in the working conditions that our resources provide in our schools. We have plenty of teachers certificated in this state to fill all of our classrooms, but they see high class sizes, they see little or no support coming at them from the state legislature, and that is keeping them out of the classroom and makes many of them retire before they're probably done. We can turn the corner on that with the new resources that we've put in, with additional resources that can come in, and with targeted resources around professional development to support and mentor, especially in their first 3 years. This would be an area that the legislature should not get in the way of. They should provide the funding, let the State Board of Education, let the Department of Education, let the Arizona K-12 Center look at what this could look like across our state. We need to support teachers in every classroom, just as we need to provide great schools across the state, from Window Rock to Yuma and every place in between. All we have to do is turn around and look at the last 10 years. The breadcrumbs are there on what we need to reinvest into our schools. The money is there. It is time to act on that, and we are willing to act with anybody, stand with anybody that will put those resources back in our schools, support our schools and our students. We can do this. It's Arizona Schools Now. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Beth Simic, and I am president-elect of the Arizona PTA. For 110 years, the Arizona PTA has been advocating for public education, for children's health and safety, and to empower families and the community to advocate for every child. I am so proud to stand here and represent our 19,000 members and remain in awe of the grassroots efforts that our PTAs use to make a difference in the lives of children every single day. It's because of parents that we're here today. Parents like you, parents like me, who want something a little bit better for our children and our public schools. I am so grateful to all the parents, grandparents, aunts, uncles, teachers, and everyone who came out and to vote for Prop 123. We got to see what the power of voting can do based on the margins of how slim Prop 123 passed. Just a few short weeks ago, I stood here at the Capitol with you and asked everyone to please put aside their party lines and that public education is an Arizona issue. It still is. We need to stand together, united, to improve what we have. I know that there are people who voted no on Prop 123, not because they don't care about public education, because they do. They care passionately about public education. They don't believe in the word of what our legislators say, though. That's scary to me. They're afraid of what the people in these buildings will do once this is followed through on, whether or not they'll even complete what the voters have mandated. And based on track records, to be honest with you, I can't blame them for being concerned. But what people forget is that the people that work in these buildings work for us. This is our house. They just work here. They represent us. And we need to start acting like this is our house. The next steps to improve our efforts to secure long-term public education funding is getting involved. Less than 30% of the voting public actually turned out and voted in this election. Too many times we've sat aside and hoped that somebody else will take care of things for us. There is no somebody else. We are somebody else. We have to start speaking up and finding the solution. We are the next steps in finding a public education funding solution in Arizona. The legislators have been counting on our apathy. They've been getting it. They continue to further their own agendas based on our apathy. Well, the August primaries are right around the corner, and November isn't that far behind. It's time for us to stand up and ask the tough questions of them and all of our elected leaders. And not just will they support public education, but asking them how. How are you going to support public education? What's your plan for that? What are the steps you're going to take to ensure that our schools are well funded, that our classrooms have the right tools that they need, that our schools aren't falling down around the students who are actually in them? It's up to us to ensure that we not only get the answers to our questions, we get solutions for our public education problems. We need to be the ones that follow up with those that we elect and keep them accountable and keep the conversation alive. This is our house. These are our schools. These are our children. The future in Arizona is our responsibility. So let's stand together and move forward in these next stages of securing long-term funding solutions for our public schools by making sure those we elect don't just talk a good game during election season, that they actually follow through and do what we elected them to do. We can do this together. Let's start now.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Dick Foreman. I'm the president and CEO of ABEC, the Arizona Business and Education Coalition. And right before you say, "Hoo boy," I have the business side of this thing. Today I'd like to give a perception from our board of directors, which is made up equally of business leaders and education leaders from all over Arizona. And I'd like to summarize some of these feelings in 3 words. The first word is forward. The rear view mirror is not very helpful in avoiding head-on collisions. ABEC is indeed looking ahead, and so should we all when it comes to education finance. And specifically to that point, Arizona business and education leaders, we're not going to dwell on the past regardless of the May 17th outcomes. We look forward to working with everyone here, Governor Ducey and the Arizona legislature, on what is popularly becoming called 456. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Got it? That's forward, and that's our future. Second word I'd like you to think about today is consensus. We need to understand that building consensus means setting aside partisan differences. ABEC truly believes in bipartisan effort, truly believes in coalition building, and listening carefully to different points of view. This will be the basis for what will build 456. Optimism. I know that word trust has cropped up a few times in the last campaign. It's cropped up a lot in the last 30 years. But businesses wouldn't be investing in Arizona if they did not trust that we'd get this education finance thing right. Businesses do not thrive on hope. They thrive on plans and the execution of those plans. ABEC will be one of many architects, we hope, that will engage with our state leaders with optimism and with aspiration for our future. Anything less is unacceptable. We believe in Arizona. We wouldn't be here today putting our name in this ring with these great leaders behind me if we didn't believe that. We're going to get this right. Thank you very much.
And now we're happy to take questions.
Beth, why don't you come down since you got the closest to what I'm interested in terms of electing the right kind of people. It's fine to go out and ask questions. Is the PTA prepared to go out and tell people, do not vote for so-and-so because they're an idiot on education? I don't know how else to express it.
As much as we'd like to, we can't. We're a 501c3 nonprofit, so to do so would violate our tax-exempt status. So from a personal standpoint, it's hard for me to do that as well because people always connect me as being the PTA lady. So from a standpoint, we can do nonpartisan things, though. We can show voting records of what people have and have not voted for. We can't flat out say, vote for this guy, don't vote for that guy, but we can lay out the facts of what people have done and have not done.
Okay, who in this group is willing to put their reputation, their organization on the line and say, you should not vote for Representative X because they are the worst thing to happen to education since, since we got rid of classrooms. I mean, come on, somebody going to do this, or we all going to just
Howie, we don't say it like that, but every day. You all can hear me from where I am. I'm going to trip and fall and break my head. Okay.
Over the seat.
Howie, every year the Arizona Education Association has our members interview candidates, and we don't use the language that you're offering us, but we do say who stands strong for schools and students. And it is a grassroots interview process. Anybody that wants to fill out our interview form that are in legislative districts that we think are going to be competitive, we interview them, we ask them tough questions, and if they meet up to the muster of our members, then we say these are your pro-public education candidates. We do that with Democrats, we do that with Republicans.
But it seems to me that until somebody's willing to say, do not vote for Senator so-and-so, it's fine to say who you like, but you really need the other side of the campaign, and I don't hear that here.
Well, I'm hoping that we're going to read some of that in the press. I think that's some of the responsibility that goes out to when people are looking at what happens here at the Capitol. We rely on good reporting, we rely on people being informed, and I think that we've seen a building over the last few years of people really paying attention to what's happening to public education. So I think we are doing our part to show who is standing up for public education, and I hope that that gets the right people elected here.
Let's talk a little bit about money. We have a $9.6 billion state budget this year. You say we need to spend another $1.2 billion to bring us up to where we were. Are you saying let's stop cutting taxes? Are you saying we need to raise taxes? What's your plan to fill that gap?
Right.
Mr. Foreman, your business community, are you willing to go out to your people and say we need $1.2 billion and more in extra taxes?
Well, you make a presumption, and so does Howie. Howie always asks the easy questions, doesn't he? Like that one. First of all, I don't think taxes are the only source of revenue. There's a lot of revenue in this state. It's allocation. And I'm not just talking about the allocation of specific property, income, or sales tax streams. I'm talking about the economic activity in Arizona. Arizona is a massively wealthy state when it comes to economic activity. I'm not going to look at this as strictly a way to raise taxes. I'm going to look at this as a way to allocate. And to Howie's specific question, this isn't about defeating a particular person so we can get our way. That's not the way ABEC looks at it. We look at it as a way of achieving what I think every legislator would want, and that is an excellent education system for children.
Wait, let's come back to Bob's question. That doesn't answer anything. The fact is you have so much allocated to corrections, unless you're willing to stand up here and say we want less for corrections, less for access, less for commerce. It's not, the pie is only so big. Unless you're willing to add to the pie, tell me where you're willing to, quote, reallocate.
Well, Howie, the pie is not only so big. The pie is only as big as it is right now. There's a lot of states that have looked at other revenue streams that have expanded their pie. And I'll give you an example. The state of Nevada decided that it needed to do more for its K-12 education. They applied a specific tax and revenue stream to slot machines. When I worked for Southwest Gas, we called that slots for tots. And that was our corporate headquarters. You're only restricted by your imagination to look at what your state is capable of. And I think that's a process we're willing to engage in.
It sounds like you're talking about being a combination then of some kind of tax increase.
I'm not giving a specific plan, Mary Jo. What I'm saying is that to simply say that we're always going to take the same pie and we're going to continue to make somebody pay a price so somebody can get something is not the only way to look at 4, 5, 6.
How do you grow the pie without raising revenue? How else do you raise revenues?
Well, there's all kinds of ways to raise revenues. As you know, we've actually taken a lot of revenue streams of the past and deleted them. We've also provided years and years of unregulated tax credits. When was the last time the legislature had a comprehensive look at the tax credits that have been authorized and how much impact they have on the state general fund? Now, you guys know, you've been covering this place for decades, well, especially Howie. And the fact is that there is a lot of found money out there. Now, that's not the only way either. I'm just saying you cannot look at this with the binding jacket of it's only going to be a tax increase. Maybe that'll be a part of it. Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be a lot of different things. But I'd love to see a holistic analysis of tax credit policy.
But it takes a 2/3 vote to end an existing tax credit. You've worked on the business side over at Southwest Gas. You know, when we were in trying to get special exemptions for 4-inch pipes, because God forbid we have to pay tax on 4-inch pipes, the business community was out there. So every one of those credits has a constituency. So tell me realistically how we revisit and get rid of some of those credits.
I don't want to say specifically how you get rid of any credit. What I'm suggesting is that there be a determination on a broad basis, not to pick on one company or another, not to say that all credits are bad, because some of them are obviously very good. But these credit decisions have cost the state general fund millions and, well, billions of dollars.
The discussion about money and next step, the governor, has, I think on Thursday night, said that, you know, the next step is outcomes, focusing on outcomes. Do you think he's gotten the message and would accept the message that more funding is needed? And why do you believe that more funding is needed? Perhaps we should be looking at outcomes first.
The next step is outcomes, and that's why we laid out specific areas that we believe need that reinvestment first and foremost. It is for those outcomes for student success. So we're on the same page in terms of investing for results, investing for outcomes. I do want to say in terms of the revenue, the first step, as Joe said, is to stop digging the hole. So we absolutely need to stop passing tax cuts with no replacement revenue. If you look at the tax cuts passed just since the recession, they add up to $700 million every year starting in fiscal year 19. That is money we should be investing in our schools that we're not. That's what we need to reverse and stop. And Howie, of course you're right, it is no easy road, and the supermajority requirement is very hard and difficult, and that's part of the reason we've gotten to this point. What we're saying, it's time for Arizona to turn around, and voters agree, and voters have really stepped up, and parents have realized what it means for their children, for their future, for their state and their economy. So it's hard work. It is going to be tough mountains from here on out. None of it is easy, but the voters are ready, and we need our elected officials to be ready as well.
Well, now that you have a rapport with the governor, how do you intend to get through to him? He loves giving business tax cuts. How are you going to persuade this tax cut loving governor to stop it, or else he's going to derail what he championed here?
What it's going to take is a process with leaders around this community, business leaders, education leaders, parent leaders, community leaders, along with voters and community involvement. So it is going to take a process to come to agreement and to compromise, like Prop 123 was a compromise, to come up with a sustainable plan for education funding. And that's what we're starting today. We'll be happy to hang around and answer more questions as we finish up. Thank you all for being here.
But let me come back to your point, and even Bart, we have a governor who was elected on a promise to reduce taxes every year. You have a legislature that goes from the Laffer curve perspective that $700 million is what has enabled us to recover to this.
So Howie, let's review. During the gubernatorial campaign, Doug Ducey said schools have plenty of money. After a few months in office and after talking with parents, voters, constituents, principals, teachers, superintendents, he said schools need more resources. This is a governor willing to talk with the people in Arizona, willing to listen, and willing to make a plan. And that's where we're headed next. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate it.
Can I ask you a quick question?
I'll be happy to come.
I was speaking at DGT, Democrats Greater Tucson last week.
I can talk to either one of you. Excuse me if I can
I'm
talk
sorry.
to you.
Let's maybe over here. Will that work?
Encourage businesses to team up with schools for something other than a marquee with a logo on it, to actually have their people go in and volunteer in classes and things like that. Is that the kind of thing that you see business being willing to do, or is that I absolutely do it?
Mr. Garcia.
All right, guys, that ends this press conference regarding Prop 123 and the next steps moving forward regarding public school funding. Again, this was a live press conference happening right here in downtown Phoenix. We're now going to move on to some national news. Earlier this morning, Attorney General Loretta Lynch speaking live. Let's go ahead and listen to what she had to say this morning.
To watch, but these are circumstances that have challenged so many communities for years. These are circumstances that, while many people express shock, many community members say this is sad and tragic, but not a surprise. And so that, as painful as it is, has brought us to a moment where we can truly reevaluate how law enforcement interacts with the community. We can truly move beyond the discussions and fights over did it happen, did it not happen, and start to focus on why it happened, and start to focus on how not to have it happen again. And that's where we need all voices. We need the voices of people raising the issues, but we also have to have law enforcement. And it's been my pride to see law enforcement step up to that plate and talk about some of these most difficult situations in light of what happened, and most importantly, what should not have happened. That level of responsibility is something that all of our communities have to see. And of course, the volume of discourse around the challenges that we face often serves to obscure the positive work that's being done in so many of our communities. It's always the case that we have those long-standing grassroots people who are committed to their community, who are always reaching out and engaging. It's always the case that we have the strong police chiefs who are committed as well, who are sitting down across the table. And it's often the case that that's what we never hear about. Now, so of course, there's no doubt, as I've said and as you all know, this is a moment of unprecedented challenge for police and citizens alike. But where we have great challenges, we have great opportunities. We have the chance to take advantage of this moment, a moment when, despite all of the noise and drama around the problems we have people willing to come together and sit at the table and have the hard discussions to improve it. We are working to identify new approaches and practices, as well as to examine old ways of thinking. And sometimes those old ways of thinking have the weight of experience behind them, and we have to hold on to them, but we have to always add to them. We have to be willing to see another perspective and willing to hear another voice. This task force came together at the end of 2014 and was created to examine how all of us, how everyone in this debate, law enforcement, elected officials, community leaders, residents, can make the most of this opportunity, can seize this moment in time and have something come from it. And I have to say that this report, which came out a year ago, is one of the most useful reports that we've seen coming out of Washington in some time. Now, it has a comprehensive and accessible blueprint for reducing crime. We've been able to go out and actually talk to jurisdictions that are using this report to make real change. I've talked to community leaders who are using this report as a blueprint to gain access to law enforcement, to build trust and mutual respect, and so the collaboration that we need is increasing and is improving. Do we have more to do? Yes, we do. Of course we do. Again, we can point to jurisdictions that are doing well, but this is a larger issue, and it requires the perspective that this task force has been able to bring to bear on the problems. And one of the things I am most grateful for is that you have done just that. You have come in with your perspectives, but you have also looked at the big picture. And I will say also that this report and the work of this commission has been instructive to the Department of Justice as a whole. Since the release of this report, we at the Department of Justice have also taken real and significant action because we realize we also have a responsibility to amplify and implement this task force recommendations in a number of ways. We've created the COPS Office Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative, and that's led by Noble Ray. I thank you for your service. And that's responsible for working with law enforcement agencies, working with civic leaders and experts in the field to carry out your proposals in jurisdictions around the country. Now, you all are familiar with our Office of Justice programs and National Institute of Justice. You're probably more familiar with those arms of DOJ than the average citizen is, but they're very important to us, both in terms of research and also the grants that we are able to use to help local jurisdictions make real change. And they've begun supporting research that's going to examine the effects of the practices that are endorsed by this report from the use of force training and community policing. Now, of course, one of the things that we've been talking about so much over the last year since I've been in this office, and even beyond when I was in the field, is our emphasis on training, particularly in areas such as implicit bias and procedural justice. But we at DOJ cannot advocate that our partners take on this curricula unless we are prepared to do so as well. You know the saying, you point one finger, how many are pointing back at you? That's the nature of this. And so we have a responsibility at DOJ also, and therefore we are requiring every federal law enforcement officer within the Department of Justice to undergo training in fair, impartial policing, procedural justice, and we are also revamping our curriculum at our state and local training academy in Quantico to reflect this task force's suggestions, because they work. They make sense, they're effective, and there's something that's going to improve policing at the federal level as well. And just last month, the COPS Office joined with CNA, another nonprofit research organization, as well as IACP, to launch the 21st Century Policing Project. And this project is designed to provide feedback as well as technical assistance to state and local and tribal law enforcement agencies that have already shown exceptional progress in advancing the principles of the task force. And one of the things I think that we all owe Ron and his staff a huge debt of gratitude for is his expansion of the use of technical assistance in so many ways. It is, of course, a term of art, but what it really means is specific, direct assistance, often from one law enforcement agency to another, to deal with real problems. Agencies that have found solutions are paired with those who are having struggles and challenges. It's been one of the most effective things that we've done. And Ron, I thank you for your leadership in that field. I think it shows benefits. But that's what happens when you pull in a police chief to run the COPS office, too. There's someone who knows the problems on the ground. So, of course, all of this does not happen in a vacuum. It doesn't all come from Washington. Now, you know my views on this. The solutions to the problems that are in the field often come from the field. We have to have the input of people who are struggling with these problems every day brought up to us, as opposed to trying to find a blanket solution from Washington that we send out to people. And that is why, at the same time that we are embarking on all of these initiatives, which are remarkable, which are promising, which I think will really bring real change and real help, we are also making sure that we recognize and highlight the outstanding contributions of all of you. Because you are our partners on the ground. You are literally there in the field. You are bringing us the problems, you are bringing us the solutions, you are bringing us the fresh perspectives. Now, as Ron mentioned, I've been embarking on a community policing tour. In 2015, I visited 6 cities that had had very, very challenging relationships between law enforcement and the community. Cities that had been where Baltimore and Ferguson were at that time, where the Department of Justice had come in with a pattern and practice investigation, with an actual lawsuit. Cities that had really seen the darkest moments, but cities that have worked to rebuild that relationship, that worked to improve matters on the ground. And I found several commonalities in those cities, that there had to be, at the outset, a change in police thinking, either in terms of actual personnel, or there had to be an openness of mind within the police community there to recognize that, as beleaguered as law enforcement was feeling, that there were real problems that the community was feeling also. And that can be a hard hurdle to come over, to cross over, when you are feeling under siege. But I also found another commonality was community involvement beyond the level of just saying, hey, there's a problem, and moving beyond the protest of the problem to a willingness to sit down and engage with law enforcement and work on the problem, to create a citizens academy, to create a task force and to insist that it be involved in police training, to actually work with the community to recommend people to become police officers. That was one commonality as well, real and deep and sustained community involvement. And in all of those cities that I visited, the third commonality that I found was the presence of the Department of Justice in some way. And that's a presence that we want to continue in the collaborative way that Ron and his team have been making sure occurs throughout this. Now this year in 2016, I'm visiting 6 cities that are excelling in the foundational pillars of this task force's report. Many of these cities are looking at the task force for guidance in how to work in areas such as building community trust, policy and training, officer safety and wellness, but many of them were involved in these issues before the report came out, and we're highlighting their work as an example for other agencies to look at, and also to showcase the fact that we do have that commitment in the field to making sure that 21st century policing is all that it can be. I've already been to Miami and Doral, Florida. I've been to Portland, Oregon. I've been to Indianapolis, Indiana. And Indianapolis was actually one of the more different trips because most of my trips focus primarily on community involvement. Indianapolis focused on officer safety and wellness. And this is an issue that cuts through all of policing as we talk about the additional challenges and the additional stresses that are placed on law enforcement by being responsible for so many of the social issues that other agencies aren't able to bear. And we talked about the trauma that officers go through when they're involved in shootings or when their partners are involved in shootings. And when I was actually had the privilege to sit in on one of the training sessions and heard the training officer talk about how officers' safety and wellness directly impacts that relationship with the community. It directly impacts how officers interact with citizens who don't represent a problem to them but may call up a reminder of previous trauma. And so it was a fascinating stop and one that I think well worth highlighting. And on all of these stops, I've had the opportunity to speak with officers and community leaders who are working together, and they're making extraordinary strides. My tour actually continues later today. This afternoon, I'm flying to Fayetteville, North Carolina, and there I'm going to be focusing on Fayetteville's focus on effective policies and increased transparency, how they are actively working to make sure that the work they do is visible to the community, and also how they're working to engage with the community. In the next few months, I'll be traveling to Phoenix, Arizona, and Los Angeles, California. And throughout this experience, which has really been eye-opening in so many ways, in the cities that I've been to this year as well as last year, I've had the privilege of talking to civic leaders, to community leaders, to public safety leaders from all backgrounds, describing how this collaboration that they've embarked upon, often without knowing how it would turn out, but describe how it has literally transformed their community into a more inclusive place, into a welcoming place, and into a safer place. I've actually listened to community leaders praising their police leadership for recognizing their concerns and working with them, for literally getting to know them, the little things that matter, getting to know the business leaders on a street, getting to know the children in the community playground. And this promotes constructive interactions and better outcomes. And I've also spoken with young people who have connected with police officers through summer programs, through employment programs, through job training programs, and this has fundamentally changed and altered their perceptions of officers who wear the badge. I've seen people put into place the innovation that you all have recommended they look at, the new policies, the new ideas, real-life examples of police restructuring as well as community involvement. And so I've seen what happens when people come together and literally work on these issues, never denying their problems, but saying that together we can do better, we can achieve more, and that there's so much more we have in common than there is that divides us. And I think this really demonstrates our strengths as well as our potential. Because as I've said, this work is not over. This work is not easy. You know, it's not easy to change cultures whether they be in an organization or whether they be in an individual's mindset. But I think we have an opportunity here to make real change. And the goal is change that outlives just this administration or even this body of people in this room, but that is committed to the health and well-being of everyone under the protection of law enforcement, that will take root in our communities, and that in fact will provide a safer and brighter future for generations to come. I know that is everyone's goal here. And I have to tell you now, I am so honored to work with you in this endeavor. And as long as I sit in the chair of the Attorney General, this will remain one of my highest priorities. I could not be prouder of the work that you have done and the commitment that you have made to do what is literally the hardest work we have out here today. And I thank you for your belief, your unshakable belief that we can make this work. So thanks so much for giving me a few minutes to talk to you today about this ongoing issue, what I think is the most important issue facing all of us today. And thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you so much. So, I am done. Thanks, Ron. Yes. Thank you all.
All right, guys, that wraps up the feed from earlier today of Loretta Lynch speaking in Washington, D.C. That was our Attorney General. I want to go ahead and bring things back now locally. Here's a live look at our tower cam. That is what the skies look like outside. In fact, I have some pretty good news. Considering it is pretty much late May, these are our temperatures. I'm not complaining. Look at that, guys. Our 10-day forecast. No triple-digit heat in sight. It looks like halfway through next week, things are creeping up to the 95, 96 range. It's possible that we hit 100 since we're already getting that high, but look at this week. Looks like we're pretty much staying in the 80s until Friday. Very pleasant, guys. Very pleasant. And since we're staying locally, I want to go ahead and check out Fox 10's Facebook page. Let's see what's going on our Facebook page, guys. If you don't like it already, go to facebook.com/Fox10Phoenix. Give it a like. We almost have 1 million likes. Let's see, the latest post has to do with Rick D'Amico and legs. What? I'm so confused. Let's watch.
You wanted to see what it felt like as well?
Actually, I really didn't.
Or did you wear these in this morning?
I didn't really want to see what it was like. The boss wanted me to put them on.
Well, I thought you walked in wearing these because they fit so perfectly. It's almost as if you went and bought a pair for yourself.
I don't even know if I can stand up.
Well, here, let me help you.
Okay.
Okay. Be careful on this step. Okay. Wow. Whoa. Look, hey, first of all,
Yes.
you have really good legs.
Oh, I work out.
Wow. Hold on.
No, wait a minute. You're touching my knee.
I'm not touching anything that shouldn't be touched.
This is impossible for anybody.
Okay, no, it's not impossible.
Every now and then I see, especially.
It's possible. Here.
Help me.
Come here.
Okay. Go down the stairs.
Okay, here we go. Let's see.
Every now and then I see.
Wait, look at our legs together. Look at it. Which one's the woman's legs? Which one's the men's? You have great legs.
Really?
Yes.
No kidding.
Look at your calves.
You know what really surprises me?
You have great
I
calves.
see women, especially women in our business, like reporters with high heels,
Yeah.
running after somebody
Oh,
or
well,
something
yeah.
to get a shot or an interview. How could you?
Okay, ready?
No,
Let's
no,
go.
I don't think Armando, give me your.
By the way, do you know whose heels these are that you're wearing?
Yeah, they're Marcy Jones.
Oh,
this
Marcy.
This is the closest I'm going to get to her feet.
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Now
let me
wait.
see if I can
Now,
do this myself.
Can you do it by yourself? Now, don't get overly confident, Rick. There you go. There you Hold on. Can you walk with your legs closed a little bit more, like
With my what?
You're walking like this.
Oh, I'm not walking like a woman? Excuse
a
me.
bit more femininely, like this. Okay? You're walking like you've got.
I feel like I'm on a tightrope or something. Help me out. Corey, help me out here. I'm leaving. Thank you.
And what he knows you ain't had.
So yeah, I guess that happened this morning. Let's see what else is on our Facebook page. Deflategate continues. Tom Brady will appeal his 4-game Deflategate suspension. Brady's suspension is lifted. He will face the Cardinals in Week 1 of the upcoming NFL season. Do you want to see him behind center for the Patriots in Week 1, Bird Gang? Well, my guess is no, because we want to win. I mean, we could win anyways, but you get what I'm saying. Exactly, Chris saying, not a Cardinals fan, but I believe whether Brady plays it or not, the Cardinals defense will shut them down. Baltimore police officer found not guilty in the arrest and death of Freddie Gray. And it looks like we're just getting an announcement that Hillary Clinton is holding an event in Detroit, Michigan. Looks like she has just taken the stage. We're taking you live now to Detroit.
By storm, and I am so honored to be here to congratulate all of you on the incredible progress you continue to make under your president, Mary Kay Henry. Secretary Treasurer Jerry Hudson. And all of your executive vice presidents. You know, standing behind me are some of the SEIU members that I've had the great honor of meeting over the past year. Thank you, Terrell, for sharing your story. I was so touched by what you had to say and the others with whom I met, just from Chicago to LA to New Haven and places in between, to hear what you do, how you do it, how you love doing it, but how it's becoming impossible to continue the work you love in childcare, home health care, if you do not have a living wage. I am here to tell you I join with you to do everything we can to make sure that the men and women of SEIU who are providing care for our children, our elderly, people with disabilities, you all have a living wage. Now, I do sort of wish that the presumptive Republican nominee could have been around to hear the stories that I heard. Maybe then he wouldn't say that wages are too high in this country. Maybe he would finally open his ears and listen to what working people everywhere are saying, that America needs a raise. I really can't think of a better way to start this week than standing with the brothers and sisters of SEIU. You help to keep America healthy, care for our loved ones, help people with disabilities live independently. You keep our cities, our states, and our schools running. You clean our buildings and protect our communities. So today I want to say something that I don't think you hear enough. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that you are often unsung heroes. And I want you to know this: your fights are my fights. Just like the theme of this conference says, together we are unstoppable. And I'm thrilled to see so many friends from my home state of New York here today. And friends from across the country who have helped me in this primary campaign. You've braved the snow in Iowa, the rain in South Carolina. You've knocked on doors in New Hampshire. You got on buses to come to Nevada. Everywhere I go these days, purple t-shirts are out in force. Like a lot of great things about America, this campaign is union built, and I could not be prouder. You have had my back, and I will always have yours. Because as I've traveled the country, I've had the chance, really the privilege, to talk with healthcare workers and home care workers and child care workers and fast food workers and airport workers and janitors and nurses. I've heard again and again, there has never been more at stake for working families in America than right now. This election, my friends, from where I stand, is about knocking down all of the barriers that hold families and workers back, building ladders of opportunity in their place, coming together to get incomes rising and creating more jobs that provide dignity and pride. That's what SEIU has always fought for. And with your help, we are going to win in November. You know, I am the granddaughter of a factory worker who operated a loom at the Scranton Lace Works in Pennsylvania. My father put everything he had into a small fabric printing shop in Chicago. My mother was out on her own working as a housemaid at the age of 14. So I grew up respecting the dignity of hard work and what it takes to provide a good middle-class life where you really can believe that your children will be better off than you have been. So that's why I believe that when unions are strong, America is strong. There is no doubt, even though some may try to question it, unions help build the strongest middle class in the history of the world right here in the United States. SEIU is not only part of that noble tradition, you've been on the front lines of the fight for affordable health care, safe working conditions, and fair, predictable schedules. And today, you're leading the movement to raise the minimum wage, which will lift 35 million working Americans out of poverty. You know, in fact, the American labor movement pioneered the basic bargain that made our country great. If you work hard and you do your part, you should be able to get ahead and stay ahead. So, you're not just fighting for your members, you're fighting for all working families. And I'm proud to be in the trenches fighting alongside you, because I also know strong families are the backbone of our economy and our country. So to everyone here, to all of you who have ever faced a hostile legislature, a union-busting governor, or both, Help is on the way. We are going to defend the right to organize, protect collective bargaining. Let's make the jobs of the future good union jobs that can't be outsourced. And let's say what we all know. Right to work is wrong for workers and wrong for America. I know that, and you know that, and it's time we make sure everybody knows that. Because thanks to the determination and sacrifice of working people like you all over our country, and because of the leadership of President Obama, we've worked our way back from the worst financial crisis in a generation. You see, I don't think the president gets the credit he deserves for saving our economy. But our work is far from finished. I've heard from so many families who are still struggling. Corporate profits keep going up, and so do everyday living expenses. But paychecks for most people still are not growing the way they should. Too many families worry about how to keep the lights on and the rent paid. Parents run themselves ragged trying to balance responsibilities at home and work. And it can be even harder for parents raising kids with special needs or chronic illnesses. Like LaTonya Allen, a home care worker I met from Atlanta. Her 29-year-old daughter has cerebral palsy. LaTonya is working around the clock to support her family on $9 an hour. She has no benefits, no vacation, no sick days. So when she got hurt on the job, she went to work on crutches with a broken bone in her hip. She is not asking for life to be easy. It ain't no crystal staircase. She knows that. But no one should have to choose between taking care of their health or paying their bills. LaTonya works hard. She works hard to do right by her family. She deserves a country that will do right by her. And that is what's at stake in this election, because the families that I've met across the country, they come from different backgrounds, they earn different incomes, but they all desperately want to give their kids a good life. And they're up against pressures and problems too big for them to solve on their own. In many ways, our economy and our workplaces are built still for a different time, when many mothers stayed home, when one parent could earn enough to support a family. Don't you think it's time, finally, that we catch up to how American families actually live and work in today's world? Well, I sure do. That's why I've been laying out an agenda, and I thank SEIU for helping me with that agenda, Mary Kay. First, we've got to do more to raise families' incomes. Let's start by raising the federal minimum wage. And let's support local and state efforts to go even higher. I am proud to stand with SEIU and workers across America organizing in the fight for $15 and a union. Every worker everywhere in America deserves a fair wage and a voice on the job. So thank you for leading this fight, because when we fight, we win. And let's also fight for paid family leave. Too many moms, and a lot of them right here today, too many moms have to go back to work just days after their babies are born. Like the home care worker I met from Minnesota, who had to return a week after having a C-section. How else was she going to put food on the table for a toddler and a new baby? And too many dads and parents of adopted children don't get any paid leave at all. Neither do sons and daughters struggling to take care of their aging parents. None of this is fair to families. Donald Trump may not care, but we do. And so do working families across our country. We know America is better than this. So let's finally guarantee equal pay for women. After all, it's 2016. Don't you think it's about time? When a woman is paid unfairly and unequally, that doesn't just shortchange her, it shortchanges her whole family. Let's encourage more employers, both in the private and the public sector, to embrace family-friendly policies like predictable scheduling. Together, we'll do whatever we can to fight to finally put quality child care within the reach of every family. You know that in many states, child care is more expensive than rent. It's more expensive even than college tuition. That puts parents in an impossible position. Just ask Arthita Peters from Cleveland, Ohio. She loves her job caring for an 8-year-old with a muscle disease, but she doesn't earn enough to afford child care for her own children. So she's forced to leave them at home with an older sibling. It breaks her heart, but she doesn't have a choice. In fact, in some states, 2 parents earning the minimum wage have to spend about 20% of their income on child care. For a single parent, it's 40%. That is way too high. Let's make it so no family ever has to spend more than 10% of their income for child care. And let's give child care workers a raise. Right now, dog trainers are paid more than child care workers. You know, look, I believe in training dogs. But you don't dress your dog up and send your dog to kindergarten, do you? You don't dream of sending your dog to college, do you? You don't worry about whether your dog is going to be exposed to dangerous influences because you can't afford quality child care, do you? This is crazy. There's nothing more important than our children. And when I sat down with SEIU members in Chicago, I heard one heartbreaking story after another from parents who can't afford to give their own children the care that they give other people's kids every day. So as president, I will support states and cities that take steps to increase pay for child care providers and early educators. We're going to make child care more affordable at the same time for families. I will also launch a care workers initiative across every level of government. Over and over again, home care and child care workers that I've met with across the country have told me they want more chances to increase their skills. So let's work together to create more opportunities so that workers who are caring for others can grow in their jobs and fight for fair wages. Let's give them a chance to come together to make sure their voices are heard, and we have a stronger, better system for the people who do this vital work. And I'll tell you what, if we are serious about doing all of this and supporting families, we have to also be serious about facing up to the reality of systemic racism. And that means dismantling the school-to-prison pipeline once and for all. We have a moral obligation to fight for justice and equity everywhere, and that includes ending the era of mass incarceration, rebuilding the trust between law enforcement and communities, and putting a stop to the horror of young African Americans being killed by police or dying in police custody. We owe that to our children, and we owe it to the parents whose children have been so tragically taken from them. That's why I'm proud that SEIU members across the country are standing up for criminal justice reform and calling for environmental and economic justice for every community. I will be right by your side every step of the way. And there's one more thing I want you to help on, and that is ending the epidemic of gun violence that kills 33,000 Americans a year. We need comprehensive background checks, close the online loophole, close the gun show loophole, close what's called the Charleston loophole, stop the unaccountability of gun makers and sellers. Saturday night, I was in Fort Lauderdale with mothers who have lost their children to gun violence, including Trayvon Martin's mother. There were mothers from Chicago and Washington, from New York, from Sandy Hook. Mothers joined together not only in grief and loss, but in courage and resolve. They're going to do everything they can, and I am going to help them every way I can. I am committed to doing all we must to help save lives. And I'll tell you right now, the gun lobby doesn't intimidate me, and it shouldn't intimidate anybody. Supporting all families in all ways is a necessity. And when I talk about families, and what I want to see us do to stay true to our values and give every single person in this country a chance to live up to his or her God-given potential, Mr. Trump likes to say, I'm playing the woman card. Well, you know what I say? If fighting for equal pay and paid family leave and raising the minimum wage and affordable child care is playing the woman card, then deal me in. You know, it shouldn't surprise us that he has a very different take on all of this, because at a time when families are struggling to pay for child care and so much else, Donald Trump actually stood on a debate stage and argued that Americans are being paid too much. He actually talked. Hear this, because you need to tell your friends. He actually talked about getting rid of the national minimum wage altogether. Shouldn't be surprising. He's hired union busters to break up organizing campaigns on the properties that he owns. But we're not talking about any ordinary anti-union, anti-worker Republican. A lot of Republicans themselves say Donald Trump is a disaster waiting to happen to America. What little we know of his economic policies would be running up our debt, starting trade wars, letting Wall Street run wild. All of that could cause another crash and devastate working families and our country. Trump economics is a recipe for lower wages, fewer jobs, more debt. He could bankrupt America like he's bankrupted his companies. I mean, ask yourself, how can anybody lose money running a casino, really? And that's not all. I hear every day from families who are afraid of what a Donald Trump presidency would mean for millions of immigrants living and working in America. $16 million people in America are part of what's called mixed status families, where some loved ones are citizens and some aren't. Maybe the children were born here, but one or both parents are undocumented. I'm sure some of you have families like that. And these are not just statistics, are they? We're talking about real people, men, women, and children. We're talking about neighbors, co-workers, and friends. A few months ago in Las Vegas, I met a 10-year-old girl named Carla Ortiz. She started to cry as she told me that her parents had a letter of deportation, and she was scared they would be taken away from her. In a lot of ways, Carla is a typical bright fifth grader. She loves science experiments, math, and Charlotte's Web. But she leaves for school every day terrified that her mom and dad, who are working hard to support their family, won't be there when she gets home. Her parents had to take her to a heart specialist who explained that living in constant fear was making her little heart beat dangerously fast. So when Donald Trump talks about deporting 11 million immigrants, he's talking about ripping apart families like Carla's. He's talking about sending a deportation force to schools, workplaces, and homes to round up moms, dads, grandparents, even children. When he talks about ending birthright citizenship, he's talking about kicking children who are born here out of the only country they know. And when he calls immigrants rapists and murderers, he's talking about families like Carla's and many of yours. You know, the most important measure of any society is how we treat those at the beginning, our children, and those at the end, the elderly. What kind of country would we be if we let Donald Trump rip our families apart? We have to reject this wrong vision for America with a strong, clear voice. We have to stand up for hardworking American families, and that includes hardworking immigrant families. Mom and dad should be preparing their kids for their futures, not for the possibility that they could be hauled away at any moment. In my first 100 days as president, I will introduce comprehensive immigration reform. And I will build on President Obama's executive actions and keep going, fighting every day to fix our broken immigration system and keep families together. Now, these are just some of the reasons why this is one of the most important elections in our lifetimes. The only thing standing between Donald Trump and the Oval Office is all of us. We are coming to the end of the Democratic primaries. I applaud Senator Sanders and his supporters for challenging us. We are going to get unaccountable money out of politics. We are going to take on the crisis of income inequality. And we are going to unify the Democratic Party and stop Donald Trump. There is so much more that unites us than divides us. And we're going up against a candidate who will pull us backwards on every issue we care about. We need a president who will use the bully pulpit to stand up for working families. But the last thing we need is a bully in the pulpit. And nobody knows better than a union like SEIU that the only way to stand up to a bully is to stand up together. So that is what I want to do with all of you. It's what unions are about. It's what I've been about my entire life, ever since I went to work for the Children's Defense Fund. We're going to have each other's back. We're going to lift each other up. We're going to leave no one behind. We're going to build a better future, not just for ourselves, but for the hardworking people and their children across America. That's how we will be our best. The lesson of the labor movement, the lesson of America's history through good times and hard times is that we are stronger together. So let's keep fighting. Let's keep working. Let's win an election in November and make sure our country is the country that we know represents our best values, not our worst. Thank you, and God bless you.
This is my fight song. Take back my life song.
From Detroit, Michigan. Taking now to State Department briefing.
Do you know if Mullah Mansour traveled to Iran, and if so, do you have any idea why?
I don't. I've seen those reports, but no further clarification, no further information about that.
Well, one more. You said that when he mentioned Pakistan's complaints about violation of sovereignty, you said it happened in the Afpak border region.
Yeah.
Are you denying that it happened on Pakistani territory?
I don't have any more clarity of where the actual strike took place. What I can say, it was in that border region. I just can't say on which side of the border it was.
So are you doubting the claim from Pakistan that it was in their territory?
I'm not going to speak. I mean, you know, the Pakistani government is able to speak on behalf of itself. I'm not going to doubt his claim. I'm just saying with the information that we have, right, they're able to share.
So you don't know where you targeted him? You just guessed?
That's
right. I mean, how could you fire something out of the sky and blow something up and kill people and not know what country it's in?
I understand what your question, Brad. All I'm saying is what we're willing to share is that it was in the Afghanistan-Pakistan
usually, right?
border region. We certainly do.
What impact this has on the Taliban itself? Can you say it's defeated now?
No, by any means, I wouldn't say that, and I don't mean to imply that if I said that. What I think it does send is a clear message, as I said, that if you're going to carry out attacks, if you're going to lead attacks against our forces and against Afghanistan's forces, then you're going to be targeted, and you're not going to have safe haven. And I also think that it sends the message that the Taliban must decide what its future is going to be and whether it's going to be part of a peaceful political future for Afghanistan. And there is a path towards that. They can sit down with the Afghan government and begin negotiations and talks. We've encouraged that. We support an Afghan-owned, Afghan-led process.
But how can you expect someone to come to peace talks when you have just killed their supreme leader?
Well, again, I think it presents them with a clear choice. And Lali, you know that there's ways to engage and identify the fact that you're willing to engage in a peaceful way. And frankly, Mansour showed absolutely no predilection towards engaging in any kind of peaceful political process.
From the public statements that's coming from Pakistan, it's very much evident that they are very upset with your action. Do you see any kind of retaliatory measures coming out of Pakistan?
No, look, I mean, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the Pakistani government and what they may or may not do. We have been in touch with them. Obviously, we've talked about this airstrike. We continue to talk to them about how we can collaborate and cooperate on rooting out these terrorist organizations and these organizations or these groups that continue to use Pakistan's territory to carry out attacks.
One more quickly. Was Mullah Mansour on the terrorist designated list?
I don't believe he was, no.
He was not.
Can we move on?
Yeah, and then I'll get to you.
Okay. Very quickly to the Palestinian-Israeli issue.
Oh, sure.
I have
Yeah, please.
A couple of quick questions. First of all, last week, Secretary of State Kerry said that he is going to go to the meeting in Paris on June 3rd. Well, the Prime Minister of Israel, in his meeting with the Prime Minister of France, Manuel Valls, said that rejected the idea. Does that cast any doubt on the Secretary's plans to attend this meeting?
I've seen his comments, Prime Minister Netanyahu's comments. I don't have any more details about what he may be proposing. I know he talked about.
I understand. I'm saying
we've committed, and the Secretary spoke about it last week in Brussels. He plans to attend the French conference, the French ministerial rather, on June 3rd. And I think, as he expressed very clearly in the press conference at NATO when he got the question, he wants to work with the French. He wants to work with other partners in the coming days to ensure that this is as productive and constructive a process as possible.
So would this, from the Secretary's point of view, would this be like an alternative to past efforts on the sort of bilateral talks between the Palestinians and the Israelis? Is there something an alternative to that in his mind?
I think what we're trying to do is, what the Secretary is certainly engaged on is, setting the right conditions. Look, we've all said we haven't changed our position, which is that ultimately, we want to see direct negotiations that results in a two-state solution. That has not changed. We don't want to see negotiations for the sake of negotiations. We want a clear path forward, and we need to set the right climate or right environment for those negotiations to proceed. And we want, if direct talks were to proceed, we'd want to see both sides come to the table. And again, Secretary Kerry spoke to this, ready to really talk about the tough issues and address those issues and reach consensus. Mm-hmm. And so if they're willing to do that, then certainly we're not going to stand in the way. But we believe that there's got to be more groundwork or laid before that process can go forward.
Let me ask you just one more question on the Palestinian-Israeli issue. Yesterday, Israeli settler bulldozers bulldozed an agricultural area. They have been doing it for the past week. They leveled agricultural area in the village of Jalud. The villagers or and the surrounding villages as well, the farmers have received notices from the Israeli government since April that roughly about 1,500 acres have been taken away or designated as government land.
You're talking in the West Bank?
Right, in the northern West Bank.
I mean, Saeed, our position on settlements hasn't changed. We strongly oppose all settlement activity. We think it's corrosive to the cause of peace. We continue to look to, both sides, frankly, to demonstrate with actions and policies a genuine commitment to a two-state solution. And actions like this, frankly, just do the opposite.
I have a couple on.
Sure, I'm so sorry. I did say you were next. Can I get back to you, Brad? And then Brad's last question because I got to run. Please, quickly. I apologize.
Sir, I know you said that you don't know much about Ahrar al-Sham and what they did in Al-Zara. I have the photograph that I mentioned. I was reluctant to show it because of how graphic it was, but now I think I will do so, and maybe this will prompt you to look into this group. And I want to ask you, why should this group have protection under the cessation of hostilities when they clearly don't care about cessation of hostilities?
I'm just not aware of this incident. I was not casting doubt or not trying to, I just not aware of it. That said, we hold all parties, whether they're parties of the cessation of hostilities or not, accountable for actions that target civilian populations and frankly, are barbaric acts against civilians. I just don't have the specifics in this particular incident. I'm not trying to say in any way that it's not true or it didn't happen. I just don't have, on my end, the information.
I have a couple. They're really quick.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's go.
The case of Kamal and Mohamed Al-Darat in the United Arab Emirates, both of them are U.S. citizens. I think final decision expected on the 30th. Has there been any high-level contact between American and Emirati officials?
I think that remains. I don't know if there's been any recent contact, but I think certainly that we've been following this case quite closely. As you know, we're concerned about several aspects of it: their health, their prior lack of access to legal representation, so the absence of formal charges against them in their first hearing, and frankly the lack of consular access. So we continue to raise all these issues with the UAE government.
Okay, and then
I don't have anything.
We'll
any update to
we'll
provide,
have a
but-
couple days to
Exactly.
to readdress this one.
Exactly.
U.S. permanent resident Nizar Zaka in Iran. Apparently, a judicial official said something about speeding up the proceedings. Do you see that as good or bad in that case?
Well, again, we're very concerned about reports of that Nizar Zaka is being unjustly held in Iran since 2015. We don't provide, as I think we've made clear, consular assistance to non-U.S. citizens. However, we would ask for, any effort to speed up and provide them with a free and fair trial, if that's the case.
And then Zainab Al-Khwaja in Bahrain. If you remember, she's imprisoned with her, I think, 1-year-old daughter.
Yeah, I'm aware of the case.
It was about, 5 weeks ago. Secretary stood on the stage with the Bahraini foreign minister and he promised that he would release her. She's not released, and apparently she's sick, and her family can't get the 1-year-old out of prison. Is this an issue, or is that okay with you guys?
Well,
it's been a lot of weeks
I
since
understand
you got
that.
this
I
promise,
understand
and
that,
you
Brad.
hailed them, I think, at the time.
I understand
for this.
it,
So
and
it's a
of
little
course
silly at
it's
some point.
it's an issue, and let me see if I can get an update for you on that. Okay.
On Okinawa, according to the U.S. Embassy, Ambassador Kennedy is considering going to Okinawa. We were wondering if she will go, when, as well as if the purpose will be to address the recent incident, and if she'll meet with the governor of Okinawa.
I don't have any information on Ambassador Kennedy's travel plans, so I'll have to take that question. I think John mentioned this last week, heartfelt sympathy and condolences go out to the family and friends of this victim of this terrible attack on Okinawa. Thanks, everybody.
The baby is now 17 months old.
Between 14 and 17 months. All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. It is about 11:30 here in Arizona. Hope everyone's just having a great Monday afternoon. I'm going to get you caught up a little bit earlier today. President Obama met with the Vietnam president for a little talk, as president is in Asia this week. So let's show you that.
Your Excellency, President of the United States of America, Mr. Barack Obama, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the leaders of the party, state, and the people of Vietnam, once again, I'd like to warmly welcome President Barack Obama and the high-level delegation of the U.S. government on your official visit to Vietnam. Mr. President and I had a very productive talk on bilateral relations, regional and global issues of common interest. We discussed the implementation of the joint statement on the Vietnam-U.S. Comprehensive Partnership signed in July 2013 and the joint vision statement between the two countries in July 2015, concluded between the high-level leaders of the two countries. We agreed that important progresses in bilateral relations have been made in recent years. Both sides committed to implementing the principles of respect for each other's independence, sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political regime. During President Obama's official visit, Vietnam and the U.S. agreed to a joint statement on strengthening the comprehensive partnership with added substance, depth, and effectiveness. Both sides agreed to place development cooperation at the center of the bilateral ties. On this occasion, important deals were also reached in terms of trade, healthcare, humanitarian assistance, education and training, law enforcement and judicial cooperation, and people-to-people exchanges as well. Both sides agreed to give higher priority to addressing world legacy issues and continue to work together in this regard. The U.S. will work with Vietnam on detoxing Bien Hoa Airport after both sides successfully conclude the cleanup project at Da Nang Airport. Vietnam very much appreciates the U.S. decision to completely lift the ban on lethal weapon sales to Vietnam, which is a clear proof that both countries have completely normalized the relations. President Obama and I also discussed the future directions of bilateral ties and measures to further deepen bilateral cooperation. We underscore the importance of confidence building and priority for development cooperation in trade and investment, science and technology, human resource development, and addressing climate change. Both sides reaffirmed the commitments to promptly ratify the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, or TPP. With respect to regional and global issues, President Obama and I agreed that we should set up collaboration at regional and international forums, and that the U.S. will support Vietnam in successfully hosting the 2017 APEC Summit, as well as participating in UN peacekeeping operations. We also exchanged views on recent developments in the South China Sea. We reiterated continued cooperation on addressing climate change and sustainable use of the Mekong River water resources. We believe that robust growth in Vietnam-U.S. relations not only bring about benefits for each country, but also contribute to peace, stability, cooperation and development in the Asia-Pacific and the world, and the ASEAN-U.S. relationships as well. I want to thank President Obama personally, the American leadership and people and American friends for their goodwill and significant contributions to the normalization and the continued development of the Vietnam-U.S. relations. I wish President Obama and the members of your delegation a successful visit to Vietnam with fond memories of our country, culture, and hospitality of the Vietnamese people. Once again, thank you very much for the presence of American and Vietnamese press and media here today. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Xin chào. Thank you, President Quang, for your generous words, and let me thank you and the government and the people of Vietnam for the sincere welcome and hospitality that has been extended to me and to my delegation. Over the past century, our two nations have known cooperation and then conflict, painful separation, and a long reconciliation. Now, more than 2 decades of normalized ties between our governments allows us to reach a new moment. It's clear from this visit that both our peoples are eager for an even closer relationship, a deeper relationship. And I was moved to see so many people lining the streets as we were driving into town today. I bring greetings and friendship of the American people, including some outstanding members of Congress who are joining me on this visit, and so many Vietnamese Americans whose families bind us together and remind us of the values that we share. I've indicated before that one of my highest foreign policy priorities as president is to ensure that the United States continues to play a larger and long-term role in the Asian Pacific, which is vital to our security and to our prosperity. We believe the people of this region should live in security, prosperity, and dignity. In pursuit of this vision, we're more deeply engaged across the Asia-Pacific than we have been in decades, and that includes our comprehensive partnership with Vietnam. If you consider where we have been and where we are now, the transformation in the relations between our two countries is remarkable. Over the past 2 decades, our trade has surged nearly 100-fold, supporting jobs and opportunities in both countries. Since I took office, we've boosted U.S. exports to Vietnam by more than 150%. We're now the single largest market for Vietnam's exports. American companies are one of the top investors here. With our Fulbright programs, thousands of our students and scholars have studied together, and more than 13,000 young people across Vietnam are learning new skills as part of our Young Southeast Asian Leaders Initiative. Vietnam has become one of the top 10 countries with students in the United States. This year, we've welcomed nearly 19,000, the most ever. And last year, Vietnam welcomed nearly 500,000 American tourists to this country, and I will assure you that more are on the way. Our two governments are also cooperating more closely than ever. As part of our engagement with ASEAN and the East Asia Summit, we're working together to advance regional security and stability. Vietnam has welcomed American Navy ships to your ports. Our militaries are conducting more exchanges and partnering on maritime security. Together, we're pursuing the Trans-Pacific Partnership, not only to support trade, but to draw our nations closer together and reinforce regional cooperation. We're doing more to meet global challenges, from preventing nuclear terrorism to promoting global health security so that outbreaks of disease don't become epidemics. And with this visit, the United States and Vietnam have agreed to a significant upgrade in our cooperation across the board. We're taking new steps to give our young people the education and skills that they need to succeed. And I'm very pleased that for the first time, the Peace Corps will come to Vietnam. Our Peace Corps volunteers will focus on teaching English, and the friendship that our people forge will bring us closer together for decades to come. American academic and technological leaders, including Intel, Oracle, Arizona State University, and others, will help Vietnamese universities boost training in science, technology, engineering, and math. Harvard Medical School, Johnson & Johnson, GE, and others will join with Vietnam universities to improve medical education. And now that the government of Vietnam has granted the necessary license, we can say that Fulbright University Vietnam, this country's first nonprofit independent university, can move forward and open its doors and welcome its first class this fall. We're increasing trade. With Vietnam's announcement on multiple entry visas, it will be easier for Americans to come here and do business and travel. President Quang and I just attended a signing ceremony that many of you saw, where American and Vietnamese companies are moving ahead with the new commercial deals worth more than $16 billion. Boeing will sell 100 aircraft to Vietjet. Pratt & Whitney will sell advanced engines. GE Wind will partner with the Vietnamese government to develop more wind power. Deals like these are a win for both of our countries, helping to fuel Vietnam's economic growth and supporting tens of thousands of American jobs. We agreed to work to ratify and implement the Trans-Pacific Partnership as soon as possible because it will support vital economic reforms here, further integrate Vietnam into the global economy, and reduce tariffs on American exports to Vietnam. And we discussed the high standards that Vietnam has committed to meet under TPP on labor, the environment, and intellectual property. And I conveyed that the United States is prepared to offer technical assistance to Vietnam as it works to fully implement these standards so that TPP delivers the benefits that our peoples expect. With regard to security, the United States will continue to do our part to address the painful legacy of war. On behalf of the American people, including our veterans, I want to thank the government and the people of Vietnam for the many years of cooperation to account for Americans missing in action. Solemn efforts that will continue together. We'll continue to help remove unexploded landmines and bombs. And now that our joint effort to remove dioxin, Agent Orange, from Da Nang Airport is nearly complete, the United States will help in the cleanup at Bien Hoa Air Base. We've agreed to continue deepening our defense cooperation, including patrol boats and training for Vietnam's Coast Guard, and to work more closely together in responding to humanitarian disasters. And I can also announce that the United States is fully lifting the ban on the sale of military equipment to Vietnam that has been in place for some 50 years. As with all our defense partners, sales will need to still meet strict requirements, including those related to human rights. But this change will ensure that Vietnam has access to the equipment it needs to defend itself, and it removes a lingering vestige of the Cold War. It also underscores the commitment of the United States to a fully normalized relationship with Vietnam, including strong defense ties with Vietnam and this region for the long term. More broadly, the United States and Vietnam are united in our support for a regional order, including in the South China Sea, where international norms and rules are upheld, where there is freedom of navigation and overflight, where lawful commerce is not impeded, and where disputes are resolved peacefully through legal means in accordance with international law. I want to repeat that the United States will continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows, and we will support the right of all countries to do the same. Now, even as we make important progress in the ways that I've just described, there continue to be areas where our two governments disagree, including on democracy and human rights. And I made it clear that the United States does not seek to impose our form of government on Vietnam or any nation. We respect Vietnam's sovereignty and independence. At the same time, we will continue to speak out on behalf of human rights that we believe are universal, including freedom of speech, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, and freedom of assembly. And that includes the right of citizens through civil society to organize and help improve their communities and their country. We believe, and I believe, that nations are stronger and more prosperous when these universal rights are upheld. And when our two countries continue to discuss these issues as part of our human rights dialogue in a spirit of constructive and cooperative effort. And finally, the United States and Vietnam are expanding our cooperation in ways that benefit the world.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you now to a live event happening in L.A. Bernie Sanders live rally coming up.
Paris Agreement.
That's why I keep on fighting, and I will keep on fighting, especially for my son.
First of all, let me say thank you guys for coming. This is very important. We need Bernie to win. You guys coming in on a Monday, this is great. And a second thank you to my mom. From the beginning of my life, she's been there. She's stressed education, and that's important. We're young people. We need to vote now, okay? There's a lot of people who say no, young voters won't go. There won't be a good turnout. But we're here. We're showing them that there is going to be a good turnout. Make sure you guys register to vote today, and thank you, and good luck, Bernie.
So now I'm going to introduce Karen Rodriguez, and she's from the campaign. Thank you guys so much. Go Huskies!
feeling the burn? Woo! All right, guys. All right, so my name is Karen Rodriguez, and I'm the field organizer working with Latino Outreach that'll be in charge of our new office in East LA. Just a little bit of background about me. My family and I moved to San Diego from Rosario, Baja California, when I was younger, and my room in my house was right next to the garage door. And every morning at between 4:30 and 5 a.m., I would hear the garage door opening, and I would run out and see my dad leaving for work. And I would tell him every day that he needed to stay. I would say, "Papi, no te vayas a trabajar hoy. Don't go to work today, Dad. Stay with me." And my dad, I didn't realize it then, but I know that my dad's heart would break every morning. And he would take me back to my room and tell me, "It's okay, I'll be back later. I'll be able to help you with your homework when I get back." And of course, when my dad got back home from work, it was after dark and I was already getting ready for bed, so my homework was done and everything was tip-top shape. My dad would be really tired, and my mom, after an equally long day of work, would sit down and have dinner with him. My dad is my best friend, and thanks to him and thanks to my mom, I was able to go to college. And I left the comfort of San Diego and the comfort of California for Omaha, Nebraska. I know. Omaha is very different than California, very different than San Diego. And my last year of university was probably my hardest year for many reasons, for academic reasons, for personal reasons, all of the above. After years of facing racism and discrimination, after years of facing questions like, "How do you like working in the fields, Karen? And are you legal?" And fights with provosts and with presidents, my dad lost his job my last year. And I began to feel really guilty. I didn't know what to do. I obviously couldn't fly back home. There was no money for me to go back home and be with my dad and see how I could help out at home. So I decided that the only way that I was going to be able to help my dad is if I helped more people, if I changed the things that needed to be changed in our country. So I decided to start working for a nonprofit, and that's how my path to Bernie began. I started working for Bernie in November, and I was a field organizer in Nevada. And it's been a wild ride. But it's been an incredible experience. And Bernie Sanders, what I love about him is that he hasn't forgotten his humanity. He hasn't forgotten that he is working and making decisions that affect so many people. So many people like you and like me and my dad and all of our families and all of our friends. He hasn't forgotten that. So today I'm not here to tell you to fight for Bernie. I'm not here to invite you to fight for Bernie Sanders, because Bernie Sanders has been fighting for us for more than 30 years. I'm here to tell you to fight with Bernie. We have to take a stand and fight with Bernie Sanders today. We have to take a stand. We have to go to our offices. We have to go to voters' doors. We have to remind them that their voices matter, that they can make a difference. If it didn't make a difference, if it didn't matter, it wouldn't be so hard for us to cast our votes. It wouldn't be so hard. We have to go to our voters' houses. We have to canvass. We have to call everyone and their mom 10 times a day to make sure that they remember that on June 7th, they have to go out and vote. Today is the last day for voter registration for a change in party affiliation to be able to vote for Bernie Sanders. Today is that last day. I want each and every one of you to go out and help us make sure that those people who are registered as a different party who want to vote for Bernie Sanders get that chance, because they deserve it. Everyone deserves the chance to know who Bernie is and what he stands for, because he stands for us. So let's stand with him. Let's go knock on doors. I invite you all of you to our new office, that is Office Cesar Chavez. All right, everyone take your phones out and write the address down. It's 4545 East Cesar Chavez Avenue. We're there 7 days a week from 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Let's make phone calls. Let's go to doors. Let's make sure that people know who this man is so that they can go out and vote for him. The last thing I want to say, guys, is thank you. Thank you so much for all of your help, because you guys have all worked so hard. Look at us today. We started, and no one thought we were going to get far. Where are we? What state are we in? California. California is going to get Bernie this, right? Que viva Bernie! Que viva Bernie! Que viva Bernie! Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to introduce to you the director of the National Latino Outreach Team, Bill Velasquez. Let's go knock on some doors, guys.
Thank you very much. I am so happy to be here today. My name is Bill Velasquez, and I was born and raised on 1st and Gage Avenue in East LA. So this is a homecoming of sorts, because I've been away at college and raising a family and so forth. There's lots of things that all of you have been doing, raising a family, going to school. The reason that I'm here and to talk to you today is to encourage you to continue having the passion for the movement, not just Bernie Sanders. This is a movement to change our country, right? When we talk about needing health care for everyone, when we talk about working people needing a minimum of $15 an hour, right? When we talk about comprehensive immigration reform that does not tear apart families but brings them together. We're talking about a movement, a transformational movement of this country. I expect no matter what happens that all of you will still be here next month, in a few months, in a year. We are going to change this country together. Bernie Sanders is the man that has started this movement. He is a leader, and we are not done. We have, unlike somebody who said that it's over, it is not over, right? We still have an important deadline tonight. If you aren't all registered, you need to be registered to vote by tonight. Tonight is the deadline. And then we all need to vote on June 7th to show them that California matters. So I'm so glad you're here. I know that we are going to be continuing on working, doing rallies, doing the work we need to do, talking to people who haven't heard about Bernie's message. Bernie's message is right here, not just for Californians, but for mi raza también. Right? La gente latina conoce que Bernie Sanders es el candidato para ellos, ¿verdad? We're going to continue on in all communities in California. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for registering to vote. I want to thank you for showing up to vote and showing the world that this movement is real. Thank you. I want to introduce a very dear friend of mine. I want to introduce a very dear friend of mine who came all the way over here from Chicago. He's one of the original progressives in this United States. And before he endorsed Bernie Sanders endorsed him for his run for mayor of Chicago. Please welcome my dear friend, Jesus Chuy Garcia.
All right. Is East Los Angeles feeling the burn? ¿Están seguros? Man, I gotta tell you, I am just so delighted to be in East Los Angeles as an immigrant, as a Mexican American. I truly feel at home today. And it's great to see everyone from the barrio and all of our friends come out and say, feel the burn. ¿Verdad que sí? So now, the contest that they said a year ago would only last maybe 1 or 2 states is down to the most populous state in the union, right? Over 470 delegates are at stake, 475 to be sure. What happens in California can change the entire dynamic. Bernie Sanders and the movement that has been fueled so far by people like you, by your neighbors, by senior citizens, by millennials, by teenagers who are sending him $5 and $10 and $27 for the higher earners in the crowd is revolutionizing American politics. We know what our self-interests are, and we're standing up for our self-interests and redefining what America is. And what kind of leader is Bernie Sanders? He is a visionary. He is someone who represents integrity and courage. When a boy who grew up in the barrios of Chicago, who came to Chicago as an immigrant 51 years ago, said, I think I can help lead the city of Chicago and become the first Latino mayor. You know what Bernie Sanders did? He stood next to me and he said, and Bernie didn't just do that because he wanted to have a friend named Chuy. Bernie Sanders stood with me because we were standing against the 1%. We were standing against the billionaires and the billionaires who took over the city of Chicago. So that's the type of character that can lead our country toward becoming what Abraham Lincoln signaled at Gettysburg during the Civil War. He said, this great conflict in our history is about making America a more perfect union. Bernie Sanders' campaign for the presidency is transformative. It is a continuation of the struggle to make our country work for all of us, to make it a better democracy, to ensure greater equity, and to ensure the basic things in life for everyone. Access to health care, college affordability for all, immigration reform, criminal justice reform. And I also got to tell you, I've traveled in many states from coast to coast. I'm glad to be on the West Coast today because the other thing that I have seen in my travels with Bernie Sanders is I've seen the next generation of leaders that's going to lead our country, and they're out in the crowd here today. All of those young people who are in high school, who are in college, who just graduated, who are paying off those darn college loans are the future members of city councils. the future legislatures all over our country. They're the future members of Congress. And the one thing that they want to do is they want to remove the control that the billionaires and millionaires have over our political process. And they will stand up with Bernie Sanders when he's elected president and make the transformation complete. Si se puede, let's move forward and make our political revolution a reality. Thanks, East LA.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are waiting for Bernie Sanders' live rally to begin here in LA. Welcome, everybody, to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of Fox10Phoenix.com. We are waiting for Bernie Sanders to come out for his L.A. rally.
Damas y caballeros, please welcome to the stage Rosario Dawson.
Brought my phone up here to see all of you. I thought I got you before I see you, little one. Oh my goodness, this is impressive. It's Monday. It's early. It's sunny. It's hot. This is Monday motivation if I ever saw it. I love Bernie too. And more importantly, he loves us. But actually, that's not true. Not more importantly. More importantly, we love each other. And every single time I come out to these amazing crowds of people who are coming together, despite the media bias and despite the fact that the other candidate already said it was over and you didn't even have to bother. Every single time I see you all coming together, I recognize you're doing that not because you didn't think that, registering to vote was important, because you did that, right? You did that? Not because you didn't think that just going out to vote, and especially vote early, wasn't important, because you guys are voting, right? See, for so many people, that's just enough. It's almost too much to ask. But that's just enough, to register and to vote. But you're doing something else. You're coming out for each other. Because this is great. This is encouraging to me to see you, but it's encouraging for each other to see each other. You need to see each other to know that truly this is a movement and not a moment. That we are a part of something tremendous that needs our bodies, our visibility, not just our vote. We need that vote. We need you so much to make sure you show up on June 7th or to vote early like I'm going to do today. But we need your bodies out there. We need your voices. We need your faces. We need your ideas. We need you to knock on those doors. We need you to make those phone calls and let people know today is the last day to register to vote in California. That today is the last day that you can change your affiliation if you're already registered to vote to make sure you can vote on June 7th for Bernie Sanders. But not just today, because we're going to need you going forward, because I know so many of you have been active already, because that's why you're here. But going forward, we're going to need you to be knocking on doors and making those phone calls and phone banking, doing all of that to make sure that you all show up in even more tremendous numbers than you've shown up here today, so that we can win California. A big discussion point has been labels a lot lately. But whether it's about Democrat, Republican, Independent, any of those different things, that's not what this is about. This is about all of us coming together. And on June 7th, voting purple. Because when we come together, Republican, Independent, Democrat, all of it, which is what Bernie Sanders inspires, for people to think beyond the party lines and just come together, that's when we're voting purple. We're not voting for just a party. We're voting for an idea, for a future that we can believe in. So actually, I think it's quite fitting that on June 7th, the day that we're going to win California, that would have been Prince's birthday. And one of the things that I loved about Prince is that he talked about he wouldn't celebrate his birthday. He would celebrate his life. He would celebrate his death. And when he died and his music went all over the planet, people did exactly that. Celebrate the person that he was, the ideas, the energy that he put out into the world. And what was that? That was about passion and excellence. It was about fun. It was about beauty. It was about power. It was about our humanity. And that's what we're bringing to the conversation right now is humanity. To go, we're voting with each other, but we're voting for Iraqis. And we're voting with the people of Afghanistan
and the Syrian refugees and the folks and the people in Honduras. We're voting with people around the world who understand that what happens here has an effect the world, planet round. And we can't let each other or them be invisible in this conversation. We need to vote together. And they're going to do anything and everything in their power to stop you from doing that, to discourage you from doing that, to say that it doesn't even matter. It does. So much. And I'm here with you all the way, have been, and this is going all the way to the general election. All the way. And you know what? It's going to go beyond then. Because one of the special things about this election that I've heard, and I'm watching people, I'm online, I'm listening to how you guys are talking to each other, and you're going, we need to reform, not conform. It's time for us to start looking at everyone down the ballot and go, are you really representing us? Who are these superdelegates? Who are these Congress people and these senators? Are they really with you? And it's time to integrate. It's time to do a clean sweep and start making sure that this government represents us. It's one of the things that I love, you know, when Bernie talks about our police force and everything being a reflection of our community so that we could stop this insane violence that's happening against our bodies and our children. That's not just, we can't just draw the line at the police. That's got to be our military, that's got to be our government, everyone at all. Needs to be a reflection. This is what we should see when we look at Congress. This is what we should see when we see senators. So make sure to get 5 people to vote today. I don't care how many people you've already done. Today's your last day. Make it a game. See who can win. And you know what? We can win. I believe in us. I believe in our collective humanity to go, we can take this all the way, because it's hot under the sun. But nothing like the burn that we feel in our hearts. I get the remarkable privilege of welcoming Senator Bernie Sanders to the stage. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome.
Thank you. What a fantastic turnout for a Monday afternoon. Thank you. And it looks to me like East LA is ready for a political revolution. Let me thank Ruby Clouds for their music, the Altons Band, Adriana Flores, Claudia Blauser and son Elias, Karen Rodriguez, Bill Velasquez. Let me thank Chuy Garcia. Some of you may know that Chuy ran for mayor of Chicago, and it was Chicago's loss that he did not get that victory. And let me thank somebody who has worked so hard in our campaign, not only a great actress, but somebody who is a fighter for social and racial and environmental justice, Rosario Dawson. Now, let me start off by telling you what you already know, is that there are more delegates at stake in California, 475, than any other state in the country. And let me tell you something that many of you also know. We are going to win the state of California. And we are going to win the state of California because by the end of this campaign here, we are going to have rallies all over this state and speak personally in a grassroots way to over 200,000 people in California. That's what our campaign is about. It is a grassroots campaign, not a fancy campaign, and we're going to talk to the people of California about the issues of concern to the people of this state and the United States of America. And the other reason we're going to win is we are seeing, and this is really remarkable and exciting, we are seeing an unprecedented level of new voter registration here in California. You know, when we began this campaign, I think the media and the pundits were convinced that young people were not particularly interested in politics. Well, they were wrong. And what we are seeing here in California are hundreds of thousands of young people, Latinos, African Americans, registering to vote. And the young people understand that they are the future of our country, and they are determined to help shape the future of this country. Now, what this campaign is about is fundamentally changing national priorities, is changing the way our government works and the way our economy works. It is not acceptable to me, nor I think to you, that we have a government in Washington today more concerned about representing wealthy campaign contributors than the needs of ordinary Americans. It is not acceptable to me that today, because of this disastrous Citizens United Supreme Court decision, billionaires are buying elections. We believe in an old-fashioned concept called democracy. One person, one vote, not billionaires spending hundreds of millions of dollars. And that is why, together, we're going to overturn this disastrous Supreme Court decision. And we are going to take on vigorously to the United States Department of Justice Republican governors who are trying to suppress the vote. It is unacceptable to me that at a time when we have one of the lower rates of voter turnout among major countries, you got Republican governors working overtime to make it harder for people of color, poor people, old people, young people to vote. That is wrong. If you're 18 years of age in this country, you should be registered to vote. End of discussion. So we are going to take on and we are going to make major reforms to a corrupt campaign finance system. But I'll tell you what else we are going to address. You know, I came from a family where my dad came to this country from Poland at the age of 17 without any money, and he never made any money. So I understand a little bit about what it's like to grow up in a family that struggled every day economically and what the immigrant experience is about. And what I understand is in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, which is what we are today, it is totally absurd, it is totally unfair that almost all of the new income and wealth created today is going to the top 1%. Now you tell me, but it seems to me to be an outrage that today in East LA, right here, 35% of the children are living in poverty. More than 1/3 of the children. We have got to create an economy that works for all of us, the children, the seniors, working families, not just the 1%. If elected president, together we are going to end this circumstance where we see more and more millionaires and billionaires, and yet we see veterans sleeping out on the street. We see children not getting the education or the nutrition that they need. We see senior citizens cutting their pills in half because they cannot afford the medicine that they require. A great nation is not judged by the number of billionaires it has or the number of nuclear weapons it has. It is judged by how it treats the weakest and most vulnerable amongst us. And as a nation, we will take care of our children, our seniors, and our veterans. I came from a family in which my dad was an immigrant. I know a little bit about immigration. Today, we have 11 million people in this country who are undocumented. I was a number of years ago, I was down in Florida at a town where they grow a lot of tomatoes. And I met with undocumented workers there who were ruthlessly exploited. People working outrageous hours, inadequate wages. The housing conditions were absolutely deplorable. In fact, when I got down there, the U.S. attorney, if you can believe this, was charging a contractor with involuntary slavery. People were literally forced to work beyond their own desires. Slavery. That's how bad the conditions were. And right now in this country, you have people, undocumented, who are being exploited ruthlessly by their employers. They're not being paid the wages that they are owed. They're working more hours than they should because they have no legal rights. They cannot stand up to defend themselves. That has got to change. And by the way, if anyone thinks, any worker thinks, that this only impacts undocumented workers, you are wrong. Because if you can pay workers horrendously low wages because they have no legal rights, it provides a downward path. And that impacts every worker in California and every worker in America. We will not continue the race to the bottom. We want an economy that works for all of us. What does that mean? For a start, it means that in this country, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty. And that is why I was so proud to work with the workers in the fast food industry who went out on strike from McDonald's and Burger King, who stood up and told this nation that they cannot make it on the starvation minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. And they demanded, and I support, $15 an hour minimum wage and a path toward citizenship. $15 an hour and the right to form a union. And when we talk about equitable wages, I know that every man here will stand with the women to end the sexism that forces millions of women in this country to work for 79 cents an hour compared to what men make. Women want the whole damn dollar, and they're right. Now, once a month, federal government comes out with a report on unemployment in America, and the last reports indicated that official unemployment was about 5%. Anybody believe that? You're right. Because there is another report that gets very little attention, but that report looks at people who have given up looking for work in high unemployment areas, and those people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. If you include those factors, real unemployment in America is close to 10%. And then there are communities in America, in inner cities and in rural areas, where real unemployment is much higher than that. Now, I was in Flint, Michigan a few months ago. Everybody know what's going on in Flint? In Flint, children have been poisoned by drinking water that had lead in it. But if anybody here thinks that it is only Flint, Michigan that has a crisis in clean water, you would be mistaken. All over this country, we got hundreds of communities, including communities in my state of Vermont, that are struggling to provide clean water to their people. But it is not only clean water. We have wastewater plants which are obsolete. We have roads that are crumbling. In Vermont, people go over a pothole, they disappear for months, we got to thaw them out in the springtime. Not only Vermont, literally, this is not funny, billions of dollars in auto expenses are incurred by the American people because of potholes. You all know that? Tires go, axles goes, cars are damaged. We got bridges in my state and in your state that are in massive disrepair. You know, every once in a while you read in the paper some bridge collapse someplace and somebody gets killed. We have a rail system in America which used to be the best rail system in the world. It no longer is. We got levees and dams which are in very, very bad shape. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs, make our country safer and more productive by rebuilding our crumbling infrastructure. Let's do it. When we talk about our economy and why the middle class continues to disappear, it is important to take a hard look at our disastrous trade policies. Now, trade is not a sexy issue. Media doesn't talk about it at all. But what has gone on for the last 35 years is we have seen in community after communities factories being shut down, workers being thrown out on the street, and I'm talking about millions of workers in this country while jobs go to China and other low-wage countries. So our message to corporate America is that if they want us to buy their products, start manufacturing those products in California and in Vermont and America. You know, what we have seen in recent years is a tax system written by the wealthy and large corporations. And what that tax system ends up doing is having hedge fund managers on Wall Street who make millions of dollars a year in profit end up paying lower effective tax rates than many of you. What we are seeing is large multinational corporations who make billions in profit, stashing their profits in the Cayman Islands, Bermuda, and in a given year, not paying a nickel in federal taxes. So we've got a message to the billionaires and the large corporations. You are going to start paying your fair share of taxes. This campaign is not only going to end and talk about, and if we make it to the White House, is going to end a corrupt campaign when we make it. All right. I like that better. We are going to end a corrupt campaign finance system and create a vigorous and vibrant democracy. We're going to end a rigged economy. It is not acceptable to me, in terms of our economy, that you got families all over this country where mom is out working, dad is out working, the kids are out working, and they still are not earning enough money to provide for the basic needs of that family. That is not what America is supposed to be about. Many people don't know this, but right now in America, we got millions of people working 50, 60 hours a week. Do you all know that? 50, 60 hours a week. Parents are not able to spend the time they need with their children. Marriages are being stressed out because people are literally physically exhausted. We now work in America the longest hours of any people in the industrialized world. Do you know that? People in Japan work long hours. We work longer hours. So what our program is going to be about, raising the minimum wage, pay equity for women, changing our trade policies, creating a tax system that is fair. This is the policy that's going to rebuild the disappearing middle class in this country. But as I go around this country, there is a concern not only about a corrupt campaign finance system, about a rigged economy, there's also great concern about a broken criminal justice system. What does that mean? What it means is that in America today, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth. What it means is we have 2.2 million people right now behind bars, and we're spending $80 billion a year to lock them up. $80 billion a year. And what it also means is right here in the Los Angeles area and in urban areas all over this country, we have unemployment rates for young people, for Latinos, for African Americans, for Native Americans, that are 30, 40, 50%. And when kids cannot find jobs, and when kids are hanging out on street corners, bad things happen. So what I believe is that we should invest in our young people, in jobs and education, not in jails and incarceration. This is kind of a no-brainer. I want to see kids in excellent schools learning. I want to see kids doing meaningful work and earning a living. I do not want to see our young people rotting in jail cells. And when we talk about criminal justice reform, it's not only keeping people out of jail, it is also reforming the way local police departments around this country function. Now, I was a former mayor in Burlington, Vermont, and I work with my police department there, and I've worked with police departments all over the country. Most police officers, the vast majority, are hardworking, honest, and have a very difficult job to do. But when a police officer, like any other public official, breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We must demilitarize local police departments. There are police departments around this country that look like they are in Iraq invading a community. Police departments have got to be part of a community, not seen as an oppressive force. We have got to make police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they are serving. We have got to end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. We need a police culture all over this country which says that the use of lethal force, killing somebody, is the last response, not the first response. We need to rethink the so-called war on drugs. You know, over the last 30 years, millions of Americans, people don't know this, millions of Americans over the last 30 years have received police records for possession of marijuana. And when you have a police record and you're a 19-year-old kid and you go into a job interview and your prospective employer says to you, well, have you ever been arrested? And the kid says, well, yeah, I have been. You know what? You may not get that job. Right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug, highest level, right next to heroin. I have introduced legislation and will implement as president, taking marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, all of you know that the legalization of marijuana, that decision is made at the statewide level. You know that 4 states plus D.C. have already made that decision. You all know there's going to be a ballot item on in California in November. And I think it makes sense to legalize marijuana at this particular point. So if I were here in your state, I would vote yes on that issue. This campaign is listening to people whose voices are very rarely heard. And we are listening to young people. And what young people are telling us is, why is it that when they do the right thing and they go out and get the education that they need so they can get the decent job, why is it that they are ending up $30,000, $50,000, $70,000 in debt? You know, this campaign is thinking outside of the box. We're asking people to go outside of the status quo. Everybody here knows that we are living in a competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce in the world. We should be encouraging all people, not just young people, to get the education they need in an economy which changes every day. Now, here is the truth. Truth is that 40 or 50 years ago, you were in LA, you were in Vermont, you had a high school degree. You know what? You were doing pretty well. And with a high school degree, you could go out, get a good job, and make it into the middle class. By and large, with some exceptions, that is not true today. People need more education. In my view, when we talk about public education today, it is not good enough just to talk about first grade through 12th grade. We have got to talk about making public colleges and universities tuition free. Now think of what it means for East LA, what it means for rural communities in my state of Vermont. When kids in the 4th grade and in the 6th grade, kids whose parents have never gone to college, kids who are working class or low income, when they and their parents and their teachers understand that if those kids do well in school, take school seriously, that regardless of the income of their families, those children will get a college education. That is what America is supposed to be about. And that is the America we are going to create. Now, let me ask all of you, how many folks here today are dealing with student debt? Okay. So here's what we got. All over America, people do the right thing, they get an education, and yet they find themselves burdened with student debt that in some cases they've got to pay off for decades. For decades. Sometimes people literally cannot buy a car because they're paying their student debt, can't get married, paying their student debt, can't have children, paying their student debt. I think that is nuts. Why are we punishing people for doing exactly what they should be doing? So for people, and there are millions of people who are dealing with student debt and interest rates of 6, 8, 10%, what our view is that all people with student debt should refinance their loans at the lowest interest rates they can find. Now, my critics, they say, well, you know, Bernie is a nice guy. He's Santa Claus. It's my white hair that makes them think that. And they say, you know, he's giving away free tuition at public colleges and universities, going to substantially lower student debt. How are you going to pay for that? Well, let me tell you exactly how we're going to pay for it. First point to be known. You're not going to see this on TV too much, but okay. First point to be known is that over the last 25 years, there has been in this country a massive redistribution of wealth where trillions of dollars have gone from the hands of working families to the top 0.1%. In fact, during that period, the top 0.1% have seen a doubling of the percentage of wealth they own in America. Furthermore, as all of you know, 8 years ago, after the greed and the recklessness and illegal behavior on Wall Street drove our economy into the worst economic downturn since the 1930s, people on Wall Street came crawling into the United States Congress and they said, please bail us out. We'll be good boys. Bail us out. Well, I didn't vote for that, but the majority of members of Congress did. Now we are where we are today, and Wall Street is doing just great. I think now is the time to impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And that tax alone will bring in more than enough income to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and substantially lower student debt in America. You know, Wall Street can't get it all. When they were in trouble, you bailed them out. Now it is time for them to help the middle class of this country. And by the way, while we are on the subject of our good friends on Wall Street, it is time to tell them that when you have 6 financial institutions in this country, the largest 6, that have assets equivalent to 58% of the GDP of this country, they issue 2/3 of the credit cards and 1/3 of the mortgages. Wall Street has unbelievable economic and political power. The time now is to tell these guys, we're going to break them up. We need a financial system which pays attention to small and medium-sized businesses, pays attention to the needs of consumers, is not an island unto itself, only concerned about their own profits. Brothers and sisters, we are going around California and have gone all over this country talking to working people. We don't hang out in fancy mansions raising millions of dollars for our super PAC. Matter of fact, coming to think of it, we don't have a super PAC. Matter of fact, we don't represent the billionaire class. Matter of fact, we don't want their damn money. And one of the differences between Secretary Clinton and our campaign is we have raised money in a very old-fashioned way. We've gone to working families and the middle class, and we said to those families, if you want a candidate who is prepared to represent the needs of workers and the children and the elderly and the sick and the poor, support us. And what has happened has been almost beyond my comprehension. Since we began this campaign, brothers and sisters, we have received almost 8 million individual campaign contributions. That is more individual campaign contributions than any candidate up at this point in a campaign in American history. Anybody know what our average campaign contribution is? That's right, $27. And what we have shown the world is we can run a winning national campaign without asking the big money interest for their support. To quote Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. And I'm proud of that. Now, Secretary Clinton and Donald Trump are doing it a little bit differently. Now, Secretary Clinton has several super PACs, and one of her largest super PACs have received many millions of dollars from Wall Street. Now, there is, with regard to Trump, this is really hysterically funny. Trump is a multi-billionaire, or so he tells us. We don't know what's true or not. You know, he lies every day, so probably he's broke. I don't know. But anyhow, he claims to be worth billions of dollars, but he's too cheap to put that money into his own campaign. So he is running to other billionaires like Sheldon Adelson of Nevada. So you have this really absurd, insane situation where a billionaire is getting support from another billionaire. If that is democracy, you can fool me. Sounds to me like oligarchy. Billionaires supporting billionaires while the middle class of this country disappears, and we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country on earth. Brothers and sisters, it will give me great pleasure to end that type of campaign finance system. The billionaires of this country, whether it's Sheldon Adelson, whether it's the Koch brothers, whoever, if they're American citizens, they're entitled to one vote per person. They are not entitled to buy elections. This campaign has been listening to the Latino community. There are 11 million undocumented people in this country. We need comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And if the Congress does not do its job, and if the Republicans refuse to obstruct immigration reform, as president, I will use all of the executive powers I have to do the right thing. The other day, I was in San Diego. I don't know if any of you have been to the Friendship Park there. Have you seen that? You know what that is? Friendship Park is in one way a beautiful location. It's right near the ocean. But on the other hand, it is a very, very sad place. It is sad because for a couple of hours on weekends, people from both sides can come together to chat. And the fence is so tight that people can't even touch each other from the Mexican and United States side. Maybe they can touch their pinkies. And what that fence indicates is the tragedy of American immigration policy. What it talks about is the fact that we are separating families, that you got a dad on one side and a mom on another side, children on one side, their parents are on another side. The function of our immigration policy should be to unite families, not divide families. And in that regard, I will end the current deportation policies. And by the way, when children and women come from war-torn countries, drug-run countries, drug cartel-run countries like Honduras, and they make it all the way north into the United States. And when some of those families and some of those women and some of those children, if forced to go back to Honduras, would be killed, would be tortured by the drug cartel, our job is to give them freedom and security here in the United States. This campaign is listening to the African American community. And one of the really exciting aspects of running for president is you have the chance to go all over this country and learn a whole lot. And I have been all over this country. And I've been to inner cities in major city after major city, and what I am seeing is not something that should be going on in America. I am seeing in Detroit, Michigan, a school system which is on the verge of fiscal collapse, where children are in schools which are dilapidated, where they're not getting anywhere close to the education that they deserve. I was in Baltimore, Maryland, where tens and tens of thousands of people are addicted to heroin and cannot get the treatment that they need. But it is not only inner cities in America where this kind of poverty and unemployment and despair exist. I was at the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Do you know what goes on at the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation? The life expectancy of men in that reservation is 58 years. That is what exists in poor third world countries. Unemployment rate, poverty rate, dropout rates from school are astronomically high. But it's not just the Native American community, and it's not just Pine Ridge. I was in southern West Virginia in a county called McDowell County. No one's heard of it. One of the poorest counties in America, mostly white, working class people. Their life expectancy in McDowell County is 18 years less than 6 hours north in Fairfax, Virginia. You got that? Poverty in America is not just that you don't own a big flat screen TV or that you don't go out to a fancy restaurant. Poverty in America is a death sentence. And it is not even just that poor people cannot get the quality health care that they need. It is even more than that. When you are poor, when you don't know how you're going to feed your family, whether or not you're going to have a job next week, whether the electricity is going to be turned off, when you go through that week after week, year after year, your body physically reacts under that stress. And there are doctors who refer to that as the physiology of poverty. People living under incredible stress, which causes them to die younger than they should. We have 47 million people in this country, in inner cities, in rural areas, on Indian reservations, who are living in dire poverty. That must not continue in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. And the African American community is asking me a very good question. How come we have trillions to spend on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into? But supposedly we don't have enough money to rebuild inner cities throughout this country. If elected, we will change our national priorities. And this campaign is listening to another people whose voices in pain are very rarely heard, and that is the Native American community. Anyone who knows history knows that from before this country became a country, Native American people were lied to, they were cheated, and the treaties they negotiated were broken. If elected president, we are going to fundamentally change our relationship to the Native American people. Now, I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. I have talked to scientists all over this country and all over the world, and what they have told me is what you know to be true. Climate change is real. It is caused by human activity, and in California and all over our country and all over this globe, it is already doing devastating harm. And what the scientists tell us in unmistakable language is if we do not get our act together, this planet will continue to warm and warm and warm, and that means more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, the acidification of our oceans, rising sea levels, and war all over this world as people fight for limited natural resources. We have a moral responsibility to make certain that we leave a planet to future generations which is healthy and habitable. And together, we are going to tell the fossil fuel industry that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. I am proud to tell you that I've introduced the most comprehensive climate change legislation ever introduced in the Senate. It calls for, among many other things, a tax on carbon. And I urge Secretary Clinton to join me in telling the fossil fuel industry, no, you're not going to destroy this planet. Donald Trump is not going to become President of the United States. He's not going to become president because every poll that I have seen in the last couple of months, including a poll just yesterday, have us way, way ahead of Donald Trump. And one of the points that the Democrats going to Philadelphia should take a hard look at is that yesterday's NBC poll had Secretary Clinton 3 points ahead of Donald Trump. That poll had us 15 points ahead of Donald Trump. And if the Democrats want to be absolutely certain, as we must be, that Donald Trump never becomes president, our campaign is the strongest campaign. And the reason, look, no, it's not Bernie, it is you. And here is the truth. This is the simple political truth. Republicans win elections, as they did in 2014, when the American people are demoralized, when they're discouraged, when they have given up, and they don't come out to vote. In 2014, 65% of the American people did not vote in that midterm election. Progressives and Democrats win when people are energized, prepared to stand up and fight. Then we have large voter turnouts. And any and all objective observers understand that it is our campaign that has the energy, that has the enthusiasm, which will result in a large voter turnout in November. And when working class people come out to vote and young people come out to vote, no doubt about it, we win, and we win by large margins. And when that happens, not only do we retain the White House, we gain control of the Senate, we win governor's chairs all over this country. Everybody here knows that real change never takes place from the top on down. It is always from the bottom on up. That is the struggle of workers coming together for human dignity, to form unions, and to tell their employers they will not be exploited. That is the history of the civil rights movement, when the African American community and their allies said racism and segregation and bigotry will not continue in the United States. That is the history of the women's movement. 100 years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, could not get the jobs or the education they wanted. But women and their male allies stood up, fought back, and told the world that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. That is the history of the gay movement in this country. Against the incredible bigotry and homophobia, the gay community and their straight allies said that in the United States, people should have the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. That is how change always takes place. When people look around them and they say, I'm a worker, I will not continue to be exploited. I'm an African American, I want equal rights in this country. I'm a woman, I will not be a second-class citizen. I'm gay, I want the right to love anybody I want. That is how change takes place. And what is going on in America today from coast to coast is people are looking around and they're looking at the status quo and they are saying to themselves, why do we have more income and wealth inequality than any other major country on earth? Why is the middle class shrinking and almost all new income and wealth going to the top 1%? Why do we have the highest rate of childhood poverty at a time when billionaires are becoming even richer? Why are we the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a right? Why do we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs? Why are thousands of Americans dying every year? Because they cannot afford to go to the doctor when they need. And the American people are asking, and you're asking, and I'm asking, why have we not yet passed a Medicare for all single-payer program? And that is exactly what we will do. In my view, health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And what this campaign understands very profoundly, I appreciate so much the Bernie, but here's the truth. Here is the truth. Bernie and nobody else can do it alone. Here's the truth, an unpleasant truth, but true nonetheless. The power of Wall Street and their endless amount of money, the power of corporate America, the power of the corporate media, which tells you everything you don't need to know, but very little about what you need to know. The power of wealthy campaign contributors is such, no president can do it alone. What we need and what this campaign is about is a political revolution. And that means millions of people have got to understand that democracy is not a spectator sport, that we are all very powerful people when we choose to exercise our power. And what this campaign is about is millions of people standing up, fighting back, and demanding a government which represents all of us, not just a handful of wealthy campaign contributors. What this campaign is about is not accepting the establishment line that says, hey, think small. You're always going to have the highest rate of childhood poverty of any major country. Why do you think that in America we can join every other major country and guarantee health care to all people? Why do you think we could do that? Why do you think, who do you think you are, to demand that public colleges and universities are tuition free? Who do you think you are to think that in America we should have a living wage for all workers? Why do you think that we should have paid family and medical leave? Because we are human beings, that is our right, and that's what we demand. So please do not listen to the corporate media or the establishment when they say your only option is to think small. Don't think big. Don't dream about what this country has the capability of becoming. The truth is, if we were a poor country, we would have a certain type of discussion. We are not a poor country. We are the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We are entitled to see a situation in which every man, woman, and child has a decent standard of living. On June 7th, there will be a Democratic primary here in California, in fact, 5 other states as well. If we can win and win big here in California, that will give us the momentum to get to the White House. So on June 7th, let us have the largest voter turnout in California Democratic primary history. Let's have this great state, this progressive state, tell the world that California is ready for a political revolution. Thank you all.
All right, guys, looks like the feed has dropped off. Those of you who missed any of Bernie Sanders' rally, don't worry, we're going to do an encore presentation of it right now, an encore presentation of Bernie Sanders. Stand by while I get the feed ready. Stand by. Bernie Sanders rally encore out of Los Angeles.
Dang it! Should have brought my phone up here to see all of you. I thought I got you before I see you, little one. Oh my goodness, this is impressive. It's Monday. It's early. It's sunny. It's hot. This is Monday motivation if I ever saw it. I love Bernie too. And more importantly, he loves us. But actually, that's not true. Not more importantly. More importantly, we love each other. And every single time I come out to these amazing crowds of people who are coming together, despite the media bias and despite the fact that the other candidate already said it was over and you didn't even have to bother. Every single time I see you all coming together, I recognize you're doing that not because you didn't think that, registering to vote was important, because you did that, right? You did that? Not because you didn't think that just going out to vote, and especially vote early, wasn't important, because you guys are voting, right? See, for so many people, that's just enough. It's almost too much to ask. But that's just enough, to register and to vote. But you're doing something else. You're coming out for each other. Because this is great. This is encouraging to me to see you. But it's encouraging for each other to see each other. You need to see each other to know that truly this is a movement and not a moment. That we are part of something tremendous that needs our bodies, our visibility, not just our vote. We need that vote. We need you so much to make sure you show up on June 7th or to vote early like I'm going to do today. But we need your bodies out there. We need your voices. We need your faces. We need your ideas. We need you to knock on those doors. We need you to make those phone calls and let people know today is the last day to register to vote in California. That today is the last day that you can change your affiliation if you're already registered to vote to make sure you can vote on June 7th for Bernie Sanders. But not just today, because we're going to need you going forward, because I know so many of you have been active already, because that's why you're here. But going forward, we're going to need you.
All right, guys, we'll get back to the Bernie Sanders in LA Encore rally. Right now, we want to bring you to some local news, specifically a massive fire. Right now, all we have are the ADOT images, but you can see that huge amount of smoke near Wild Horse Pass, Interstate 10. Working to get you guys more information. These are streaming live images. And we'll get back to the Bernie Sanders Encore a little bit later on. Live images coming in, courtesy of our ADOT cam. This is a semi-truck that is on fire. The freeway blocked in Chandler on Interstate 10 westbound east of Wild Horse Pass exit. All right, guys, now we have another view. Our photog has arrived there. Rick Davis is on the scene. We have a ground shot of this now. Wow, look at this image. Oh my goodness. Apparently there is frozen food inside of that truck that is on fire. Wow, look at these live images coming in, courtesy of our photojournalist Rick Davis. He's live on the scene. This is pretty crazy. So any of you traveling on Interstate 10 westbound heading towards downtown Phoenix, passing through Chandler, you will be seeing this scene right here. Even if you're traveling eastbound, you'll also be passing it. This is a pretty crazy sight, guys. These are live images, again, coming in from Rick Davis, who's live on the scene in Chandler. So you can see Rick Davis is on the eastbound side, so traffic is moving on the eastbound side. Obviously the traffic eastbound is going slowly as people slow down to see the scene taking place on the westbound side. Again, westbound Interstate 10 in Chandler near Wild Horse Pass Boulevard. That is the exit that has Wild Horse Pass Casino as well as the premium outlet mall out there. As of right now, no traffic can bypass this truck that's on fire. So unless people exit off the freeway prior to this exit, they're pretty much stuck behind this big rig that's on fire. Again, there is frozen food inside this big rig. This is in Chandler on Interstate 10 westbound. This is a major thoroughfare. Obviously, Interstate 10 connects the West Coast and the East Coast. Many big rig trucks travel on Interstate 10 on a daily basis. So you can imagine that traffic is probably very, very backed up right now because of this semi-truck fire. All right, just a recap for those of you just joining us. This is Interstate 10. Now, you see traffic moving in front of you, which is in the foreground of the video. This traffic that's moving is on Interstate 10 eastbound, the opposite side. The crash itself has happened on Interstate 10 westbound. The traffic is backed up quite a bit. Obviously, no traffic heading westbound on Interstate 10 can pass this truck. Again, this is Interstate 10 westbound where the crash occurred. No traffic is moving on Interstate 10 westbound. This is near Wild Horse Pass exit. In Chandler, those of you who travel on Interstate 10 frequently, Wild Horse Pass Boulevard is the exit you take for Wild Horse Pass Resort, the casino out there, as well as the premium outlet mall out there. So, as you can see, traffic very backed up. Rick Davis zooming in on the traffic heading eastbound. Now the eastbound side can actually move, albeit the traffic is moving slowly as everyone is slowing down to see what happened on the other side of the freeway. Now we're looking at live images coming in of this fire truck headed towards the scene. We know that inside this big rig that's on fire, inside the truck is frozen food. The vehicle was carrying frozen food. Now, those of you who are not as familiar with Interstate 10, maybe you're not from here in Arizona, Interstate 10 is a major thoroughfare. Whether you live in New Orleans, in Phoenix, in Los Angeles, I mean, Interstate 10 goes from coast to coast, from the Pacific to the Atlantic. It is the major thoroughfare going from east to west. So, given that there are so many products that are transported on a daily basis in big rigs, such as the one that's on fire, you can imagine that this is probably disrupting many truckers' business days. It's probably resulted in a huge backup of traffic. Obviously, this is a really terrible scene out there in Chandler. I don't have any word on the condition of the driver or any other vehicles involved right now. We just know the semi-truck is on fire. There were frozen foods inside this big rig. And no traffic at all is moving on Interstate westbound at this location. So if anyone is on the freeway, if they have alerted them, if they have started detouring vehicles off the freeway at a previous exit, only then can you pass the scene and get back on Interstate 10 westbound towards downtown Phoenix. But as of right now, if you're stuck in this, you cannot get around it. You can see how much smoke is in the air. It is pretty crazy, guys. We have so many different angles coming in right now. I'm going to go ahead and pull up one more additional feed. We have, I believe, aerials now of the situation as well. You can just see, oh my goodness, guys, the aerials are absolutely crazy. I'm going to go take you down to live aerials of the semi-truck on fire. We have three different views. We have the ground view courtesy of Rick Davis. We have the aerial views courtesy of our Skyfox chopper, and we also have the ADOT cam. You can just see how crazy this is. So these are our Skyfox aerials. This is a view of what Rick Davis is seeing, and this is a view from the ADOT cam. It is pretty crazy, guys. We're going to go back now to the live aerials because I think this gives you the best look at what is happening on the ground right now. Wow, look at that destruction. All right, guys, I'm calling Rick Davis now.
Fox 10 News, Rick Davis.
Hi, Rick. You're live on News Now. We want to do a quick phoner with you. We have these live aerials coming in courtesy of Skyfox. I know you're on the ground as well. I've been telling viewers what I know at this moment. It seems to me that there is no traffic moving on Interstate 10 westbound, and it's very slow on Interstate 10 eastbound, correct?
That is correct. And if you notice, the traffic is just getting longer and longer. And actually going eastbound, Curiosity Factor has pushed traffic back almost to Wild Horse Pass for people going toward Tucson. It looks like the fire department has their hands cut out for them. I'm not sure what that product is on this semi-truck that's burning, but it's because some of the wind is causing a little bit of brush fire in some of the brush along the interstate statute.
So would you say it's pretty windy out there right now?
Not really windy, but just enough that when those embers kick up, it's getting into some of the brush along, the desert grounds on Interstate 10 here.
Do we have any word on the condition of the driver?
We do not. The call came out, I'd say maybe 30 minutes ago, around 1:30, 1:15, 1:30, as a fire, of course, with a semi. Someone called it in, and I'm not sure if that was the actual driver or someone driving by that saw what was going on.
Uh-huh. Do we know, so it's just the semi-truck on fire? There's no other vehicle involved in this crash, is there?
It appears the only vehicle involved is this semi-truck, and it actually looks like the fire may have started up in the cabin area. Most of the back of the semi is contained.
Right.
The heavy black smoke is coming from the front of the vehicle.
Is that an 18-wheeler? I mean, it's a pretty big truck, it seems like.
At least an 18-wheeler. It's fairly large, and it's your typical transport semi-truck. I would say it's 18 wheels for sure.
How far back do you think that traffic is backed up? Would you say miles? I mean, it's not moving at all westbound.
Yeah, I know that the traffic going westbound headed toward Phoenix is past Riggs Road. This is actually right about it at Queen Creek. So just looking, as I look out into the desert as far as I can to the east, I can see the sign for Riggs Road, and there's definitely traffic past that. So we're talking about at least a mile or two back.
Wow. So if this has been going on for at least 30, 40 minutes, I mean, it doesn't seem like they're going to be letting traffic pass anytime soon, does it?
No, and just looking at some of the vehicles that are trying to come into Phoenix, right up front there's a tourist bus. So they're getting a nice tour of, a fire right now,
right,
along with other semis and, of course, just people that are commuting back and forth.
Right. Wow. This is such a crazy scene. I mean, thankfully our temperatures are cooler than average right now.
Yeah, and luckily, I mentioned the wind. It's not that bad, but if it was a lot worse, just because of this area, it could really do some damage, because there's a lot of brush out, on the desert coming into Phoenix from Tucson.
Now, Rick, when we were first reporting it, we kept describing this area as near Wild Horse Pass Boulevard. Is it that close to Wild Horse Pass Boulevard?
It is. It's within a mile and a half of the turnoff to go to Wild Horse Pass.
Got it.
But the first exit going into town is Queen Creek. So the most populated area would be the Wild Horse Pass area.
I see. So if someone is tuning in right now and they're about to head on the Interstate 10 westbound towards Phoenix, what exit would they need to take? Or they basically need to just get around this and not hop on the 10 westbound, I assume, right?
There is an exit. If you get off at Wild Horse Pass to go toward Tucson, or to come into Phoenix, well, actually to go to Tucson, you can go through Maricopa. I guess if you're coming inbound toward Phoenix, you can get off right around the Riggs Road exit and go toward Maricopa and go back to the north and get down this, off at Queen Creek or either Wild Horse Pass.
Right. So basically, if you can get off by Riggs Road, that's when you want to get off, because there is nowhere else to exit after that, right?
Yeah, but I'm sure that ADOT and DPS are doing a real good job now letting people know about this fire to let them know what kind of alternatives they have.
Yeah, and I'm assuming people who are sitting in their cars, they're not moving. They should be pulling up News Now on their phones right now for the latest information if they're just sitting there in their cars.
Right.
Somehow we need to let them know that we are streaming the latest news.
Yeah, you got a lot of agencies are out here. You have the Gila Fires out here. Of course, Sun Lake's fire, Chandler Fire's out. I'm not sure if Phoenix has come out, but they've got, looks like they're starting to get it under control. But since, there's probably a lot of fuel on there, they'll probably be watching us for a while, and I'm not sure when how long it'll be before they open up the road.
Right, right. Well, Rick, thank you for calling in. We will touch base with you if there's any new information that develops. And we're going to continue to show the viewers your aerials from the ground and Skyfox aerials and ADOT aerials. We have coverage all over.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Thanks, Rick. Again, guys, that was photojournalist Rick Davis live at the scene. You are looking at aerials right now, courtesy of Skyfox. I want to go ahead and show you the view that Rick Davis has from the ground. Rick Davis directly across the across the street from this fire. Rick Davis is on the Interstate 10 eastbound. Rick Davis on Interstate 10 eastbound. So Rick Davis is on the side where traffic is moving, albeit the traffic is moving somewhat slowly as people are slowing down to see the scene on the westbound side of the freeway. We're going to go back now to the live aerials. And for those of you just joining us, we're looking at live aerials courtesy of Skyfox of a semi-truck that's on fire. Now, this is Interstate 10 westbound in the Chandler Queen Creek area. This is just east of Wild Horse Pass Boulevard. That's the closest major street, major intersection in this area, Wild Horse Pass Boulevard. Obviously, the location of the Wild Horse Pass Resort and Casino there, as well as the premium outlet center out there. Folks traveling towards downtown Phoenix on Interstate 10 westbound, stuck in traffic, no traffic moving as a result of this big rig that's on fire. Now, this has been going on for at least 30, 45 minutes now. And if anyone's traveling westbound, if they didn't already get off the freeway at Riggs Road, they're pretty much stuck behind the semi-truck until the road opens up to traffic. Now, I'm going to go ahead and show you this other angle. This is the view from the opposite side of the street. This is the view from Interstate 10 westbound. That's where Fox 10 photojournalist Rick Davis has pulled over to give you guys a live look at the scene. So he's on the Interstate 10 eastbound side. Obviously on this side, you can see that traffic is moving, albeit the traffic is moving very slowly as people are driving by, but also looking to their left to see the scene taking place on Interstate 10 westbound. If you go ahead and see right behind this truck, you can see that there is a tourist bus right there. When we had Rick Davis on the phone, he did say that these people on the tour have a front row seat to what is happening on Interstate 10. You can see that that bus has the word Los Angeles written. Now, Interstate 10 is the major thoroughfare that connects the East Coast and the West Coast from one end of the country to another. Obviously, it also connects Phoenix to Los Angeles. If you've been to New Orleans, you've traveled on Interstate 10 there. I mean, it's all over. It goes through Texas from coast to coast, really. So obviously, any sort of holdup on Interstate 10 not only causes problems for regular commuters like you and I, but also people that are commuting for business, big rig semi-truck drivers who are trying to get their deliveries made on time. Obviously, everyone's stuck in this traffic jam as a result of the semi-truck that's on fire. All right, guys, just got word that we're about to lose Skyfox. Skyfox will be leaving the scene momentarily. So as soon as Skyfox leaves the scene, we'll still bring you continuous coverage of this semi-truck fire, except we will give you ground shots because we do have Rick Davis still on the scene. Rick Davis, photojournalist for Fox 10 on the scene. Let's get one more look at how backed up this traffic is. Hopefully Skyfox will pan over to the right so we can just see how far backed up the traffic is as a result of this big rig fire. All right, guys, Now you're looking at the bottom of our Skyfox chopper, meaning we no longer have the Skyfox aerial, so we're going to go to the ground shot from Rick Davis again. Still quite a scene out in Chandler, the Chandler Queen Creek area on Interstate 10. Whether you're traveling Interstate 10 eastbound or westbound, you will be experiencing some part of this big rig fire. Now, Interstate 10 eastbound travelers, they are able to travel, they are able to bypass this fire. Although traffic is moving slowly, all lanes are open. However, on the westbound side of Interstate 10, no lanes are open, so if you're stuck behind this fire, you're pretty much stuck there unless you've been able to exit off the freeway at Riggs Road. Now, if you want to see how bad traffic is as a result of this fire, I'm going to go ahead and show you guys the ADOT cam. So you can see the fire has resulted on no traffic moving on Interstate 10. You can see it's completely clear, but in the foreground of the video, you can see that cars are getting onto the freeway. So anyone who is able to pass the scene of the Big Rig fire, anyone who was able to bypass it can now get on the freeway right here at Wild Horse Pass. Meanwhile, on the right-hand portion of your screen, you can see Interstate 10 eastbound traffic moving fairly slowly as a result of this fire. All right, those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live feed from Interstate 10 in Chandler near Queen Creek. That part of Interstate 10, it is near Wild Horse Pass Casino as well, Wild Horse Pass Boulevard exit. We are viewing this big rig that was on fire from the eastbound side of the freeway. In the foreground of the video, you can see that vehicles are moving. Those vehicles are traveling on Interstate 10 eastbound towards Tucson. However, the vehicles stuck behind this big rig have been stuck there for over an hour and a half now as a result of this massive big rig fire. Now, if you joined us in the last hour, you would have seen the craziness from the scene, the flames bursting out from this big rig. No vehicles traveling Interstate 10 westbound have been able to pass this big rig. Anyone looking to travel on Interstate 10 westbound towards Phoenix, they've either had to exit the freeway, get around this scene, and then get back on the freeway at Wild Horse Pass Boulevard, or they're just stuck on the freeway and they're just sitting there leisurely awaiting the reopening of Interstate 10 westbound. All right, guys, we have Rick Davis on the phone once again, calling in from the scene of this fire to give us an update. Rick, what do you know now?
Well, within the last 5 to 10 minutes, a heavy-duty big rig lifter has shown up to hoist this semi away. I don't know if you can see from my camera angle, but the tow truck, the heavy-duty tow truck, is starting to get in position.
Right, we're looking at that right now.
Yeah, so you can see where they're trying to figure out how they're going to get this big rig up and off of Interstate 10. They've actually brought in two of them.
Wow.
One you can see there to the side of the semi, and then I'll pan over. Maybe just a bit of a delay, but there's another one just to the front, and they're kind of positioning and trying to figure out how to anchor it up and move it so that they can get traffic flowing on Interstate 10.
Got it. Got it. So how long do you think Interstate 10 westbound is going to be shut down? Obviously, it's shut down until they can clear the scene, right?
Absolutely. And the thing about it is, I don't know, because of the material, and I think there's frozen food that's been burning, that's in the actual boxcar. I don't know how they factor in moving the semi while it's still, very hot, and as far as the traffic that needs to go westbound on Interstate 10. I don't know how they determine a time frame to get this moved out of the way without, getting anybody injured.
Right, and last time we spoke, I had asked you about the details on the driver. Have you gotten any update as to the driver's condition? If it was the driver who called in the fire?
No updates. I think the driver made it out safely. I think from what I haven't heard officially, but normally if it's a little bit more serious, we probably would have known by now.
Right.
Because it does appear that it is kind of moved to the eastern lanes of Interstate 10, like whoever the driver was trying to get out and trying to get away or trying to stop the fire as it was, going.
Right. Any idea what could have caused something like this to happen?
No, the first thing you want to look at is mechanical. I mean, it is a little warm out. There could have been something electrical that started it. Not sure. Something could have got caught up under in the motor. It's just a lot of different, scenarios that may have what may have caused the fire, but nothing official yet. And I'm sure they'll be looking into that. They've actually got out a little command post set up at Chandler Fire, so they've got a little triage area over, so they can go back and look at things, study what's going on with the semi, and hopefully they're talking to the driver to kind of get a feel of what his load had, other than the frozen food, to see, what his logs look like.
Right. And we're assuming now traffic is backed up for miles and miles at this point, because this has been going on for like an hour and a half now.
Yeah, that traffic going westbound is not moving, at least up close to where this incident is at. The same vehicles are still at a standstill on Interstate 10 going westbound. And as I look, it even looks like the traffic line has gone back farther. But there's a way around. I mean, you can go through the town of Maricopa, and actually you could go the other way through Sacramento and go towards Chandler and veer off and go north to get around it too.
Right. So really, if people are aware of this situation before they get on the freeway, they're all right. But the problem is once they get stuck in this jam.
If you're in it now, there's really no way to turn around. I don't see, sometimes if it's real serious, they'll let the traffic that's going make a U-turn to get and go back the other way. But that's not the case in this situation. They probably think they'll have this thing up and out of here within the next hour or so. I don't know. But I'm just assuming that if it was that bad, they would probably start turning people around if it was going to be a 7-hour tail.
Right. I can't imagine being right behind that big, just sitting there. And you can't do anything.
Yeah.
You're really just stuck.
Yeah, it's. I'm looking. The first two vehicles in line that are stopped. One's this tourist bus, and then the other one is a UPS truck, right front and center. And then behind that, you've got a lot of other semis and commuters and cars and SUVs that are they're at a standstill.
Right. Well, Rick, thanks for calling and giving us this update. I'm going to be switching things over to Kinsey Schofield later on, so if you have another update, Kinsey will be in touch with you in the next half hour or so. Thank you.
Sounds good. Bye.
Bye. Again, guys, that is photojournalist Rick Davis live at the scene. Rick is on the eastbound side of the freeway, eastbound Interstate 10. You can see he's pulled over, set up his camera. That's why you can see the truck back there on the westbound side. In the foreground of the video, you see cars moving along on Interstate 10 eastbound. There is traffic going in both directions because of this crash. The traffic is at least moving slowly on Interstate 10 eastbound. No lanes are closed on Interstate 10 eastbound. Traffic's just moving slowly as cars pass the big rig that was on fire. Meanwhile, if you're traveling Interstate 10 westbound and headed towards downtown Phoenix or towards California, that's where you have this problem. If you haven't passed Wild Horse Pass Boulevard yet, if you are stuck in this area between Riggs Road, Wild Horse Pass Boulevard, there's not anywhere to turn. If you haven't gotten on the road yet, I would hold off or figure out a detour, guys.
really know anything.
All right, we temporarily lost that feed, but it's back now. Take a look. Thanks, Rick Davis. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't think this is live. I think Rick, it is, because Rick just clicked out and was clicking on video, so I wonder if he's feeding.
But it still looks like the same scene,
I wonder
although
if he's
the other part of it.
feeding us video back. I
Who
don't
knows? It's something.
Yeah, so Xami and I we had a little conference and we rallied and we decided this is. Although look at the smoke on the left side, Samia. The left
That's
picture
live.
is live. All right, so that was a picture that they're feeding back to our newsroom for our 5 and 6 o'clock broadcast. But here is a live ADOT look of the I-10 West. Is it? You can see the traffic is backed up. There was a semi truck on fire at Wild Horse Pass in Chandler, and it was full of frozen foods.
How about that one in the corner? Like
I know, but it's old.
so people could see what it looked like before, or not.
No, I will.
It's
You're
cool
right.
video.
It's interesting visuals. I just don't want people to get confused. But I'll put it right there for you. The corner video is not live. Oh wow,
Maybe
those
it
are
is.
huge flames. I don't think so.
No, but then how come this is getting so big again?
Oh wow.
Maybe they're new flames.
It's reignited. It is live. All right, if you were watching our video earlier, you saw that there was all of a sudden multiple options for videos on the screen, and sometimes that happens when our photogs are sending us videos back. And I was concerned that we weren't. I was concerned that we were showing some older video, but the fire. Oh wow! Just take. Whoa! Look at how smoky that is. Let me give you this visual again, so you can see how smoky the entire area is. Go back to the. Wow, do you see how smoky that is?
It's pretty crazy.
Ugh. Our ADOT cam. This shot, care of our own Rick Davis. All right, if you're just now joining us, a semi on fire near Wild Horse Pass in Chandler just reignited. We saw some huge flames, a lot of smoke in the area, although now it's toned down quite a bit, but you can see basically just the shell of a semi-truck that was full of frozen food on the left-hand side of your screen behind some of those rescue workers in vests. I'm going to take a second to see if anybody in that traffic is tweeting or posting about it, and I will let you know if I find anything. All right, here I found a post on Instagram from Simply Chavon, who posts her stuck in traffic selfie. Let me remove that lower third. Her stuck in traffic selfie. Back to live visuals here, and I'll continue to look for some posts of people stuck in traffic. Arizona tweeting, I-10 westbound remains closed because of a vehicle fire. Backup starts before about 1 mile before Goodyear Road. Consider alternate routes. And that tweet happened 4 minutes ago. So again, consider alternate routes. And you can't really see the backup from this point of view, but you can see it right here. I'll take you to that bigger view. It's kind of interesting to see the ground view of it here, but again, consider alternate routes because the backup starts about 1 mile before Goodyear Road. Additionally, I see All right, Phoenix traffic alert tweets Maricopa closure westbound 10 between Riggs, Highway 347. Heavy duty tow is on scene. I don't know if we see that yet though. Do we see the heavy duty tow? More smoke seen at the scene.
I saw it earlier. And free boba.
Did we see this? Oh yeah, I guess we did.
I did see it earlier. Free chicken wings.
And an update from Fox 10 Phoenix on Twitter. Why does Chrome Help keep popping up? What am I touching on here? Traffic backup on I-10 eastbound west of Queen Creek due to semi-truck fire. Let me show you that quickly right there. That's, again, the Fox 10 Phoenix Twitter feed. We'll go back to live images. You can see traffic. Well, this is what it drives me crazy about issues on the freeway when people slow down to get a better look instead of just keep it going, keep it moving. I don't necessarily, just watching from our ADOT camera, it seems like they could, get by a little bit faster, but it appears that they're just trying to take in the scenery, get a look at the accident, keep moving, don't periscope, just keep on passing by. But you can see cars slowly passing the accident. Smoke is on and off with it being really heavy. Sometimes it's really heavy, sometimes it's light. And we are watching this. It's at the I-10 westbound. And it does look like this is the third time our desk has asked if we're done with this. So it looks like Rick Davis is ready to pack up. So let me touch base with them and I'll talk to you in just a minute. All right, it looks like we lost our live shot from Rick Davis. Here is the A-Dot shot. Give me 2 seconds to figure out our next direction. Samia's still here. There's a Bernie Sanders parody that her and I've been meaning to talk to you about. I can't promise you that that won't be going down in the next few minutes because it's magical. Never mind, Sami has to leave.
Tomorrow, though, guys. Tomorrow.
I don't know if you heard her earlier. She was the one that said free chicken wings. That's why Sami is leaving. I'm just kidding, but she did say that. All right, so since we lost our live shot there, and we're not going to be flying over it at 4, sometimes when there's breaking news, we have our helicopter over it, obviously, and it looks like everything was kind of clearing out and settling down, so we aren't going to have our Skyfox over it, the scene. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap on that. Also, the desk says that there's not much backup. They took all the cars off at Riggs. So where we're going to head next is Advancing 21st Century Policing. Loretta Lynch speaks at this. And very interesting, you saw some of Loretta Lynch speaking earlier, but this is the entire panel and the entire event. Apparently we only got Loretta Lynch in. So I'll take you to Advancing 21st Century Policing. Interesting. We'll head there now.
Right, and so the reality is that while that work was done, right now the real work picks up. And our communities are counting on us, all of you in this room, to not just hold up the report or talk about it and say that was a good idea, but to move to action. But also to move to action in a way that includes community voice, the way that it was included on this task force and on all the panels. And I think that's what's going to move us to, kind of rebuilding trust and addressing all of the pillars that Taz was talking about. So Is there still a healthy degree of skepticism beyond the report in terms of really implementing what we are recommending? Yeah, I still have some of that, right? I'm just hoping y'all prove me wrong.
I just wanted to add something to echo what Jose said. So I also sat on the Ferguson Commission, which, in its inception was also not a popular choice, but I was not the only activist on that body. But I am the only educator on both bodies. And so for me, when you talk about consensus building, justice is justice, right? I serve 20,000 low-income children in St. Louis, and I absolutely refuse to not let their voice be heard in conversations like this. One of the most important things that was said at the second to last meeting of the Ferguson Commission was by a local community organizer who's been doing this work for a decade or so. And he piped up in the back of the room and he said, we don't just want to be heard, right? We actually want to have power to make decisions that affect us. And that is the kind of engagement that occurred on this task force. It was not about us being conciliatory members of a body and just kind of following along because we're honored to be in the room and we're honored to have the photo op. No, it was about standing up for our constituency. It was about ensuring that there are things that we can be proud of going back home and saying, yes, we've been talking about this on the streets. We've been talking about this in city council meetings. We've been talking about this in House meetings. And I want to make sure that we are effectively ensuring that this is on the record in this task force report. And as Jose said, this is not just about being heard. This is about ensuring that accountability occurs. As Taz said, this is not just about building relationships or building trust, right? If I trust you for a moment in time and then you go and renege on that trust, well, then we're right back where we started. If there are no accountability measures, if there are no different rules, if there are no different procedures, since we've built that relationship of trust, then we're going to end up right back in this same place in 5, 10, 20 years. And so I agree with what's been said before, especially as Jose said, we want to be proven wrong, right? That is why we came into this space, because we wanted to ensure that the things we were talking about on the street weren't just occurring in the echo chamber, but were put in front of you who have the power to do something about it. And so we will continue to hold you accountable on that, both as members of the task force, but also as citizens in this country, as protesters, as representatives of the people, as activists, as people who do hold high expectations of all of our public officials.
Before we get to Cedric, and I'm going to have to have brief because we're ready for the Attorney General to come in, I'm going to ask for, especially for Jose and Brittany, if you're going to be here for the afternoon, I think if I'm hearing my colleagues in the field, so there may be a challenge now, a distinction between wanting to bring that voice to the table and actually having the capacity to do so. And that there may not be a pushback, that maybe the groups may not be ready yet. So we may need help in trying to bridge that so that not only do you bring the voice, but probably a non-traditional voice, the one that, not the one that we're comfortable with, but the one that is really representing, especially a lot of our young people. So I think we may need help with that.
And I will say what will make that possible, right, is people actually seeing the change. I can't fault young people. I can't fault young activists. I cannot fault people who've been traumatized and triggered, like myself included, for not wanting to come to the table, right? Because we've been burned time and time and time again. And so it will require, again, action on the part of civil servants, which is you all, who hold that additional responsibility as people who've taken sworn oaths, right, to serve and protect our communities. It will take action on your part to prove that it is worth coming to the table, and not just one action one time, and not just one conversation one time, right, but continued and comprehensive action that holds people at all levels accountable that will help build that bridge.
Cedric, you had a comment?
Yeah. One of the more obvious things we look at, we looked at this panel is, we think about diversity, we always think of the most obvious, and that's race and gender. But quite frankly, it really goes way beyond that, because you don't have to be a rocket scientist to see the differences between race and gender. But here's what was significantly important I found out about this group. There were 3 police administrators on this panel, myself and Roberto and Chuck Ramsey. And a part of what we always wanted to do to make sure that, in our mind, representing chiefs from around the country, other police administrators from around the country, is that in as much as these young people got their voice heard, we wanted to make sure our voice was heard as well. But I tell you, one of the most learning experience for me was the fact, even in all of my conservativeness, if you will, and I am a conservative law enforcement official. That's how I grew up, and that's still how I identify myself. But one thing that I learned from both Jose and Brittany, being that we were so generationally different, is that when they talked about things that were very relevant and important to them from where they are, it really afforded me an opportunity to step back and open up and listen to what our differences were. And I tell you, there are a lot of things I may not have agreed with them on, and vice versa, but never was it ever contentious, or never was we ever got to a point where we could not hear each other. And I probably learned so much from these two young people than I probably would have ever learned over the course of the 40 years of my career. But then I think as well, my friend Sean Smoot, who represents unions in the state of Illinois, offered a very different perspective. Coming from a non-union state, there were opportunities for me and for Sean to work through in the development of these 59 recommendations in 6 pillars, that we concluded here's what's for the best interests of law enforcement for the profession and advancing the profession. So there was a lot of richness in terms of not just who we are in terms of race and gender, which is the obvious, but who we are in terms of the experience and the broad level of expertise that we all bring at this point in our careers. And that was the most, probably most rewarding piece for me being on this panel.
So, mistake number 2, I said we'd have Q&A, but I'm gonna stop it here because the Attorney General's here. I'm sure you want to hear her more than you want to hear me. So let's give a round of applause to the outstanding task force members. I think they're going to be around as we do the breakouts, and please take advantage from their perspective of the task force. And one thing I didn't say, let me just thank them before they get off stage. The amount of work they did on the task force is amazing, but it's also equal to the amount of work they've continued to do since the task force ended and published a report. They're going around the country teaching and engaging and empowering, and I think that amount of work has been very, very significant. So thank you guys very much. Grab a seat. I'm going to ask the COP staff if you guys will pull into the seats. Don't take their seats, but pull into the seats, not the back row. I'd appreciate it. A second to do that. Everybody want to stand real quick, shake it off, stretch out a little bit, get that blood flowing. We got about 2 minutes, and I'm going to do there we go. Don't leave, though, because you never won't come back. Thank you. Meet your neighbor, shake their hand, give a hug. Okay, sit down. No, just kidding. Thank you, guys. Yeah. I'm good. Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and grab the seats, and I'll go ahead and go into the... Is she ready? Oh. Okay, we're good? Ready to go right now? Okay. So if everybody grab their seat, please. I now have the distinct honor of introducing a woman who truly needs no introduction, but I'm going to give it anyway, and that is my boss, Loretta Lynch, who was sworn in as the 83rd Attorney General of the United States in April of 2015. Attorney General Lynch is a graduate of Harvard College and Harvard Law School, and has also spent some time in private practice. Very distinguished career prosecutor, law enforcement official. Starting in 1990, she joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of New York. In 1999, President Clinton appointed her to lead that office as the United States Attorney for that district, a post she held until 2001. She returned back to private practice for a while, doing some great work. And then in 2010, President Obama asked General Lynch to resume her leadership of the Eastern District of New York's office as the U.S. Attorney in Brooklyn at that time. I think it's when you meet the Attorney General, she's a very powerful person, one of the nicest persons you want to meet, but she's also extremely powerful. And she has made it clear that building trust between communities and police department is one of her top priorities. And because of that, she'll talk about her tour. She has really early on, just from day one, really proved that. I have a special honor. I think me and Vanita Gupta, I think we were her first meeting, which I'm going to remind her constantly. We were her first meeting as the Attorney General when she got sworn in as the Attorney General. The ceremony was at one time, and 10 minutes later, we were in office to talk about Baltimore and the things that were erupting at the time. So as you're saying, with baptism by fire, she was thrusted right into it. And like a true leader, she responded and has been responding and leading Department of Justice since that time. She is a great friend to law enforcement, being a career prosecutor, and her commitment to the safety and well-being of our officers is unparalleled. And so it is my distinct honor to introduce the 83rd Attorney General of the United States, the Honorable Loretta Lynch.
Hey, good morning, all. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I have heard you've been having rousing discussions. That's the benefit of the green room. You get to listen in a little bit. Let me thank Ron for that kind introduction. But before I begin, as many of us know, we did lose another police officer just last evening in the state of Massachusetts. A Massachusetts police officer was killed in a routine traffic stop, Officer Ron Tarantino, Jr. And I know that some of you are aware of this, but I ask that you all keep Officer Tarantino and his family in your thoughts and prayers, because they're on that difficult road now. We did have another officer wounded last night, Massachusetts State Police officer and task force officer on the SWAT team that was involved in the apprehension of the suspect. That officer is wounded but is expected to make a full recovery. His name has not been released as of yet, but I ask that you keep him in your thoughts and prayers also. So let me thank you again for coming here today. This is probably one of our hardest working task force groups. As you see, we bring you back time and time again to talk about the important issues of the day. But we bring you back because there is so much work to be done. And as is often the case in Washington, when we find somebody who actually gets something done, we keep turning to you over and over again. So many of you know Ron Davis. You know, he's the outstanding leader of my COPS program, and he's right. My first meeting was with him and with Vanita Gupta on the challenges that we were facing in Buffalo. In Baltimore, just that week, and the ongoing challenges that we have been facing throughout my first year here as Attorney General. Now, many of you also know Ron's staff. I know that you know Malanka Clark, who was here earlier today, and the outstanding work that she has been doing in leading the COPS office. But as is often the case, when someone is so good at what they do, they get rated from you. You all are familiar with that, and so Malanka's devotion to equal justice under the law and to law enforcement in general is really unmatched. While we are going to miss her, I am delighted to announce that she is leaving to become president and CEO of the Hudson Weber Foundation, which is a Detroit community development nonprofit. So congratulations, Malanka. Thank you. So I think that after dealing with policing in America for the last several years at the COPS office and being at DOJ for the last 6 years, rebuilding Detroit's going to be nothing to her. She's got it covered. Really, our loss is really Detroit's gain. So, but as I said, let me say again, what a pleasure it is to be with all of you today. I really enjoy coming to speak to this group, probably more than others, because as I mentioned before, you are a hard-working group. You are actively involved in what is the issue of the day, which is the changing nature of law enforcement in our country. Literally, the 21st century task force could not be better named, because the challenges that we have seen are all so real. And this group has come together to reaffirm our shared commitment that law enforcement officers have the tools and the training and the support that they need to serve their communities, but also to really, really focus on our shared understanding that this is a joint venture, that the division between law enforcement and the community is one that we have to break down, that law enforcement has to be of the community. It has to be all part of one parcel, because those concerns are the same. The concerns for safe streets, the concerns for healthy children, the concerns for a safe living and working environment for everyone are things that we all share. And the issue of the day is, how do we get to the point where those are the issues that become paramount between all of the groups that are working together on them, as opposed to the ones that have become so divisive, but are real, but have been so divisive to us in the past. And this collaboration, this task force, has been so successful precisely because of the dedication and the professionalism of everyone who came to the table. Everyone from every background, from every perspective, who shared their experiences, who made recommendations, and who actively listened to all points of view to arrive at the best solutions for these difficult challenges. Because this is hard work, and that's the first thing that we all have to admit, that as well-intentioned as we all can be, the answers aren't always obvious. And sometimes the person who seems furthest away may in fact have that perspective that can enlighten all of us, whether we're talking about how the community gets involved or how law enforcement is more responsive. So obviously we know that this task force and the work that it is building on comes from an intensely difficult set of circumstances. This is a challenging time for anyone committed to law enforcement and not only its support, but also the safety of many of our cities. These challenges are sort of mutual. I always find it fascinating that when I talk to different groups, the concerns are the same. You know, the desire to be seen as individuals, the desire to be understood, the desire to have your goals appreciated by somebody from a different perspective, the exact same concerns. And when you have the same concerns, you have the basis for communication. Now, obviously, when I came in, we were having extremely difficult situations in Baltimore, but there had always also been extremely difficult situations in Ferguson and other cities. And some of the individuals on this particular task force were very instrumental in helping Ferguson deal with those situations, and I thank them for their ongoing work. And as they know, they're not done either. So there's more work to be done in Ferguson and other cities, and so we look forward to doing that. But beyond just any individual city, you know, we could all call names and we could all try and ascribe a blame or a function or even a reason. But aside from any one particular city or jurisdiction is really the fact that what we're seeing are long simmering tensions that are across a number of communities really boil over and clash. Sometimes tragically into violence. But even where there's no violence, we cannot discount the unhappiness and the feeling of disconnect that so many of our citizens still experience. We also cannot discount the pressures that are on law enforcement today. We cannot discount the fact that law enforcement is being called upon to deal with an ever-expanding set of issues. This is no longer simply patrolling a street. This is dealing with mental illness. This is dealing with substance abuse. These are problems that our medical community has not been able to solve. These are problems that many families struggle with every day. And yet law enforcement is often the interface between individuals struggling with these issues and the government that really is seeking to help them and provide assistance. And in so many ways, law enforcement has become a lightning rod for all issues involving public authority, involving government, involving feelings of frustration and alienation. I remember talking to some law enforcement officials a year ago, and we were both commenting on the fact that for so many of our populations, law enforcement is the only representative of government they ever see. It's the only one that they ever see, and so it is natural that those feelings of frustration and alienation are going to center on that interface with law enforcement. And so, as law enforcement becomes frustrated with that, we also have to understand the perspective of people who look at us and see larger forces and see bigger issues than just that officer walking down the street. And we've also seen with the advent of social media and the recording devices, we've seen a light being shown on circumstances that are difficult to watch, but these are circumstances that have challenged so many communities for years. These are circumstances that while many people express shock, many community members say this is sad and tragic, but not a surprise. And so that, as painful as it is, has brought us to a moment where we can truly reevaluate how law enforcement interacts with the community. We can truly move beyond the discussions and fights over did it happen, did it not happen, and start to focus on why it happened, and start to focus on how not to have it happen again. And that's where we need all voices. We need the voices of people raising the issues, but we also have to have law enforcement. And it's been my pride to see law enforcement step up to that plate and talk about some of these most difficult situations in light of what happened, and most importantly, what should not have happened. That level of responsibility is something that all of our communities have to see. And of course, the volume of discourse around the challenges that we face often serves to obscure the positive work that's being done in so many of our communities. It's always the case that we have those long-standing grassroots people who are committed to their community, who are always reaching out and engaging. It's always the case that we have the strong police chiefs who are committed as well, who are sitting down across the table. And it's often the case that that's what we never hear about. Now, so of course, there's no doubt, as I've said and as you all know, this is a moment of unprecedented challenge for police and citizens alike. But where we have great challenges, we have great opportunities. We have the chance to take advantage of this moment, a moment when, despite all of the noise and drama around the problems we have people willing to come together and sit at the table and have the hard discussions to improve it. We are working to identify new approaches and practices, as well as to examine old ways of thinking. And sometimes those old ways of thinking have the weight of experience behind them, and we have to hold on to them, but we have to always add to them. We have to be willing to see another perspective and willing to hear another voice. This task force came together at the end of 2014 and was created to examine how all of us, how everyone in this debate, law enforcement, elected officials, community leaders, residents, can make the most of this opportunity, can seize this moment in time and have something come from it. And I have to say that this report, which came out a year ago, is one of the most useful reports that we've seen coming out of Washington in some time. Now, it has a comprehensive and accessible blueprint for reducing crime. We've been able to go out and actually talk to jurisdictions that are using this report to make real change. I've talked to community leaders who are using this report as a blueprint to gain access to law enforcement, to build trust and mutual respect, and so the collaboration that we need is increasing and is improving. Do we have more to do? Yes, we do. Of course we do. Again, we can point to jurisdictions that are doing well, but this is a larger issue, and it requires the perspective that this task force has been able to bring to bear on the problems. And one of the things I am most grateful for is that you have done just that. You have come in with your perspectives, but you have also looked at the big picture. And I will say also that this report and the work of this commission has been instructive to the Department of Justice as a whole. Since the release of this report, we at the Department of Justice have also taken real and significant action because we realize we also have a responsibility to amplify and implement this task force recommendations in a number of ways. We've created the COPS Office Policing Practices and Accountability Initiative, and that's led by Noble Ray. I thank you for your service. And that's responsible for working with law enforcement agencies, working with civic leaders and experts in the field to carry out your proposals in jurisdictions around the country. Now, you all are familiar with our Office of Justice programs and National Institute of Justice. You're probably more familiar with those arms of DOJ than the average citizen is, but they're very important to us, both in terms of research and also the grants that we are able to use to help local jurisdictions make real change. And they've begun supporting research that's going to examine the effects of the practices that are endorsed by this report, from the use of force training and community policing. Now, of course, one of the things that we've been talking about so much over the last year since I've been in this office, and even beyond when I was in the field, is our emphasis on training, particularly in areas such as implicit bias and procedural justice. But we at DOJ cannot advocate that our partners take on this curricula unless we are prepared to do so as well. You know the saying, you point one finger, how many are pointing back at you? That's the nature of this. And so we have a responsibility at DOJ also, and therefore we are requiring every federal law enforcement officer within the Department of Justice to undergo training in fair, impartial policing, procedural justice, and we are also revamping our curriculum at our state and local training academy in Quantico to reflect this task force's suggestions, because they work. They make sense, they're effective, and they're something that's going to improve policing at the federal level as well. And just last month, the COPS Office joined with CNA, another nonprofit research organization, as well as IACP, to launch the 21st Century Policing Project. And this project is designed to provide feedback as well as technical assistance to state and local and tribal law enforcement agencies that have already shown exceptional progress in advancing the principles of the task force. And one of the things I think that we all owe Ron and his staff a huge debt of gratitude for is his expansion of the use of technical assistance in so many ways. It is, of course, a term of art, but what it really means is specific, direct assistance, often from one law enforcement agency to another, to deal with real problems. Agencies that have found solutions are paired with those who are having struggles and challenges. It's been one of the most effective things that we've done. And Ron, I thank you for your leadership in that field. I think it shows the benefits. But that's what happens when you pull in a police chief to run the COPS office, too, and someone who knows the problems on the ground. So, of course, all of this does not happen in a vacuum. It doesn't all come from Washington. Now, you know my views on this. The solutions to the problems that are in the field often come from the field. We have to have the input of people who are struggling with these problems every day brought up to us, as opposed to trying to find a blanket solution from Washington that we send out to people. And that is why, at the same time that we are embarking on all of these initiatives, which are remarkable, which are promising, which I think will really bring real change and real help, we are also making sure that we recognize and highlight the outstanding contributions of all of you, because you are our partners on the ground. You were literally there in the field. You are bringing us the problems, you are bringing us the solutions, you are bringing us the fresh perspectives. Now, as Ron mentioned, I've been embarking on a community policing tour. In 2015, I visited 6 cities that had had very, very challenging relationships between law enforcement and the community. Cities that had been where Baltimore and Ferguson were at that time, where the Department of Justice had come in with a pattern and practice investigation, with an actual lawsuit. Cities that had really seen the darkest moments, but cities that have worked to rebuild that relationship, that worked to improve matters on the ground. And I found several commonalities in those cities, that there had to be, at the outset, a change in police thinking, either in terms of actual personnel, or there had to be an openness of mind within the police community there to recognize that as beleaguered as law enforcement was feeling, that there were real problems that the community was feeling also. And that can be a hard hurdle to come over, to cross over, when you are feeling under siege. But I also found another commonality was community involvement beyond the level of just saying, hey, there's a problem, and moving beyond the protest of the problem to a willingness to sit down and engage with law enforcement and work on the problem, to create a citizens academy, to create a task force and to insist that it be involved in police training, to actually work with the community to recommend people to become police officers. That was one commonality as well, real and deep and sustained community involvement. And in all of those cities that I visited, the third commonality that I found was the presence of the Department of Justice in some way. And that's a presence that we want to continue in the collaborative way that Ron and his team have been making sure occurs throughout this. Now, this year in 2016, I'm visiting 6 cities that are excelling in the foundational pillars of this task force's report. Many of these cities are looking at the task force for guidance in how to work in areas such as building community trust, policy and training, officer safety and wellness, but many of them were involved in these issues before the report came out, and we're highlighting their work as an example for other agencies to look at, and also to showcase the fact that we do have that commitment in the field to making sure that 21st century policing is all that it can be. I've already been to Miami and Doral, Florida. I've been to Portland, Oregon. I've been to Indianapolis, Indiana. And Indianapolis was actually one of the more different trips because most of my trips focus primarily on community involvement. Indianapolis focused on officer safety and wellness. And this is an issue that cuts through all of policing as we talk about the additional challenges and the additional stresses that are placed on law enforcement by being responsible for so many of the social issues that other agencies aren't able to bear. And we talked about the trauma that officers go through when they're involved in shootings or when their partners are involved in shootings. And when I was actually had the privilege to sit in on one of the training sessions and heard the training officer talk about how officers' safety and wellness directly impacts that relationship with the community. It directly impacts how officers interact with citizens who don't represent a problem to them but may call up a reminder of previous trauma. And so it was a fascinating stop and one that I think well worth highlighting. And on all these stops, I've had the opportunity to speak with officers and community leaders who are working together, and they're making extraordinary strides. My tour actually continues later today. This afternoon, I'm flying to Fayetteville, North Carolina, and there I'm going to be focusing on Fayetteville's focus on effective policies and increased transparency, how they are actively working to make sure that the work they do is visible to the community, and also how they're working to engage with the community. In the next few months, I'll be traveling to Phoenix, Arizona, and Los Angeles, California. And throughout this experience, which has really been eye-opening in so many ways, in the cities that I've been to this year as well as last year, I've had the privilege of talking to civic leaders, to community leaders, to public safety leaders from all backgrounds, describing how this collaboration that they've embarked upon, often without knowing how it would turn out, but describe how it has literally transformed their community into a more inclusive place, into a welcoming place, and into a safer place. I've actually listened to community leaders praising their police leadership for recognizing their concerns and working with them, for literally getting to know them, the little things that matter, getting to know the business leaders on a street, getting to know the children in the community playground. And this promotes constructive interactions and better outcomes. And I've also spoken with young people who have connected with police officers through summer programs, through employment programs, through job training programs, and this has fundamentally changed and altered their perceptions of officers who wear the badge. I've seen people put into place the innovation that you all have recommended they look at, the new policies, the new ideas, real-life examples of police restructuring as well as community involvement. And so I've seen what happens when people come together and literally work on these issues, never denying their problems, but saying that together we can do better, we can achieve more, and that there's so much more we have in common than there is that divides us. And I think this really demonstrates our strengths as well as our potential. Because as I've said, this work is not over. This work is not easy. You know, it's not easy to change cultures, whether they be in an organization or whether they be in an individual's mindset. But I think we have an opportunity here to make real change. And the goal is change that outlives just this administration or even this body of people in this room, but that is committed to the health and well-being of everyone under the protection of law enforcement, that will take root in our communities, and that in fact will provide a safer and brighter future for generations to come. I know that is everyone's goal here, and I have to tell you now, I am so honored to work with you in this endeavor. And as long as I sit in the chair of the Attorney General, this will remain one of my highest priorities. I could not be prouder of the work that you have done and the commitment that you have made to do what is literally the hardest work we have out here today. And I thank you for your belief, your unshakable belief that we can make this work. So thanks so much for giving me a few minutes to talk to you today about this ongoing issue, what I think is the most important issue facing all of us today. And thank you so much for your partnership. Thank you so much. I am gone. Thanks, Ron. Thank you all.
Give the Attorney General another round of applause. We have an amazing leader leading the charge for the Department of Justice. Good morning, everyone. My name is Elias Alcantara, and I'll be helping keep the trains running on time for the rest of the day. It's great to have you all here again. We're just going to actually quickly move into our next panel discussion, our next conversation, which is going to be Task Force Projects in Dept, a view from organizations supporting the field. We could not do this work if it weren't for a number of organizations and partners that are out there on the field, making sure that through their networks, they get the word out. So without further ado, I'm going to ask that Noble Ray come up and introduce the next panel. Thank you all.
We've got one other panelist that just stepped out. We'll just take a minute here.
Congratulations.
John coming?
He is. I'm sure he'll be.
Okay.
We'll just go ahead and start.
Why don't I go ahead and get started? This segment, we would like to talk about the why we're all gathered here, what's the purpose, what's the intent, and also give you a little background as to how we got here. First of all, I'm gonna lead this off by talking about 5 things. But before I do that, let me say why this is so important from the COPS office and the history of the COPS office. And you'll see the connection when I talk about this. The mission of the COPS office is still the mission that is closely aligned with the task force recommendations. The mission of the COPS office is to move forward community-oriented policing. That is indeed the mission. And there's 3 parts to that. And forgive me for those who recognize and know it, but there's 3 parts. The first part of that mission is for partnerships. Sophisticated as procedural justice and connecting with communities. The second part of the COPS office is proactive problem solving. It's working on problems in advance of an issue, an incident. And those 2 things, I think the COPS office, they're two pillars and things that we work on that we have historically worked on. But what we're here to talk about today is that third part, and that's transformation. And that is change. And that is moving an organization from one place to another. And that's the part we really don't talk a lot about in terms of at the COPS office. But those 3 things are needed. They're needed ingredients for community-oriented policing. So why and how did we get here? At the COPS office, when I joined back in November, one of the things I kept hearing over and over again is about bringing change, using the task force recommendations, collaborative reform. I kept hearing this over and over again. And what I was seeing and what our discussion within the COPS office is that many times, and I'm sure you'll see this, many times agencies wait until they're in a crisis, something happens on the news, there's a bad videotape out there before they start thinking about change, before they start thinking about leadership and moving an agency from a transformational standpoint. So CHIPS, I must say, and this discussion was taking place with Ron and people within them, but CHIPS came up with this idea. How can we help move change before it's that crisis? And not only move change before it's that crisis, how can we take advantage of the fact that we've got some agencies that are working with those task force recommendations in a positive and inspiring way, and how can we highlight these agencies in a manner in which the rest of the field could see what was going on, and as opposed to having this sense of, was there, a bad officer-involved shooting or something that happened negative is what inspires change. It's what you're doing inspiring that change, what you're doing right now. And so there's 5 things that I think the why of this project. One is that we want to take those task force recommendations. There are 59 of them, but as what was mentioned before, 38 of which an individual agency can move forward without any help from outside, as long as they have the support of their local government. Number 2, utilizing this thing that you've heard the Attorney General talk about, and that we'll talk about a bit more, is using the process of collaborative reform, where we assess a department, we assess strengths and weaknesses, but we're going to assess those along those task force recommendations. So that's the second part. Number 3, support this change. Support this change with technical assistance. That's why it's so important that we have IACP on board to help support that change, CNA to support that change, and to support it in the way where agencies can accomplish some of those things for the transformation. So that's part of the why. The 4th thing is probably more important than anything else, and so it's not just transformation for an individual agency, it's transformation in the field, is that we want to share that information. We want to share what you're doing. We want the field to learn from the best practices and the things that you're going to be doing with those task force recommendations. And then the 5th thing, which is equally as important, and we've had these discussions as well, how do we know it's working? How do we know if we implement these task force recommendations? How do we know they're working? And how can we share those stories about how they're working? And how can we help the field, again, to understand why this is so important, that change and transformation happens in a positive way, a more inspirational way. And this is kind of the why. This is why we wanted you here. We wanted to use your great stories, also work with you and share that in an inspirational way to bring change in the field. So that's the genesis and the why behind it. So I'm going to turn it over to Chips, and he can explain more in detail of the CNA portion.
Thank you, Noble. Thank you very much. And let me just take a moment, sort of as a preamble here, and depart from my remarks to say that this administration has honored police chiefs by having them serve at the highest levels of this government. And they've given them access to the very highest levels. And we're grateful for the fact is that we do have police chiefs that are being recognized for the good work that they're doing, the valuable contributions they make to society. The police did not get here by accident. It really talks about recognition. And one of the people most responsible for the current recognition is Ron Davis. Ron Davis, a police chief, who has been picked up in this administration and moved up and had tremendous influence inside this administration. He's recruited Noble Ray, a police chief. They follow in the footsteps of Barney Malekian and Gil Kurlikowski, who have been here as well. And you, the police chiefs and the mayors and the city managers and the community people that are here today are so essential to what is being announced as advancing the 21st century policing. Now, you know what many people may not realize, and that is that policing in a democratic society is essential to the peaceful quality of life and the economic prosperity of all of our communities. Adam Smith said that in the 1800s, the great political economist that wrote The Wealth of Nations. And he realized what you realize every day, and that is underlying the freedoms that our country enjoys is the work by good police, solid police, that are the people that make the Constitution live inside and outside on the streets. They're the people who give the institutions, education, health, banking, commerce, and justice, time and space to enter in to the kind of changes that we're talking about. Now, there was one period in 1960 where there was a lot of activity that was focused on the police. There was the U.S. Supreme Court that made a number of classic decisions that limited the police authority. Mapp versus Ohio, Escobedo and Miranda versus Arizona, and a number of others. And there was the Kerner Commission that was convened. And many of you are products and beneficiaries of this, and much of the Department of Justice's grant programs really came from the kinds of changes that were made, the recommendations. But they didn't do the kinds of things we're talking about today under Ron Davis's leadership and Nobles and the cops people. And the question is, how did police do since the 1960s? Well, by every measure, they're better educated, better trained, better equipped, and for those of you in the room like Sean and others, they're better paid. They have a very good recognition of what's happening, largely because of these, what we thought at the time were very stringent Supreme Court cutbacks, and the current Kerner Commission that was very critical. And yet the police rose to the occasion here in the United States, and the federal government has helped because they have developed forensic DNA, which has solved lots of cold cases, which have been able to make such a difference and non-reliance on witness testimony. They've produced soft body armor that saved thousands and thousands of lives, much like that the Attorney General just talked about how police wellness is so important. Mobile computing, cameras, research on effectiveness, and the DOJ agencies have been at the core of sponsoring the needed development. They felt collaborative reform, they pioneered that. Systematic, objective, after-action reviews of critical incidents to develop lessons learned. The COPS hiring grants have given police officers support in various communities to institute community policing. COPS research and best practice resources, COPS training, community policing learning portal, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance, for instance, smart policing in 45 cities, the Violence Reduction Network in 15, and the National Institute of Justice work in body-worn cameras, the largest experiment in body-worn cameras and police and community interactions that's ever been conducted. Now, these are producing valuable lessons learned for improving the police. This dramatic progress in policing practice has been fueled by police leaders like yourselves and the mayors and the city managers who are in this room, key constituents, the courts, the media, and most importantly, the public, demanding better, fairer, more transparent performance. The federal government has been a stimulus and a sponsor, developing and testing new technologies and approaches. But it's been the local police who have taken these new developments and put them into operations on our streets and in our communities. It's the local jurisdictions that are the ultimate test as to whether promising developments become practice. Now, the President's task force, during an especially tense period of social change and questioning of police practices, has provided an important pathway forward to building community trust, reducing crime, and improving officer safety. They have identified 6 overarching pillars with 38 recommendations for local police to implement. The IACP, the Police Executive Research Forum, the Major City Chiefs Association, the National Organization of Black Law Enforcement Executives, the National Sheriff's Association, and many other national associations have embraced the concept of adopting 21st century policing pillars and recommendations. Many jurisdictions report that they are assessing just where they can institute community policing practices. But we have not yet developed the evidence base that demonstrates how 21st century policing actually works in practice. It's still pretty theoretical and largely anecdotal. The inspirational vision of Director Ron Davis and the leadership of the COPS office is now creating the opportunity for a select few agencies to translate the theory into practice. To understand the beneficial synergy that comes from implementing the foundational principles and the appropriate recommendations as needed within the context of their own communities. Now, there are 15 leading police agencies that have been selected from dozens of volunteers to work with the COPS, CNA, and the IACP to implement 21st century policing. They will establish the community of practice, which can be mutually reinforcing for progress and collective accomplishment. CNA has implemented the support mechanisms with several programs that are now self-sustaining well beyond the end of the grant period. Director Davis has stated that our work is to engage the sites as true partners in all aspects of this important project. It leads us to a new era of policing informed by the best minds serving on the task force and as direct liaisons to the leading sites, supported by good analysis to learn the important lessons on transformational policing in each unique experience. And now my friend and colleague of many years, John Furman, will describe how the IACP role supports the transmission from these sites and the work that CNA will be doing in terms of lessons learned to the 18,000 other police departments through the new Institute for Community Police Relations. So, John?
Thank you. Good morning. I want to start, as my colleagues have, I want to thank Ron Davis and the staff of the COPS office, Noble Ray, obviously, and Catherine McQuay, wherever Catherine is, working hard to put this together. Thank you for bringing us here. I like everyone else, I think ICP thinks that this is one of the exciting days, most exciting days for law enforcement in a very long time. So we're really honored to be here. And I like Chip's comment about we're going to deal with the transmission of information onto the rest of the field. And I'll take the analogy to the car and the transmission of the car, which is the thing that drives it forward. I think we're all here today to move forward, and I think it's some pretty dramatic and striking ways. So I only want to comment very briefly on four things that I think relate most importantly to the work that we're going to do. First, the context within which you 15 organizations are going to do your work, and I bring good news there. No less than 20 state associations of chiefs of police have asked the IACP, have asked us to come out in the past year and speak to them about how to implement and how to work on the task force recommendations. There's no question that the field has paid close attention to this report and what it's doing. Other organization, Noble, has stepped up to express interest and take the lead there. The National Black Prosecutors Association is having us out in the summertime to come down to their conference to talk about. They want to know more about the task force and how it relates to them and the police that they work with. The Hispanic American Police Command Association, the Officers Association, HAPCO, has stepped up and have made this the theme of their recent conference in San Antonio. On and on, and the NAACP, of course, has reached out to work with the ICP as well. So there's no question that there's momentum in the country to do good work, and I think that puts you in a great position as you do your work in the 15 agencies, without question. My favorite is the recent advertisement I saw for the Rolling Meadows Chief of Police, a new job ad for the Rolling Meadows. And in the middle of the job description, it said, and I'd never seen this before ever, it said, the candidates for this position will be ready to innovate and implement the recommendations of the President's Task Force report, period. So don't come to that job as an applicant unless you're ready to do that. And I think that simply reflects what's going on out in the field. The second point I want to talk about is your role, I think the role of the 15 agencies. I really believe that it's an old phrase, but I think you're going to be trailblazers without question, because it's been said here earlier that you can acknowledge the task force report all you want and say, I recognize it, I've read it, I've looked at it. But acknowledging that report and implementing it and making it real in your communities is a very different thing. And so what I think happens here, the excitement for us today, is that not do you just acknowledge it, but you come ready to implement it and work with us to do so. And I think that's the distinctive thing about your organizations being here in the White House today, without question. We talk about the 6 pillars. We're talking about going from pillars to practice here. And I think that's a critical thing that you'll be doing. We're excited to do it with you. Our role, the third thing I'll talk about is our role, IACP's role. We're glad to do that with CNA and with the COPS office. And I think we're sort of documentary filmmakers, without cameras, of course. But our intention is to come out and be with you and track your progress and look closely at what you're doing. And we're going to help as well. We're not just going to be standing around taking notes. But we really do want to track what you do, because it's our job in this project to create guides, literally guidebooks that will go out to the entire field of policing later on to say, look, here's how 15 agencies did it and did it successfully and achieved the kinds of things that everyone else wants to do. So I think that's our role. It's a pretty straightforward role, and it's going to be done through, and I will take a quick advertisement, but we just launched with the COPS office, again, and thank you again, Ron, the IACP just launched in the last several days the Institute for Community Police Relations. Our Institute for Community Police Relations has as its intent and mandate to help all 18,000 agencies as they can move forward with the task force report. I believe that the Institute will be the logical place, the very appropriate place for this project, this initiative to run from, but also for the Institute to take your message and your successes out to the rest of the field. And with that, I want to take an exception, if I may, I want to ask the staff of the Institute who are here with us today, newly formed, please stand up for a second and just real quickly, if you will, introduce yourselves, please. I'll start with Jim Baker.
Hi, Jim.
There you go.
Thanks, Jim.
Jim's the former head of the Vermont State Police, and he'll be leading this initiative. Thank you, sir. Okay, thank you. We didn't know I was going to do that. So I think the last thing I'll end on is simply that we have to deal with, IACP just broke over 27,000 members. So the only important point for us as this whole initiative as this moves forward, our intent is without question to make sure that every one of our members has the information that you'll develop, the best practices that you will create, and has that information so that the entire field gets to move forward based on this very important initiative. So that's all I really want to say, and I will mention that my director, the executive director of the IACP, Vince Talucci, will be speaking later, and he's going to fill you in on a much more broad basis on all the kinds of transformational things that we've been watching around the country. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Okay. I did want to mention a couple more things. One is you've heard the Attorney General refer to this earlier. I think you've heard Ron Davis refer to this, and this is why this is so critically important. When I joined the police department over 32 years ago, it was not the department that I'm dealing with right now. We know for sure change is going to happen. You know, there was no such thing as Black Lives Matter. There was no such thing as ECWs, Narcan. Officer suicides weren't doing what they were doing now. There was no leaderless demonstrations. We weren't talking about implicit bias, reentry, DNA. That's going to continue to change. That's why this collaborative reform, this reform process, the fact that we're looking at those 21st century reform recommendations are so key. And in very short order, what we're asking is that for you to help the field in that change. That's really what we're asking. And then to take that and then to share that. What the president did was create an environment for us to have key issues for the 21st century, the key issues, what's driving us, what does policing look like in the 21st century? We've got a target. We've got a target of 59 recommendations. The other thing that we hear from the field, and Chip's mentioned this, is are we implementing these recommendations? And what does it look like when they're implemented? And how do we know that we're succeeding? We think with this collaborative reform process, which is assessing, measuring, looking at an agency from top to bottom, making, in the COPS office, we think of the people that are in front of us. We're talking about taking a good agency and making it great along these task force recommendations. In fact, that's what they refer to as a good to great process. And that's why you're here. And it's going to be not only important that IACP shares what's going on, but it's also going to be important for you to share what's going on in your community. This is, you've heard the word exciting over and over again. This is an exciting initiative, and we're really glad that you took the time in short order to be here. So.
I just want to say one other thing is that CNA will be contacting you shortly, and the reason that we're here today is because we have an incredible team. And I'd just like to have a couple of our members stand up. Tim Barris is the president at the Institute for Public Research, and we have Dave Kaufman, who is the vice president for safety and security. We've got Chip Cauldron, who's the managing partner there at Safety and Security, and he is the senior advisor to this project. Dr. Laura Kennard, who is the deputy, who will be assisting me and who has been very active. Both Chip and Laura have been very active in helping the COPS office in a number of areas. I'd like to introduce Denise Rodriguez, who also helped with the Las Vegas collaborative reform. You've heard the Attorney General talk about going to Fayetteville and the work that's being done there. Laura and Denise are working on that. We are delighted to be supporting the COPS office, and we have Veronica Hoban, who you've all talked to on the phone. She's the one that helped arrange your travel. She's been here staffing the desks and has been an incredible contributor to our success here. So they're the people that are making this happen, and we're grateful that you guys are here. Thank you.
2 seconds before you guys take a well-deserved break. One, I'm going to say thank the gentleman for announcing the project, but let me just reinforce this for the process. This, like any other program in, I think, the COPS office, and all of them are positive. Really, I think what we're asking for is that you guys, this is, as Attorney General said, is we get a lot of negative stuff. This is about transmitting positive, successful information so that what goes out there is not, even a setback is positive if we learn to moving on. So it's not a critical review. It's not going to be a scathing report. It's going to be about working side by side with you as you overcome the challenges. We capture it. We tell the field, hey, this is how this agency is doing it, because they're going to listen to you before they listen to me, because that's what I would do as well. And so this is going to be a great thing. And just to show you why this is important, my outstanding team just told me, just FYI, the verdict from Baltimore came in not guilty on all counts. And so regardless of where people land on that, and I think that's the key, is it's going to have a challenge. So, and I think our position is, and this is that we build trust, is we're the neutral responders to it. So the system, the judicial system has spoke. We need to respect that. We need to move on. But this is the idea of building that trust and why something like this is so important, because these incidents are going to occur. And I think the one thing that overcomes all of it is when you have sound policing and a strong relationship. So that's, I want to share that with you, and then I'll turn it over to Fred.
Thanks a lot, Ron. And thank you, Noble. And thank you, Chips, and thank you, John. So we're going to take about a 10-minute break. Part of today is making sure that you all are connecting with each other or having time to chat. Again, 10-minute break, and we'll get started again with our next panel. Thank you all.
All right, so I don't know how long you've been committed to the Advancing 21st Century Policing roundtable discussion, but we heard a lot from Loretta Lynch. She spoke for quite some time. Next, I'm going to take you, because we're about 20 minutes until our 5 p.m. live local television news broadcast with John Hook and Carrie Lake. So next I'm going to take you to a periscope of Bill Clinton campaigning for Hillary Clinton in Fresno, California. Again, this is Bill Clinton campaigning for Hillary Clinton out of Fresno, California, and this is via periscope. Thanks so much to Jean Hagginson for sending this in our direction. Jean Hagginson, Bill Clinton campaigning for Hillary in Fresno.
To a vote short. Why? Because when we put this thing away and start looking at the general, the American people being fundamentally fair-minded, look at what their real choices are, and when they look at the difference between a former Secretary of State, a former United States Senator, a former First Lady, but somebody who has spent 40 years trying to help other people make their lives better, it's not going to be a close comparison if we get it right. But it all begins with what you do. Look, this has been well, how can I say this? An unusual election year, right? But there is an objective reason for it, and you see parallels all over the world. Look around this audience. We are the most interdependent, we're in the most interdependent period in the history of the world. There's never been a time when borders look more like nets than walls, when diversity is growing everywhere, and when, after a terrible financial crash, most people still haven't gotten a pay raise. So if the cost of education, healthcare, and other basic things goes up and you don't get a pay raise, there's a lot of anxiety and anger out there. And this whole election really stems on two things. One, do you believe we can grow again together as we did when I had the honor to serve as president? If you don't, then you might as well vote for the maddest person who wants to divide up the pie differently and give you more. So when Mr. Trump says, I want to make America great again, what he really means is, to all you people in the white working class who've been left out and left behind, your life expectancy's gone down, you're riddled with drug and the prescription drug and heroin addiction problems, and you think nobody in either party cares about you, I'll build up a wall, send the immigrants home, give you their jobs, send the Chinese products home, you can make that stuff here. I'll make it like it used to be. Well, first of all, it wasn't so great the way it used to be. If you were Latino or African American or first generation immigrant or or if you were an LGBT person, it wasn't so great. Secondly, you can't make it the way it used to be. So that's one divide. Closely related is, what's more important anyway? Our interesting differences or our common humanity? If you think our interesting differences are all that matters, then you want to build walls. If you think our common humanity matters more, you're not a fool about national security, you're not a fool about economic challenges, you want to do it, but you want to see us do it together, and you know the only future to have broadly shared prosperity and put everybody on the up escalator, which is exactly what Fresno State seeks to do, is to think our common humanity matters more. Therefore, those of you that are going around wearing these Love Trump's Hate stickers, for your stake in the future, you better be right. And I believe you are. But that's what elections are about. Look, the first thing I want to say is, if you believe we can grow together, then Hillary's ideas are way better. She believes the government has some very specific responsibilities. One, increase investment for more good jobs. That's more infrastructure, that's making America the clean energy superpower of the world, that's doing the things necessary to bring manufacturing back to this country, that's getting the small business lending going again in banks that have been too afraid to do it because of the overhang, and that's investing in science and technology. I spent $3 billion of your money to finish the sequencing of the human genome. You already have gotten $200 billion in economic benefits from it, and we're going to live a lot longer because of it. Everybody in this audience, under 30 years old has a legitimate chance to live to be 100, and to live to be 100 without the specter of Alzheimer's, because of what we're doing, and it creates enormous economic opportunities. I spent $500 million of your money to start our research into nanotechnology. A couple weeks ago, I was in eastern Kentucky, where a lot of people have given up hope because of cold, at a small university where they're making nano satellites for $1 million a piece that weigh 8 pounds. But they'll go into space and do a lot of what those $400 million big communication satellites will do. And I asked this young teenage student, 19 years old, packing in all this computing power into a little box about 1.25 inches cubed. I said, "What's the box made of?" He said, "Tungsten, does well in outer space." Well, where'd you get it? He said, "I made it here with a 3D printer." And then this guy, at the base of Appalachia looked at me and smiled. He said, "Now, Mr. President," he said, "don't let your wife get intimidated when they snicker at her promise to put up 500,000 solar panels in the next 4 years." He said, "Actually, I think that's low, because in a couple of years we'll be making these panels with 3D printers, and then they'll be so dirt cheap everybody in America will have them, their power bills will go down, we'll lead the world away from climate change, and we'll all be free." Now that's the future we ought to be fighting for. So we have to make investments in the future if you want to share it. Then we have to recognize that we're still too unequal. First of all, the wealthiest Americans have gotten almost all the gains since the crash. And since I left office, they have. So Hillary favors the so-called Buffett rule, named after Warren Buffett. If you make $1 million a year or more, you got to pay at least 30% in taxes, no matter what sources or tax dodges or shelters you have. Everybody's got to make a contribution to America's future. And secondly, the biggest problem with inequality is no longer the big banks, it's big corporations and active shareholders who are hedge funds or billionaires. Here's one. First, President Obama signed the Dodd-Frank bill, which it will stop Wall Street from wrecking Main Street ever again. I don't care what anybody else tells you, it's the best law we've had in 50, 60, 70 years. Now, a couple of days ago, the about to be Republican nominee said he'd repeal that law. Now, how that's going to help the working class, I don't know. We can't repeal it, we need to keep it, but it's not enough. Why? Because all these companies that are held in stock are under constant pressure from these activist, super wealthy shareholders to make money every year and a year and a day so they can dump the stock and get a lower capital gains treatment rate. Now, every person who's ever studied this says that companies, when they do what they were set up to do, make a product or produce a service, and strive for a profit over any 5 to 7 year term, will make more money over the long run. They'll add to the prosperity of the country over the long run. It constricts the growth of the country when we have too much inequality. 2/3 of our income comes from consumption. People got to have some money to consume with. So what Hillary says, we need a giant carrot and a giant stick. We ought to give a carrot to the companies that are doing the right thing and give them a 15% tax credit if they fairly share their revenues with their employees and the communities in which they're employed. And it's not as much money as you think. We just have to get back to where we were in the 1990s, where 65 or 66 cents on the dollar that comes in goes to pay and compensation. It sits 3 or 4 cents on the dollar, but it would have a huge impact. She's for raising the minimum wage. She loves what California did, but we got to get people above the minimum wage and to a globally competitive, good living standard so they can raise their kids and take care of their parents and do what needs to be done. And to encourage people to do that, you got to break the power of these activist shareholders. I don't know if you saw this, but a bunch of them forced Carrier Air Conditioning to shut down 2,100 jobs in Indiana and move them to Mexico. Now, if they were losing money, we would wish them well. The division made $2.9 billion last year. $2.9 billion. They were increasing their profit margins. They're only going to save $65 million in labor costs, 2.5% of profits. The union was begging them to let them reorganize the work week. They said, we can save you $65 million. That's pocket change to you. Why are you doing this? And a guy came out of the meeting to the shareholders. He said, because the shareholders want their money out in a year and a day, and it's embarrassing to the poor president because he doesn't give a whole bonus if the shareholders aren't happy. That is the finance tail wagging the economic dog again. If you elect Hillary, or you get the economic dog wagging the finance tail, which is the way it ought to be. So, then you have to deal with the barriers. Most important one that affects communities here is that we have to recognize, even if you have a robust growing economy, if people aren't able to get into it, they're not going to be affected by it. That means that the relatively limited amount of money the federal government puts into public schools should be spent in the most effective way, which is to help all teachers become better teachers, all principals become better principals, and to make sure every school has a culture that fits the kids they're trying to educate. She's not against all standards and testing, but there's too much of it and too little investment in what's proven to be the only thing that works, not just in America, but all around the world. Second, everybody should be able to go to college and graduate debt-free. Free tuition for people that need it, a big increase in Pell Grants for lower-income kids, a big increase. When people can pay something, they should pay something. All the students who need it should be given the access to 10 hours a week of work study money. That will help hold down the cost of education. They've done a great job here. I just learned just by replacing textbooks with tablets, you've cut the cost of a lot of supplies by over 70% at this school. You should all be proud of them for doing that. But one thing the federal government can do to make it cheaper is to provide more work study money. And then people can pay the freight, should pay it, because you need higher income people's money to invest in new jobs. What about the people who already have debt? Average college debt in America now is about $25,000. Lower here because of what they've done, $18,000. But some people who went to medical school have $200,000 in debt. So Hillary offers two ways to deal with this. Big deal. One is for people in a hurry to and able to get rid of the debt quickly. If you do 2 years in AmeriCorps and 1 year of any kind of public service work, you work in a health treatment facility, or you're a social worker, or a teacher, or a firefighter, or a police officer, any kind of public service work, under her plan you get $23,500 completely tax-free over and above your salary to throw against your debt and just get rid of the thing. The other option is, if you don't want to do it, you can't do it, or you owe a lot more money. She believes it's time for us to treat college debt like a home mortgage. Both are lifetime assets. Why is a college loan the only loan in America?
All right,
you
and I'm
cannot
actually going to
refinance when interest
transition
rates
to
go
a
down?
live Bill Clinton event for Hillary in Sacramento. Again, this is live Bill Clinton in Sacramento. That's not Bill Clinton, by the way, but he's expected.
Are
everybody. Thanks for joining us. This is the Fox 10 News Now stream. We are awaiting Bill Clinton campaigning for his wife Hillary in Sacramento, California. All right, folks, while we do wait for Bill Clinton to hit the stage, just want to give you some updates and news updates from around the country. A group of Democratic senators is concerned about how the Zika virus might affect American athletes at the Olympics in Rio de Janeiro this summer. Senator Barbara Boxer, a Democrat from California, was one of 11 senators to sign a letter sent Monday to the U.S. Olympic Committee asking what steps it is taking to protect athletes against the spread of the mosquito-borne virus. In Highland, California, a shuttle bus returning from a women's church retreat flipped over on a highway in California's San Bernardino Mountains, seriously injuring 6 people and leaving 14 others with minor injuries. Ambulances took the victims to a hospital on Sunday. One person was released that day, and the others were all expected to go home later tonight. This just coming in, a House committee says the head of security operations at the TSA has been removed from the job. The House Oversight Committee pointed on Twitter Tuesday that Kelly Hogan has been removed from his position. The Associated Press has obtained a memo sent by TSA that does not mention Hogan but names an acting replacement. Bernie Sanders says the Democratic National Convention in Philadelphia could be messy, but that democracy is not always nice and quiet and gentle. Sanders said in an interview with the Associated Press on Monday that his supporters hope to see a platform at the July convention that reflects the needs of working families, the poor, and young people. He said he will condemn any and all forms of violence, but his presidential campaign is bringing new people into the process who have never gone to a political convention before. He said he hopes their voices will be heard. And folks, if you're just joining us, we are waiting Bill Clinton live here in Sacramento, California, campaigning for his wife Hillary. We are just moments away from that event starting up, but I wanted to give you guys some updates from around the country here. Very sad story. A California toddler whose family waged a court battle to keep him on life support after he was declared brain dead has been transferred to a hospital outside the U.S., the family said. Attorney Kevin Snyder declined to release the name of the hospital or its location, citing the privacy of 2-year-old Israel Stinson's family. The boy's mother said in a posting Sunday on the website GoFundMe.com that the facility was outside the U.S. She said a neurologist and pediatric specialist who examined Israel at the new hospital determined he was not brain dead. The boy was receiving nutrients and was on a treatment plan, she said in the post on the fundraising site. Coming out of Denver, threats made against schools across the U.S. led to the evacuation of students Monday in what could be the latest example of the so-called swatting against schools. In recent months, hoaxers playing online games have allegedly used proxy servers and other high-tech identity disguising tools to anonymously threaten schools online or in phone messages with electronic voices to trigger a huge police presence, including SWAT teams. The latest threats led to the evacuation of schools in Colorado, Utah, Delaware, Minnesota, New Hampshire, and Wisconsin. Media outlets in the United Kingdom also reported evacuations. The threats were made against elementary, middle, and high schools, with some schools choosing to continue classes and others to put buildings on lockdown rather than evacuate. Some schools resumed classes after sweeps by authorities failed to turn up explosives or any other threats. Some officials described Monday's threat as automated or robotic, and at least 2 at Lakewood High School just outside Denver and at Ben Franklin Elementary School in Rochester, Minnesota, came in just before noon local time. Also in Minnesota, Forest Lake Elementary in the city of Forest Lake was evacuated after getting a bomb threat call around 12:15. Meanwhile, students at Murray High School in Salt Lake City were sent home and bomb-sniffing dogs were brought in. No explosives were found. 2 elementary schools were evacuated in Colorado, Liberty Point Elementary School in Pueblo West and Cherokee Trail Elementary in the Denver suburb of Parker. Cherokee Trail is in the same district where 2 16-year-old girls are accused of plotting an attack against their high school. No other schools in the district were evacuated. Right now we are awaiting Bill Clinton live in Sacramento, California. Another news update for you while we wait for Bill Clinton in Sacramento. Facebook says it's dropping its reliance on news outlets to help determine what gets posted as a trending topic on the giant social network following a backlash over a report saying it suppressed conservative views. Facebook's general counsel outlined this and other reforms in a 12-page letter sent Monday to Republican Senator John Thune, chairman of the Commerce Committee, which oversees the internet and consumer protections. Facebook didn't say why it would stop looking to news outlets like the Wall Street Journal, Huffington Post, and Drudge Report to automatically nominate topics for its trending feature. As part of the review, the company found that topics could be temporarily suppressed if news outlets weren't reporting on them enough. Facebook said it found no evidence of systematic political bias. Also in news, the pilot of a Virgin America plane declared an emergency and returned to Denver's airport after the aircraft was apparently hit by a bird shortly after takeoff. Flight 865 was headed from Denver to San Francisco when the plane was struck Monday. Airline officials say the plane continued to operate normally and the passengers and crew were never in danger. Workers scrambled to find passengers alternative travel options as a crew inspected the Airbus 320. Airline officials did not say how many people were on board. In other news, a Massachusetts state prison inmate has been charged with threatening to kill President Barack Obama. Alex Hernandez was charged Monday with 2 counts of threatening to kill and inflict bodily harm upon the president. Federal agents launched an investigation in March of 2015 after Hernandez, an inmate at Old Colony Correctional Center in Bridgewater, allegedly told another inmate that wanted to kill the president in a lone wolf-style attack. The 31-year-old Hernandez allegedly said he wanted to become a holy warrior and get false travel documents to flee the country right after the attack. Authorities say Hernandez had images in his prison cell of late al-Qaeda chief Osama bin Laden and Islamic State militants holding assault weapons. Hernandez faces up to 5 years in prison if convicted. Here's some of the latest news headlines. Donald Trump is getting closer to formally clinching the Republican nomination for president. Trump has added 8 delegates from the U.S. Virgin Islands, leaving him just 68 delegates away from officially hitting the 1,237 needed to win the GOP nomination. Hillary Clinton spent the day warning unionized workers that presumptive GOP presidential nominee Donald Trump could bankrupt America like he's bankrupted his companies. Clinton addressed thousands at the Service Employees International Union International Convention in Detroit. She referenced the bankruptcy of Trump hotels and casino resorts, asking how anybody could lose money running a casino. And in Hawaii, federal investigators are working to determine what caused a small plane to go down in a fiery crash. This morning, 5 people were aboard the plane when it went down just outside an airport on the Hawaiian island. Nobody survived. The flight was part of a skydiving tour. Also in headlines, victims of a mass shooting at a Colorado Planned Parenthood clinic say more should have been done to prevent the attack, given the history of violence against the reproductive health organization. A lawsuit filed on Friday says the Colorado Springs clinic lacked armed security guards and adequate fencing during the November attack. 3 people were killed and 9 others injured. If you remember this attack that happened around Thanksgiving time. Planned Parenthood spokeswoman Whitney Phillips declined to comment on the suit. She says the organization believes its facilities are safe and inviting for patients and staff. Also in news, Democratic presidential frontrunner Hillary Clinton said today that she declined an invitation from Fox News to participate in a debate with rival Bernie Sanders in California before the big state's June 7th primary. Clinton and Sanders are competing aggressively in California as primaries wrap up. And right now we are still waiting for Bill Clinton to hit the stage here in Sacramento. But Clinton is close to getting the delegates she needs to seal the nomination. Sanders says he has a chance to pass her in pledged delegates, though he admits he faces tough odds. Then he would have to persuade many superdelegates to switch their support to him. Campaign spokeswoman Jennifer Palmieri said Clinton will compete hard in the remaining primary states, particularly California, while also turning her attention to presumptive GOP nominee Donald Trump. She said Clinton's time is best spent meeting voters and campaigning. Bill Salmon, Fox News vice president and Washington managing editor, said the decision was unfortunate. Naturally, Fox News is disappointed that Secretary Clinton has declined our debate invitation, he said, especially given that the race is still contested and she has previously agreed to a final debate before the California primary. Folks, while we do wait for Bill Clinton, I am offering up some news headlines from around the country, and this one happening in Illinois. Drew Peterson, a prison inmate, Drew Peterson is accused of enlisting to arrange the killing of a state's attorney, says the imprisoned former suburban Chicago police officer also admitted to killing his missing fourth wife. Antonio Smith testified on Monday that the ex-Bolingbrook sergeant convicted in 2012 of killing his third wife referred to Stacy Peterson as a dead woman and said he killed her, the Chicago Tribune reported. Peterson also asked for help hiring a hitman to kill Will County State's Attorney James Glasgow, who put Peterson behind bars. Peterson, who is now 62, has been charged in Stacy Peterson's disappearance and has maintained his innocence. He's serving a 38-year sentence in the 2004 death of his ex-wife, Kathleen Savio, in a case that was reopened after Stacy Peterson went missing in 2007. Randolph County State's Attorney Jeremy Walker told jurors on the first day of Peterson's murder for hire that the defendant was motivated by anger, hatred, and revenge against Glasgow, as well as the belief that the prosecutor's death would lead to a successful appeal of his first-degree murder conviction, which is under review by the Illinois Supreme Court. All right, folks, while we do wait for this rally to begin, I'm going to show you Bill Clinton earlier. This was last month when he was campaigning for his wife.
But it's also true that there are too many people in the state prisons. I mean, the federal prisons. President Obama's trying to let them out. Here's what happened. Let's just tell the whole story. When I became president, the headlines in the newspapers were full of, now wait a minute, I listen to you, you listen to me. Oh, wait. Here's what happened. Vice President Biden, you guys know Vice President Biden, whose family comes from Scranton. He was the chairman of the committee that had jurisdiction over this crime bill. I had an assault weapons ban in it. I had money for inner city kids for out-of-school activities. We had 110,000 police officers so we could put people on the street, not in these military vehicles, and the police would look like the people they were policing. We did all that. And Biden said, you can't pass this bill, the Republicans will kill it if you don't put more sentencing in. I talked to a lot of African American groups. They thought Black Lives Mattered. They said, take this bill because our kids are being shot in the street by gangs. We have 13-year-old kids planning their own funerals. She don't want to hear any of that. You know what else she doesn't want to hear? Because of that bill, we had a 25-year low in crime, a 33 low in the murder rate, and listen to this. Because of that and the background check law, we had a 46-year low in the deaths of people by gun violence. And who you think those lives were that mattered? Whose lives were saved that mattered? Now, that's the problem, you know. And who was the first candidate? And Hillary didn't vote for that bill because she wasn't in the Senate. She was spending her time trying to get health care for poor kids. Who were they? And their lives mattered. And her opponent did vote for it. But I don't blame him either. It wasn't. There was a Republican Senate, enough Republicans in the Senate to kill this bill. And nobody wanted it to die. That's what happened. But she was the first candidate, the first one to say, let's get these people who did nonviolent offenses out of prison. And guess what? A lot of Republicans agreed. They know they made a mistake. Oh. Now, wait a minute. Now you're screaming. So let's do another one. Whoa. No, wait. I want to deal with them all. Come on. No. Come on. Wait. See these other signs? This is what's the matter. I don't know how you would characterize the gang leaders who got 13-year-old kids hopped up on crack and sent them out onto the street to murder other African-American children. Maybe you thought they were good citizens. She didn't. You are defending the people who kill the lives you say matter. Tell the truth. You are defending the people who caused young people to go out and take guns. There was a 13-year-old girl in Washington, D.C. who was planting her own photos. How would you do it? Now, look at this other one. Look at this. That's not true. Now, let's talk about the other thing. They say the welfare reform bill increased poverty. Then why do we have the largest drop in African-American poverty in history when I was president? The largest in history. What happened was all these Republicans got into the Senate. Supreme Court elected President Bush 5-4. Then all these Republicans took over state legislatures. We left them with enough money to take care of all the poor people who couldn't go to work on welfare. We left them with the money they had before the welfare rolls went down 60%. The Republicans took it away, and they're blaming me. And apparently she had nothing to do with it. And the reason is they know it's true is they won't hush. When somebody won't hush and listen to you, that ain't democracy. They're afraid of the truth. Don't you be afraid of the truth. Don't you be afraid of the truth. So, if you think it was bad in the 1990s, if you think record increases in income and record low unemployment, record decreases in poverty, and record small businesses forming was bad, you ought to go with them. Otherwise, you better elect Hillary president so we can get this country going again. And I love protesters, except when they won't let you answer. Tell them what you think.
A lot of these people. Thank you. Thank you. It reminds me of when the Republicans tried to blame me for the financial meltdown. You know why they tried to blame me? Because we enforced something called the Community Reinvestment Act, which led to $800 billion being loaned in neighborhoods like this. It said, if you take deposits or loans from anybody, you got to make loans there. So when they caused the crash by having nobody home at the regulatory agencies, they said if Bill Clinton hadn't made us loan money to all these African American and Latino and immigrant neighborhoods, we'd be peachy keen. They were wrong too, just like them. And they don't like to listen either. So, look, all I know is this election's about the future. They're trying to blame her for something she didn't do. So I'll tell you another story about a place where Black Lives Matter. Africa. The other day, I started my day with a picture that was sent to me on my iPad of a little guy running a store, he wasn't very tall, in Tanzania, in Dar es Salaam. And you know what his store said? All it was a little crass. It said, the Hillary Clinton store. Now, why did he say that? Because the first thing she did as Secretary of State was triple the number of people in Africa whose lives we were saving from AIDS by going to all low-cost price drugs. The same thing she wants to do for the American people if we give them a chance. Now, that guy just put up his sign on the street a long way away. You need a president who will tell you the truth, answer the questions, and not be intimidated by people on the far right or the far left screaming things that are not true. You just got to decide if you believe it. I'm just telling you, tell you another time she thought Black Lives Mattered. Wait, just listen. No, listen. Listen, you listen to their screaming, and let me ask you this. I got a call from a friend of mine who's been a civil rights leader for years, decades. Last week he said, did Hillary really get 93% of the African-American vote in Alabama? I said, yes, she did. He said, how is that possible? I said, I'll tell you how. When she got out of law school, instead of going to work for some big law firm, which would have really given this girl something to scream about, she went to work for Marion White Edelman and the Children's Defense Fund. And she went to Alabama, where they were perpetuating school segregation and sticking it to the kids by having private academies, taking federal tax breaks, and pretending to be legal. Hillary posed as a housewife with a kid who might want to go to school in one of these schools 40 years ago, and she said, just tell me, sir, if my child goes here, will he be in an all-white school, yes or no? And the guy said, absolutely. She had him. She exposed him. They lost their tax credits. All those schools lost their tax credits. She ended the most prominent way of delegation of vote when she was 27 years old, because she thought those young black lives mattered. Then she went to South Carolina and filed a report on 13 and 14-year-old kids being put in prison with adults and having their lives ruined, and the Children's Defense Fund changed the juvenile justice practices in South Carolina because she thought those lives mattered. And then, when I was governor of Arkansas, she got a preschool program from Israel that taught parents who couldn't read, write, and count to teach their own kids so they'd start school better. And guess what? Before you knew it, she was dragging me to preschool graduations. Before you knew it, we had it in 26 states. And thousands of young people, maybe them, have better lives together because she thought their lives mattered. You see, I listen to them, and they don't want to listen to me. You will never learn anything when you're talking. So, you got a decision to make, Philadelphia. We were there for you, and she has been there for America, and she would be by far the best president because she has been by far the best change maker. You can trust them. Our Congressman John Lewis, the last remaining hero of the Civil Rights Movement, almost murdered twice, arrested 40 times. He said, I'm for her because she's always been there with us. And you know it's true. Now here's the big issue. It's not just about winning, it's about how many people vote. We need a big turnout. We need you to work. We need you to talk to everybody. We need you to tell them what I said today. She's got the best plans, the best record, she's the best leader. These people who have condemned all these people that endorsed her as members of the political establishment are wrong. They were for her because she has led. Stay with her, she'll never leave you. Thank you and God bless you.
All right, folks, we are still waiting for Bill Clinton to hit that stage in Sacramento. Bill Clinton will be live in Sacramento, California in just a little bit here. We do appreciate everybody watching right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream.
When I look around this room, I know I'm not alone as a millennial that supports Secretary Clinton for president. I have to tell you, as a student at Jesuit High School, an all-boys Catholic school, with a pretty conservative student population, I get plenty of opportunities to debate with my classmates on why Hillary Clinton should be president. Believe it or not, the most recent debate was actually in my pre-calculus class 2 weeks ago. Yes, I take every opportunity to share why I support Hillary Clinton. I support Hillary Clinton because she is the most qualified person to be the president of our country. I support her, and yes, I say her, because I would be so proud to say that in my lifetime, I voted for the first female president. Because she understands that young people will never get ahead if we continue to graduate from college with huge student loan debts. I support Secretary Clinton because she has spent her whole life fighting for freedom and equality for all. For women, for minorities, for the LGBT community, and for children. And she's committed to seeking equality and opportunity for communities of color and people that look like me. I support her because as history shows, when former President Bill Clinton was in the White House, and during the time Barack Obama has been our president, our economy is stronger when a Democrat is in office. She understands that when I graduate from USC, I'm going to need to find a job. Finally, I support Secretary Hillary Clinton because for my future and for the future of my generation, we cannot, I repeat, cannot risk having anyone else in the White House as President of this United States. Now I know that you all will be standing with me when I cast my first ballot on June 7th, but we need to do even more than just vote. I need you to join me in phone banking, knocking on doors, and telling everyone you know to vote for Hillary Clinton. Here in Sacramento and beyond. Here's to our next president, Hillary Rodham Clinton.
$15 minimum wage, paid leave, fighting for the farm workers. I could go on and on and on. I'm very grateful for the example you set for people around the country who don't believe the government can do things. I want to thank you for taking care of health care for immigrant children too. Of walls or bridges. If you want the walls, you need to be for the other guy. If you want the bridges, you need to be with Hillary. Make America great again means make it like it used to be. Do you believe we can recover the economy of the past, in which we all fight over the scraps of what remains? If that's what you want, she's not your candidate. But if you believe we can build a new 21st century American economy where we can all rise together, she is your candidate. The reason there are so many angry, passionate, intense people in America and around the world is that a lot of people aren't sure what the answers to those questions are. Because after that financial crash, it's taken a long time to get back on our feet. We got the jobs back in 7 years, but not the incomes. About 80% of the American people, after you adjust for inflation, haven't had a pay raise. So when you factor that, plus the rising cost of health and education and other things in, it explains why there's so much anxiety. And then we have all these cultural differences. There are a lot of people in America who are undone by our diversity and making room and space for people. But the truth is, it's one of the greatest assets we've got. As everybody knows who's paying attention to what either Hillary had done or I said for President Obama in the 2012 convention, I think he's done a far better job managing the economy and our social But now we actually have a chance to all rise together. To reduce inequality, increase mobility, live middle-class living standards, take people out of poverty, and do it together. And doing that is going to take three things. One, you got to have good ideas about how to do it. It's one thing to talk about and another thing to do. Two, you have to break the main barriers to keep all these good ideas coming to pass. One is the constant political gridlock in Washington. It's amazing how much the president's gotten done, considering a lot of people in Congress get up every day thinking, oh, I can make nothing good happen. That's my job, make sure nothing good happens. The second is to deal with a very troubled world, which has already slowed down our economy here in America. It's not just ISIS in Syria and Iraq, it's the biggest refugee crisis since World War II in Europe. The UK thinking about getting out of the European Union. The biggest economy in South America, our trade partners with the best trade balance, is Brazil, and it's in terrible shape right now. We have In Africa, 6 of the fastest growing economies on earth, and 3 of the most virulent terrorist groups. In Russia, we got a country still hanging around on eastern Ukraine of uncertain intent. Chinese economy is weak, and it's made the Chinese more aggressive in dealing with their neighbors, including 2 great allies of ours, Vietnam and the Philippines, and a lot of the other countries perhaps represented in this audience by AAPI Americans. So it's everywhere. You can't mess around with this. We need a president who can keep big bad things from happening, can make more good things happen, can keep us safe, and give us America the space so you can all rise together. You need a proven change maker. So my case for Hillary is pretty simple. She's got the best ideas to help us grow together. She's the only person left you can vote for who's actually repeatedly gotten Republicans to support things that were good for this country, that enable us to rise together. She's the only person you can vote for who is known, respected around the world, understands this, has the ability to keep big bad things from happening, make good things happen, keep us safe, and give you the space to grow together. And so, that's what I want you to think about. How are we going to get incomes rising, inequality down, mobility up? Well, you see part of it in California. You did need to raise the minimum wage, but you also need more jobs that pay better, and you need to prepare people to do them. How are we going to get those jobs? In no particular order, we need a major national infrastructure program. Governor Brown's rapid rail idea is a good idea, but you're not going to get there if you don't get more help from the national government. You deserve it. Infrastructure is about more than roads and bridges and ports and airports. Flint, Michigan is not the only place in this country where there are children who have elevated lead levels in their blood because they are getting water out of rusty pipes. If you took them all up, put down Cleveland, you could create a ton of jobs and give every child in this country a healthy future. There are so many places in America that are isolated that wouldn't be if every American had access to rapid, affordable broadband. You could put every part of America in the The second thing we need is to make sure America continues to lead the world away from climate change and toward a sustainable future by making America a clean energy superpower. This is not a California pander. Yes, you have more solar panels than any place in America. And increasing wind power and geothermal, and you should, both because you're the biggest state, you got a lot of sunshine, but also because you've had the foresight to adopt a renewable energy standard. This campaign season ends with California on June the 7th. The other big state voting on June the 7th is New Jersey, and it ranks second in the number of deployed solar panels. Not as big, not as sunny, but still second because they can make the economics work. And I'm just telling you that Germany, where the sun shines on average, about as much as it does in Alaska, literally, or London, in the last 2 weeks had one day where they generated 87% of their electricity from the sun and the wind. Where else are we going to get these jobs? From getting banks to loan money into small businesses again, which they are legally required to do, and which Hillary will make it easier for them to do. 2/3 of our jobs come from them. And finally, look around here. We need to double down on our investment in science and technology generally. That's where the growth will continue to come for young people. Give me an example from a long way away. Most people think of Appalachia, they think of coal country, they think of people who are very mad at President Obama and Hillary and me because we want to do something about climate change. Look, I don't blame them for being mad. They have been left out. If you believe that we ought to take a strong stand against climate change, we have a moral obligation to go get those people and take them along into the future with us. That's true. I was in a college at the foothills of the Appalachians a couple of weeks ago called Morehead State. It is one of 3 schools, the others being Caltech and MIT, picked by the space agency NASA for special investments in nanotechnology research for space. So I held in my hand, made by undergraduates at the foothills of the Appalachians, an 8-pound nanosatellite that is going into outer space. It cost $1 million to build. I never tell $1 million money. But it will do a lot of what these big communication satellites will do. They cost $400 million, I mean. So $1 million versus $400 million, made by undergraduates. And that is so the important thing is, he wasn't so different from you. You live in the future. You believe you can make tomorrow better than today. And he's cramming all this nano computing power into a little box that's about 1.25 inches cube. Just packing it in. I said, what's the box made out of? He said, tungsten does real well in outer space. And then he looked at me and smiled. He said, Mr. President, he said, don't let people make fun of your wife. When she says we can have 500,000 solar panels in 4 years, actually, I think she's a little low. He said, this guy said, within 2 years, we're going to be making solar panels with these 3D printers. They'll be cheap as dirt. They'll be on every building in the country. We will race ahead with lots of jobs. We'll save the world from climate change, and we will all be free to build a whole different future. So, if you do all that, then everybody's got to be able to access the opportunities that will flow from these investments. That means education and it means training. Beginning with the fact that starting at preschool, no young girl or boy's education should be determined by the zip code they live in. They ought to be able to get an education. And Hillary believes we should recognize the fact that the national government only pays for 7 to 8% of the cost of public education. And we tilt it, as we should, toward lower income districts. But she believes we should spend more of it based on what research in America and around the world shows makes the most difference. She's not against all standards and all testing, but she thinks we've overdone that since the most important thing, since the most important thing, if you look at Finland, if you look at Shanghai, China, generally thought to have the best big city school system in the world, look anywhere in the world, and they will tell you that the most important thing is investing to make teachers better teachers, principals better principals, and creating a culture that works, a learning culture that works for the people who are being educated. And then we have to recognize that not every job that pays a good wage, that has a bright future, requires a 4-year education. And we need to re-dignify skills training in this country and put people to work in the areas that they're needed. Third, and this is an area where there's been a lot of debate in this primary campaign, but I think really, having worked on this for decades now, Hillary's got the better end of it. We do have to make college more affordable and the debt repayable. We've got to do that. Everybody knows that. So the question is how best to do it. Free tuition in public schools sounds good and would be good. It used to be free in California, or all but free. Here's the problem. The plan that proposes that requires the states to come up with a third of the money. I don't think California could afford to come up with a third of that now. There are 30 states with Republican legislatures that wouldn't do it. There are other states with Democratic governors and Democratic legislatures, I'll give you two, Rhode Island and Connecticut, that can't afford to do it. So Hillary said, let's do something we don't have to ask anything from the states for. Let's have debt-free education. That is, let people graduate debt-free. And let's include not just public institutions for higher education, but private institutions that cater to first-generation immigrants, historically black colleges and universities, Latinos, working class clientele, that have a reasonable tuition and a high graduation rate. Include them all. And do this. Give free tuition to everybody who needs it. Give them more if they're poor. Have a whopping increase in the Pell Grants. Then, when people can afford to pay something, let them pay something. People are higher income, let them pay the full rate. And for people caught in the middle, provide a lot, and I mean a lot, 1 million or more opportunities for students to work 10 hours a week and work study to earn money and hold down the cost of college. So you can credibly say, we got a system that doesn't require the state to come up with money it doesn't have or won't give, and we can still let people get out of college debt-free. That leaves you with the people that already have debt. And it's a huge problem. The average debt in America is somewhere between $24,000 and $25,500 bucks. Some places it's higher. I was in North Dakota the other day, believe it or not, it's $30,000 there. I was at Fresno at the college there. It's down to 18 because the local administration put all the learning on tablets and cut the cost of textbooks dramatically. Good. But the point is, you're still talking some pretty serious money. And then I remember I met a young woman from California campaigning for Hillary in Nevada who had gone all the way through law school, had done 1 year as a deputy prosecutor, and still owed $100,000. Then I meet people that went all the way through medical school and owe $200,000 or more. So here's what her plan is. And this is the only thing, this is worth going into some detail. First, a college loan is the only loan in the United States that you cannot refinance when interest rates go down. That is wrong. So, if you could do that, something like 25 million young people could save an average of $2,000 tomorrow. And the more they borrow, the more they'd save. So first, refinance. Second, two choices. One, if you owe more or less the average, and you can do it, people should have the option to do 2 years in an AmeriCorps community service program. And then 1 more year in any kind of public service related job. You can work in a drug treatment facility. You can work as a social worker. You can be a police officer or a firefighter. You can do teaching. You can be a teacher's aide. You can do anything that's public service related. And with those 3 years, you would get over and above your pay $23,500 tax-free to throw against that debt and get rid of it forever. Now, alternatively, you ought to have the right to turn it into a home mortgage-like instrument. Just think about it. You get a mortgage on a home because it's a lifetime asset, right? 20 or 30 years. Every person in this audience under 25 has got a legitimate chance to live to be 100. And in all probability, if you get there, the world will be free of the worry from Alzheimer's because of the human genome advances and the biomedical research. Now, if that happens, your education is more of a lifetime asset than a home will ever be. So, our idea is you can take your 20-year mortgage on your college loan. You will never be required to pay more than 10% of your after-tax income a month, no matter how much you owe. And obviously, the less you owe, the lower percentage of your income. Now, think what this would mean. To millions of people, think what this would mean. First, you could move out of your parents' house. I mean, there's an enormous number of people who can't move out of their parents' house because they can't make a rent payment and a loan payment. Second, if you have a job you took just so you could make that loan payment, and there's another one over here you'd love to have but pays less, you can take that job now because your payment will go down. Suppose you always wanted to start a small business. You want to open a cafe, a bookstore, a bakery. You go to the bank now, you are toast. Your credit is cooked. But if it were limited to a fixed percentage of your after-tax income, any bank could loan you money if you're otherwise a good risk. Why? Because if, like most small business people, you don't make much money the first year or two, you wouldn't owe anything on your loan. It's all tied to your income. Now and if you started making money, your loan obligation would be capped. So it would never get in the way of you repaying the bank. Now just think what would happen if we did these three simple things. Refinancing, 3 years and you get the $23,500 tax-free, or turn it into a mortgage. Think what would happen. We could unleash the energies of millions and millions and millions of young Americans. It would help us all to rise again. So, I'll just give you a few more examples. We need immigration reform. Badly. I'll say it again. We have the youngest, most diverse workforce of any big economy in the world, and we're fooling around with it and leaving people in turmoil and families worried when we ought to just resolve this, give people a path to citizenship, and get the show on the road. We have fooled with this long enough. Second, we need to raise the percentage of women in the workforce, which means more states need to follow California's lead. We need paid leave, equal pay, and affordable child care everywhere. Third, we need to let these young people who have been put in prison for too long for nonviolent offenses out so they can go to work and contribute to our common rising. Now to do that, Hillary's the first person that called for this, but she said, don't set these young people up to fail. If we're going to let them out, let's be successful here. They got to have education, training, job placement, and they cannot be discriminated against when they apply for a job because they were once incarcerated. Now, there are lots of other barriers, believe it or not. Despite all the progress we've made in LGBT rights, you could get married on Friday and be fired on Monday. That's nuts. I've been trying to get employment non-discrimination passed starting in 1999. We've been banging around on this long enough. It's time to do it. And now let me say something else. This is one that may surprise some of you, but it's necessary if we're all going to rise together. The fastest growing consumer group in the United States of America is people with disabilities. They also have extraordinary work records. Never late, never absent, high productivity for everything for which they are abled and trained. But still, too many people with disabilities, notwithstanding some shining examples to the contrary, are systematically denied access to the workplace. If you want people to consume, they have to have some money to consume with. So we need to eliminate discrimination for people with disabilities in the workplace. Now, if you do all that, you're in business, except in the areas that have been so distressed for so long. Their unemployment rates have been so high for so long, their poverty rates have been so high for so long, they've given up, and a lot of people have given up on them. Hillary believes those places need two things extra. They need, first, a guarantee that a significant percentage, maybe 10%, of all development assistance in the Agriculture Department, the Commerce Department, right across the government, should go into these areas, and there should be a bigger tax credit for people who will invest in them. And I'll just give you an example, and she often uses this example. The last big bipartisan bill I signed as president was called the New Markets Tax Credit. And we said, let's treat these poor areas like they were markets 50 miles from our shore. We'd be going nuts to get into them. So we gave a 39% tax credit for people who would invest in these areas. The geography was too small, it was a little complicated. But for example, in the 10-year period ending in 2013, with 1,000 new jobs, 1,000 new projects, 750,000 new jobs, and 88% of the people who created the jobs, the money, said we only went there because they gave us these tax credits and they made us look again. We ought to do that for the Native American reservations, for coal country, for inner cities, for all these small towns and rural areas. You know, we ought to do that because if we gave 10% of the federal money, then we would have a drug treatment center in all these small towns and rural areas, which have the highest rate of prescription drug and heroin addiction in the United States, too. So, that's it. And if we do those things, we can rise together. Then we got to overcome our obstacles. Gridlock in Washington. It's different every year in different ways. All I can tell you is this. When I went to Washington as president, and Hillary tried to help me pass health care reform, and we got beat, she kept working on the Children's Health Insurance Program. We put it in a balanced budget bill. It's an important part of the Affordable Care Act today. 8.4 million kids have insurance under it, and it was passed by 3/4 of the Congress. Then she went to the Republican leader of the House, who thought he was my stiffest critic and bitterest opponent, which is pretty close to true. Tom DeLay, and she said, look, I know you think we don't agree on anything, but I know you adopted your children, and I honor you for that. Now, you need to know that the foster care rolls of this country are exploding, and the children there are just like the children you adopted. Americans are afraid to adopt children when they're not infants anymore. They're terrified to adopt children with special needs because they think they don't have the money to be good parents to them. And we can't let this happen. These kids are going to age out at 18. They have no living allowances, no training programs, no education access, nothing. They're going to be thrown on the street. You can't let it happen. And they're like your children. So he said, well, what do you want to do? She said, look, you're a Republican. You love tax credits. So he said, let's give them to working people for a change. Let's give people a whopping tax credit if they will adopt a child who's not an infant, and a bigger one if they'll adopt a child with special needs. Then you got to give us some support for the social services necessary for these kids and for the kids who will age out of foster care. Here's what happened. It's the easiest thing I ever did. All I had to do is sign my name, but here's what happened. By the time I left office, there was an 80% increase in the adoption of children out of foster care. Isn't that what you want in a president? Somebody that makes something good happen? When she became a senator, she did the same thing. taking care of New York after 9/11, helping all these farmers and manufacturers. A young man came up to me once in the Capitol in a uniform, and he said, Mr. President, this is after I left office. He said, you don't know me, but I represent the Pentagon on Capitol Hill. Your wife's on the Armed Services Committee. We got all these people being deployed to Afghanistan and Iraq. Their families are under enormous stress. They're being redeployed over and over again. Now, she doesn't always agree with us on policy, but you should know that we believe she knows more about our issues and care more about our people than anybody in either house and either party in Congress. And it means a lot to have somebody who just gets up every day and plays it straight, never takes a cheap shot, never just goes for the morning headline, just trying to help people survive and get what they need and deserve to be as safe as possible and to get well if they get hurt. He said, it's really worth something. And it meant a lot to me. I've never forgotten that young man saying that. That's the kind of president she'll be. That's the kind of president she'll be. And all the Republicans liked her when she was Secretary of State and got those sanctions on Iran. Even the ones that don't like the Iranian nuclear agreement like the fact that we could get it and that Russia and China agreed. I think the president was right on it, by the way, because you won't just have one nuclear power in the Middle East if Iran gets it. You'll have 3 or 4 more countries that can buy a weapon. This is a very good thing to keep the world safer for 10 years, and you have no idea what's going to happen 10 years from now. But it was made possible because of those sanctions. There was a shooting war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. She flew to Egypt when the Muslim Brotherhood president was in office, and together they ended that encounter and avoided a terrible potential calamity there. She made this deal with President Putin's administration on the New START treaty to reduce the likelihood of nuclear war between the United States and Russia, or accidental exchanges. That's a big deal today with all the trouble over there. But she did other things to help children and families. She tripled the number of lives your tax dollars save of people with AIDS in Africa and Asia and elsewhere. It was tripled without charging, without costing you any money, because we went to 100% generic drug purchases. And that's what she wants to do for all of you, to cut down the cost of prescription drugs on American health care plan. So I have known her now for 45 years. And, you know, you can say, well, oh, he's got to say all that, what do you expect, blah, 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 blah. I get it. But I know something about the demands of the presidency. I have spent 15 years now since I left office trying to help the poorest people on earth make a living, trying to help their children out, trying to help Americans, trying to raise money to put Americans back to work in the private sector. I've done a lot of this work. I spent 12 years as the governor doing it. And the economy worked out pretty well for you when I was president. I know what I'm talking about. She is by light years the best qualified person to be president as a change agent. As a change agent. Look, if you notice, I hadn't said anything bad about anybody, have I? Now look, in the wait. But in the primary, the big rap is, well, what do you expect? She's a member of the establishment. She's not the one that's been in Congress 25 years. She served 8 years in the Senate, 4 years as Secretary of State, and spent 40 years as a change maker, making other people's lives better. And you know, that's a big deal. Look, the first thing she did while we were still in law school, she goes to South Texas to register Mexican-American voters. We get out of law school. She turns down all these Tony job offers, goes to work for the Children's Defense Fund, goes to South Carolina, trying to get African-American teenage boys out of jail with adults. It was ruining their lives. They changed the juvenile justice system. And the gutsiest thing she did was to go to Alabama, to a small town in northern Alabama, and pretend to be a white housewife. Well, she was white, but not a housewife. Trying to get her kid in a school that everybody knew was an illegal, segregated school, pretending to be an all-white academy, or pretending to be an academy, and being funded by tax cuts. Your money. Those of you who are old enough to have paid it 30 years ago. And so she rolls into this little town in northern Alabama, goes to a little job interview, all by herself. And looked at this guy and says, look, cut to the chase. I just want to know, yes or no, if I put my child in this school, will my boy be in an all-white school, yes or no? 43 years ago. And the guy said, absolutely. She had him. They lost their tax credits. All the schools lost their tax credit. It changed everything. I'm going to tell you something. A friend of mine who was very active in the civil rights movement called me after the Alabama primary and said, did she really get 93% of the African-American vote in Alabama? I said, yeah. And I told him the story. Most people believe past action is a good indication of future leadership. You can be a change maker if you did this. And you got to understand, no opposition to anybody, but these two candidates voted together 93% of the time. But 90% of the people in Congress who serve on them both, plus, have endorsed her. Why? Not because they have anything against her opponent, but because they know we need a change maker, somebody that's always going to make something good happen. You don't have a day to waste when you're president. Not a day. And in terms of Mr. Trump, I have deliberately not said anything for this reason. He said a lot of things most of us find horrible. But you have to understand that what is driving people all over the world to walls, not bridges, is the belief that every tomorrow is going to be like yesterday. I can't make my economy better. I can't make my kids' future better. So I think I'd like somebody to rearrange the deck so I get a bigger piece of the pie. And I think our differences are more important than our common humanity. And I just want to say one more thing about this. One of the things that made me proudest in this primary was the fact that Hillary was the most outspoken opponent of his position that we should somehow demonize and scare people about Muslim Americans and keep them out. It's a disgrace. Look, you suffer. California suffered the most recent terrorist incident down in San Bernardino. Those people were converted over to social media. So he can build his little wall along the Mexican border. You could build a little wall across the Canadian border. There's lots of foreigners in Canada, you know. You're laughing, but ride with me here. You can build a seawall on the Pacific and a seawall on the Atlantic, and you'll bankrupt California because we're a great trading nation. You can send the Navy to the Gulf of Mexico to keep out all the people trying to get in there. You can put every plane the Air Force has in the air. Don't let anybody land. You cannot keep out the social media. And Hillary has said repeatedly, that is why we need to embrace our fellow Americans who are Muslims and love freedom and hate terror and want to be part of this country, and they should be here. We have no choice but to do this. So, that's my pitch. The only other thing I want to say is, if she wins California, as you voted for me, it maximizes the chances that we go into this convention in an attempt to be unified. And we come out of it strong, and then we can all come back and talk about what the race is in the fall. This is a very big deal. You are the biggest state in the country, and you are the face of the future. Look at this crowd. You are. And you have every blessing and have faced every challenge. You have dealt with the positive and negative forces of our increasing interdependence. And yet you consistently give the right answer. We want to go forward together. We want bridges, not walls. We think our common humanity is more important than our interesting differences. Hillary needs you. You can vote now, or you can vote on the 7th, or somewhere in between. But don't let the occasion go by. Talk to your friends. Tell them how terribly important this election is. Tell them the whole country is going to be looking at you. And our friends in the media there, they will interpret how you do it as if it were some divine indication of what's going to happen. We need you. She needs you. But more important, you need you. That's what we need. Will you be there? Will you be there for her? Be there for the bridges. Tear down the walls. We'll rise together. God bless you.
All right, everybody, that was Bill Clinton live in Sacramento, California.
Thank you for your question. I want to affirm that over the past 2 decades, since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the two countries in July 1995, Vietnam-US relations have made great strides in many fields. In terms of politics and diplomacy, Vietnam and the US are former enemies turned friends. And now we are comprehensive partners. The high-level leaders of the two countries often pay a visit to each other, and the relations have growing very well bilaterally and multilaterally. We share the common interests regarding the regional and international issues. And our common interests grow day by day, particularly in relations to the maintenance of peace, stability, cooperation, and development in the region. With respect to economic cooperation, I'm very pleased to inform you that the two-way trade has grown 130-fold to $44.5 billion last year. The US is currently the 7th largest investor in Vietnam, and I hope that the US will soon become the biggest investor in Vietnam, as Ambassador Ted Osius once mentioned. The bilateral trade between the two countries has enormous potentials to grow, particularly once the TPP enters into effect. Regarding education and training cooperation, we have attained many important progression. Take, for example, the Fulbright University in Vietnam has...
We've got another rotation starting just west of where that one occluded. I'm watching it. It's halfway to the ground right now. It's right in the center of my shot. I'm centered up right there, right in the center. I've got another lowering coming down. I'm sure it's rotating. Point, got a point. Still southeast winds. That area of lowering has gone away. I'm going to bring you back to the rest. More rotation, broad rotation. More rotation, left of the tree, right there. I don't see it on the ground yet. Got rotation. Here we go. Left of the tree, got rotation. Still strong southeast winds, 20 to 30 miles an hour probably. Nope, it's trying. Okay, I had an area that was lowering again, and it's raised, and I'm gonna move north. Just hang with me, guys. I've got another point coming down. This base is several miles wide. There are several areas of rotation in here, and we're going to move up closer, move a little bit farther north. Now I can see the back edge of the storm. It's almost over the top of me, the back edge of the storm. This thing has stayed in the same place for well over an hour. We've been watching this thing for a long time. Still moving north. We've got to get out of these trees. And go back to you, David. Let me get up here and get set up. Yes, right in there. Right in there, David. I can't tell you if that thing is on the ground or not. It's rain wrapped. Again, remember, here it is, 8:48 at night. The sun is setting on us. I've moved north about another 3 to 4 miles. I'm looking in there. I can't tell you if that tornado is on the ground. I can see a V that's coming down in that rain-wrapped area. Yep, it's halfway to the ground. I can just barely see it right now. Looks like it's halfway to the ground. Northwest of Woodward, still some rotation, rising motion. I'm going to back out, let you guys look at this some more, because get the contrast for you. Look off to the right side of the screen. Those clouds are sailing from east to west into this storm. You can see the sun setting out there behind it right now. Guys, I'm going to say that that tornado is either halfway to the ground or on the ground right now in that rain right there. You might, I'm going to zoom in again, you might be able to see it, okay? Yeah, I can still, I'm looking at my wind right now. I'm still southeast winds, probably 20 to 30 miles an hour. Again, like putting, you know, as I say that, look right there, guys, right there. We've got another little lowering right there off the base of that cloud. The sun's hitting it just right. I think we've got a funnel starting right there. Northwest of town. It's a small one right now, but it looks like to me we've got a funnel starting to rotate, coming off the west side of this storm. I don't see it down anymore. I'm going to widen out my shot. No. Yes. Yeah, it's staying west of 34. We're probably 6 or 7 miles north, and I'm looking back to the northwest. That's probably 2 miles away. But look at there, you can see the whole base right now on the left side. There we go again. There's another point coming down out of there. We've got it backlit with the sun just a little bit. I'm going to zoom in on it again and see if we can see it. It's just getting real hard to tell. There's a little bit of a tail coming down. It's halfway. Yeah. Yeah, it's coming down.
I don't know what you're talking about, you guys. It's only me.
No, and look right here. Look right back in there. That's another storm, maybe northwest of this one. Is there another?
It don't matter. Stan's on his way back.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were coming back.
Okay, well there's.
No. Oh, I said I thought you were coming. You said you were coming into the tree. Oh, okay. Well, I Stan's coming. Are you going to the city or coming?
coming home. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe I don't know. It's looking, I don't know, it's looking like it's dropping. Did you see it on my Facebook? I'm sure. Oh, you know? Okay. Well, it dropped pretty good. Yeah,
Lacey, these clouds are still flying from the south to the north end of this. I still have a southeast wind.
yeah, it's dropping and pretty much staying stationary.
Yeah, we've still got the base. Excuse me, the base of it's looking a little better where I'm looking at right there. Been talking too long. Got to get some water. Just straight north of me and on the west side of Highway 34, we still have a rain-free base. But guys, we still have southeast winds coming into this thing. I'm at the south edge of the cloud base right now. The clouds are streaming from the south to the north. It's still feeding in there, and we're going to have to keep an eye on this thing. It's still sailing in there, and this whole base is got churning clouds in it. And again, we're running out of daylight. Here we are, 8:54 at night, and but I'm gonna, we're gonna stay with this thing until it dies. Well, I was looking at that, but then look down low. That's a left split storm that they come in a split. That up there shouldn't drop anything, but I was looking at that wall.
Yeah.
And this whole base right here, feel that still. That's gasoline. And right here, we got them streaming it. Look up there. There's another. Is that another tower?
Yep, there is.
So, Jake,
taking pictures going in.
Yeah, maybe that. No, didn't take any, but probably would have stayed on the other side of the summit. Had a beautiful V. I saw it come all the way down. Yeah, yeah, I saw it about like that. Of course, up on the other side of it, up there by 412, 270, yeah. Up off Cooper Ranch. It almost looked like it was straight up over north of Chain Ranch area.
Man, this was one of the
Oh, really?
but it was something really big one. Usually see.
Yeah, little ropey ones.
Yeah, have y'all heard any damages anywhere?
Where's that?
Chain Ranch, am I in the right area for the chain?
Yeah, this should be Chain Ranch right here.
Yeah, but there's nothing there.
Yeah, there's only like two houses. Only like two houses on Chain Ranch.
Tornado warning north of Shaddy.
That's ways out.
Did you have that on his people in May? That's the one I was just saying.
Yeah, okay. I'll call Samuel.
I got some good pictures. Good footage.
I just never took the camera out just taking good pictures. I'd have some beautiful ones.
With the rainbow, right here, the dark clouds are below.
My radar's not updating, but it's north of Shaddy.
Hey, where are you at?
I don't know why I'm not updating. Usually a good cell up here, don't I?
Okay,
Yeah.
there is a tornado warning.
Because we're on top of it.
Tornado warning just north of Shadow. So, where was that? Lower, right there. Look, where's that scope? You see where I'm talking about?
Oh yeah.
That's rotating.
Show me where, Jake.
Straight over there.
Okay.
You see where I'm talking about? Yeah. Yeah, we're about 4 north of Woodward right now on 34, and there's still some rotation up here. So, all right.
That tornado's headed Fort Supply 1006. He's putting a track on it.
Marty said at 1006 they put a tracker in that one's the other one's still Fort Supply. So Yeah, I can see the base on there.
Just call to 4th of July to coordinate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
9 o'clock.
Okay. Are you coming on back this way?
7 or 8 Have you made contact with the 4th of July Corps officers to let them know what's going on?
I understand.
He's headed to supply.
Yes, sir.
Mario was saying.
Hey, Trey Sheets, he was just talking to me. He said, done a ceiling on his way.
All right there, folks. You could see that our shot got discontinued there in Oklahoma, but they are facing some severe weather. So hopefully that tornado does not touch down and wreak havoc in those communities. All right, folks, now I'm going to take you right here to a Bernie Sanders rally coming up.
Came to enforce that unjust system. If you're going to chain her, you're going to chain me. If you're going to arrest her, you're going to arrest me. So back when it mattered the most, he said, I'm with her. That wasn't about politics. That's because he cared. And that's what they can't understand, that you're all here, and he made up a 60-point difference between Hillary Clinton and himself in just 1 year. That's because his message resonates. That's because we've got a political revolution on our hands. So let me ask you to chant it for me. One final question. Who's the one guy that you know has cared throughout and will look out for you no matter what? Bernie, Bernie. All right, much love, guys. Keep it going. We're going to have a great rally here. Can't wait for Senator Sanders to speak. Bernie!
Better education now. People want better food to eat. People want better housing. People need money.
music's still going. So, I got to meet Dick Van Dyke backstage. I'm kind of beside myself right now. I have to say, I've gotten to meet so many remarkable people on this journey, which reminds me of a really beautiful quote that I live by. I have to be reminded every once in a while, but it's my favorite quote. I listen. Thank you. It's a quote by a young man named Dan Eldon. He was stoned to death in Somalia at the age of 23. He was a photojournalist with Reuters. And he lived a really big life in a very short period of time. And he made these really beautiful diaries that were collages of the experiences he had. And when he passed, his family put out the book of his works. And it was titled, "The Journey is the Destination." And that is so true. The journey is the destination. We have all of these really big goals that we think of all the time, and we forget these moments. And I have just been so blessed to have had so many moments, not of just meeting really great men like Dick Van Dyke backstage, or remarkable activists like Linda Sarsour, or Nomi Konst. Yay, Nomiki! Yeah, she's my friend too. Kai Newkirk, getting arrested with him at Democracy Spring in DC to try to fight to overturn Citizens United. Joining those folks with Democracy Awakening, saying it's time to restore the VRA and give us our voting rights back. So many amazing people I've gotten a chance to speak with. And I'm so grateful that a big part of that has been seeing and getting to meet so many of you. That you keep showing up, not just making sure you're registering other people, because you have, and you are, right? Because there's still a deadline here until 11:59 p.m. You can still get some more peoples, my peoples. Not just making sure you're going to be voting by or on June 7th. I just came back from the voter registrar's office and just voted myself. So you can do that. Who did I vote for? Bernie Sanders. And I remember Ben Jealous, who used to be the head of the NAACP, who was trying on me for quite some time to come out and stump for Bernie. I missed a meeting between him and Harry Belafonte. He said, if you had been in the room listening to Bernie Sanders and Harry Belafonte talking, you would have endorsed him right there. And I'm sad I didn't come out earlier, because he was right. Coming out here and seeing all of you, your diverse faces, and I mean diversity in age, in gender, in race, because it's not me, it's us. And this is true. I can see it from here, but I know you feel it in there. That this is good for the soul to come out and be together. And like Harry Belafonte said, this election is about the soul of America. So thank you so much for showing up, despite the fact that, never mind, the media has told you you shouldn't even bother. But the other candidate herself has said that it's already done and your votes don't count. And I'm glad you boo about that, because the reality is what that is showing you, and this is what I keep saying, every single time they dismiss Bernie Sanders, they're dismissing you. And y'all will not be dismissed, clearly. system is exposed now in a way, in real time. Often we would see how rigged certain things are, or biased certain things are, or corrupt certain things are years later. But because we're all talking to each other, we're exposing it in real time. And that's power, everyone. That's real power. And thank you for exercising that power, not just to register and vote, but to give your bodies to the cause, to give a face to this movement, because this is a movement, not a moment. And that's what they're not forgetting. This is not about the destination. This is about the journey. And I'm so grateful to be on this journey with you. Believe me, I am with you all the way. To the primaries, to the convention, to the general election, and well beyond. Because no matter who becomes president, we've got a lot of work to do. And that's the thing that we've got to make really, really clear. Some of these signs. You know, there's children's here. We got to know that there are a lot of people that we have to become aware of. Not just Bernie Sanders, but all the people down ticket, all of the people who make up our government. Because when they're telling us that your vote doesn't matter right now, but then on the other side talk about party unity, what they're really saying is that you need to fall in line and conform. They're just off by a couple letters. They meant reform. And that's what we are here to do. So I want to just say thank you so much for exposing what humanity looks like. Because that's what this means. When you're here and you're supporting Bernie Sanders, it's because you want universal health care for the strangers around you. You want education for the strangers around you. And you recognize that we've got money for war to hurt strangers. That we have an opportunity to make sure that they're not invisible, that those past mistakes, as some call them, don't have to be rewarded or perpetuated. That's what this vote means. This vote is about recognizing the invisible that too often get left behind. They were invisible oftentimes while they were alive, which is why they were expendable to begin with. But you have them in your hearts. I know you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here right now. And that's what gives me hope. That's what gets me out of bed every day. That's what gets me super excited, and why I'm not worried about anything going forward. Because right now, as a 37-year-old woman in 2016, I recognize how significant this moment is. We are at the turn of a century. And anything and everything that they want to compare to the past, oh, this is just like, and you're going to do this because we said just like they did before. No. That's not what this moment is. They're still reading the last paragraph of an old book. And they're stuck on it, going, wait, let me read it again. I'm not finished. And we're like, nah. It's time to turn the page. That chapter's done. As a matter of fact, I'm good on that book. Let's start a new one. The fresh page. And I want all of you to write in it. And tell your stories. And express your passion and your love and your commitment. Because I know you have it. And we can do that now. Because now the media doesn't get to have the last word anymore. You do. So history is written by the winners. So we are going to win. Because we're on the right side of history. And that's what a political revolution means. And this is a long game. Okay? Some of y'all will be like, I voted and it's gonna be just the end, yay. No, it's not over. It's gonna take a minute, a few minutes, a lot of minutes. Because there's a lot of work to do. And I encourage you because I feel like, honestly, when I joined this campaign and watching and seeing the ebb and flow, the swells of the heart, and then the disenchantment that comes in, and then it swells again in anger, and then it comes back down in disappointment, and then it swells again. Well, I'm here to keep you going. I'm here to keep you floating. I feel like my job is to encourage courage. And I know you have it in you to change not only this country, but the world, because what happens here has an effect around the entire planet. And understand, there are people who are fighting in the streets right now, all over the world. Our election is not the only election that is happening. And we need each other to see each other. The network for good has never been so vast, so big, and so connected. And that's what makes this moment different than anything we've seen before. They ignored us with the Occupy movement. They ignored us when we marched to prevent a war from happening, the first time in history that had ever happened. They avoided us when we said no to the bailout to Wall Street. How about you bail out Americans? I remember watching a video with Jon Stewart, and he had an economist on his show, and he said, you know, if the amount of money in the bailout were to happen, and you were to give that to working people across America, it would be about $5,000, $6,000 per person. Do you think that that would change the economic downturn? And the economist was like, surprised. And he went, well, yeah. Wouldn't that have been amazing? Well, Wall Street's doing pretty good right now. And Bernie Sanders is calling on taxing their speculation for our kids' futures, their education. So, unfortunately, they didn't heed Jon Stewart, they didn't heed us, but it's never too late. They can still make good on this so-called promise of equality and the American dream. So now, let's show them how it's done. Because we gotta encourage courage in them to keep going. Some of those people we need to encourage right now are those delegates. Delegates who made up their mind before the first vote ever came out, before the first primary ever came out. So they can tell you all about this 3 million vote advantage because they're not counting the caucuses and the people or the independents who didn't get to vote. And they can talk about how those superdelegates are only doing what, you know, they feel the need to do because of the popular vote. No, they were already in pocket. But again, it's not too late. And we need to show them that this is what the future is. And this is a future to believe in. And if they want to keep their jobs and they want their party to grow, then shunning you is not the right way to go about it. This is what democracy looks like. I could stare at all y'all all day. I love you so much. But I don't want to be rude because there's someone else here who I really love who wants to say hi to all of you. Beautiful faces. Please, let's give a huge, warm welcome to the oh so wonderful, magical, remarkable Dick Van Dyke. Gandhi's message of be a change that you want to see in the world is a challenge. Be that change.
Oh my God, look at this crowd. Wow. Hey. Thank you. I'm what's left of Dick Van Dyke. And I can't tell you how honored I am to be here. There's such hope in the air. You can feel it. It's just wonderful. The spirit. One reason I came here is I'm 90 and I like to give young politicians like Bernie a chance, a little hand up. I don't feel it. And the other is, in my 90 years, I've been watching what I feel was the slow disintegration of our democratic republic. And to hear Bernie step up and say the emperor has no clothes sold me right away. You know, I think we're to blame for some of it. You know, in the 60s, we all gathered together as one, and we did something monumental that the government wouldn't do, and that was civil rights. And it seems to me that the 1% have been very busy and diligent since then to split us up, to drive a wedge between us, to keep us from doing again one of those truly authentic democratic things that we did. We've got to start working together. We must work together. It is my honor to present to you the sanest man in America, and God help us, the next president of the United States, Bernie Sanders. We take care of our own. We take care of our own. Wherever this flag's flown, we take care of our
Thank you, Santa Monica. What a beautiful night and what a beautiful group of people. Thanks for being here. I think Rosario said it best. When I look out at you, I see what this great country can become. Let me begin by thanking Lily Hayden, Cenk Uygur. And Cenk is doing some enormously important work with the Young Turks. Because one of the crises that we face in this country is that we have a corporate media that talks about everything except what is most important. And Cenk and the Young Turks are trying to remedy that, and they're doing a great job. And I want to thank Rosario Dawson, not only for being one of the great actresses in our country, but for being a fierce advocate for working families and the middle class. And what can we say about Dick Van Dyke? I mean, so many of us grew up with Dick, and we appreciate not only his years and years of being a great actor, but also his commitment to social and economic justice. Dick, thank you very much. All right, if you promise not to tell anyone, okay? Got your word? Keep this a big secret, because I don't want to get Secretary Clinton too nervous. She's looking very nervous lately, and I don't want to get her more nervous. So if you promise not to tell her, we're going to win here in California. And we're going to win for a couple of reasons. Number one, as some of you may know, voter registration here in California among young people and working people is going off the charts. Young people are catching on that they are the future of this country, and they damn well want to help shape the future of this country. So I think that it is great that we're seeing so many young people, working people, who are now prepared to fight to make sure that we have a government that represents all of us, not just the 1%. And here is the other reason why I think we're going to win California and win it big. We are doing something that, as I understand it, is unprecedented in California political history. We are having rallies just like this from one end of the state to the other. And let me tell you, this is a very long state. And we're going to have a lot of rallies. And by the time we're ending, we think we're going to be speaking directly to well over 200,000 Californians. And we think that grassroots campaign is going to win us the state and win it big. Now, I was disturbed but not surprised to hear a few hours ago that Secretary Clinton has backed out of the debate a number of months ago. Our campaign and her campaign had reached an agreement on a number of debates, including one here in California in May. But I think, I got to tell you this, I think it is a little bit insulting to the people of California, our largest state, that she is not prepared to have a discussion with me about how she will help the Californians address the major crises that we face. When we began this campaign over 12 months ago, nobody took us seriously, nobody took you seriously. Well, a lot has changed in the last 12 months. In the last 12 months, we have won 20 state primaries and caucuses. We have received well over 9 million votes. And what is really most exciting to me is that in every state that we have competed, including those states that we have lost, we have won, sometimes by, dare I say, huge numbers. We have won the votes of people 45 years of age and younger. Now, I know that some of you who are 20 think that 45 is not so young. Your views will change when you are 45. And as Dick Van Dyke showed us, you could be young at 90. But here is what is extraordinarily important about the reality that we are winning the young vote in this country, because it tells me, it tells America, and it should tell the Democratic leadership that our vision, a vision of social justice, economic justice, racial justice, environmental justice, that is the future of our country. And it should tell Donald Trump and his friends that their bigotry is the past, not the future. Trump and his friends want to divide us up. This campaign is about bringing us together. And the reason that our campaign is doing so well is we're doing something pretty radical. We are telling the American people the truth. And here is the truth. The truth is that today we have a campaign finance system which is corrupt and which is undermining American democracy. The truth is that American democracy is supposed to be one person, one vote, not a situation where the Koch brothers and Sheldon Adelson are busy buying elections. The truth is that it is almost laughable when you have a billionaire like Donald Trump receiving significant campaign contributions from another billionaire like Sheldon Adelson. Billionaires should not be running this country. Working families and the middle class should be running this country. But it is not just a corrupt campaign finance system that we are going to take on. It is a rigged economy. And this is what a rigged economy is about. A rigged economy is when the top 0.1% now owns almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%. A rigged economy is when children in Los Angeles go hungry, while at the same time as we're seeing a proliferation of millionaires and billionaires. A rigged economy is when the 20 wealthiest people, 20 people, now own more wealth than the bottom 150 million Americans. A rigged economy is when the wealthiest family in this country, the Walton family, who owns Walmart, when that one family owns more wealth than the bottom 42% of the American people. And what's even more absurd, even more ridiculous, is when the middle class has to subsidize the workers at Walmart because wages there are so low, they need to go on food stamps and Medicaid. Brothers and sisters, we're going to end an economic approach where the middle class is subsidizing the wealthiest family in this country. So I say to the Walton family, get off of welfare, pay your workers a living wage. A rigged economy is when multinational corporations that make billions of dollars a year in profit stash their profits in the Cayman Islands and other tax havens and end up not paying a nickel in a given year in federal income tax. A rigged economy is when large and powerful corporations shut down their manufacturing plants in California or Vermont and move to China where they can hire slave labor to manufacture their products. Our job and what we will accomplish is creating an economy that works for all of us, not just the 1%. I am tired of seeing the middle class shrinking and shrinking and shrinking, and almost all new income and wealth goes to the people on top. In this country, we should not have an economy where mom is working, dad is working, and the kids are working, and they're still barely making enough money to pay the bills. And that is why in America, we are going to make certain that if you work 40 hours a week, you will not be living in poverty. And that is why we are going to raise the minimum wage in 50 states in this country to $15 an hour. It is not acceptable to me that single moms who are working their hearts out then come back to their children in the evening and don't have adequate funds to provide for their kids. It is not acceptable to me that half of the children in America in our public school systems are on free or reduced lunches. I have been to food shelves, emergency food shelves all over this country. And you know what is amazing? Most of the people who go into those food shelves are working people. It's not that they're unemployed. They are simply not earning enough income to take care of their families. And together, we're going to change that. $15 an hour minimum wage. And when we talk about fair pay, I hope that every man here will stand with the women to fight for pay equity for women. There is no rational economic reason why women are making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men. That is just old-fashioned sexism. Every month, the federal government comes out with a report on unemployment. And what you see in the front pages of the papers are official unemployment, which tells us that unemployment in America is about 5%. Anybody believe that? Well, you're right. Because there's another report that comes out that doesn't make the front pages, which includes people who have given up looking for work and people who are working part-time when they want to work full-time. That unemployment rate is close to 10%. And there are many communities in inner cities and in rural America where the unemployment rate is much higher than that. We need a massive federal jobs program to put our people back to work. We should be hiring teachers, not firing teachers. And let us be clear, our infrastructure in California, in Vermont, all over this country, our roads, our bridges, our water systems, our wastewater plants, We used to have the best rail system in the world, no longer the case. We can create 13 million good-paying jobs by rebuilding our infrastructure, and that is what I intend to do. But it is not just a corrupt campaign finance system that we are going to deal with. It is not just a rigged economy. It is a broken criminal justice system. This campaign is asking the American people to look at some hard truths and hard realities, and here is one truth we cannot continue to sweep under the rug. We have in America today more people in jail than any other country on earth. We are spending $80 billion a year to lock up 2.2 million Americans. After we get into the White House, we are going to begin the process to make certain that this country does not have more people in jail than any other country. We are going to begin the process of making sure that instead of youth unemployment in America being 30, 40, 50%, we are going to invest in our young people in jobs and education, not jails and incarceration. This campaign is thinking outside of the box, outside of the status quo. We do not want to see millions of young people hanging out on street corners without the education or the jobs they need. We want to see those kids in school and in constructive employment, not rotting away in jail cells. And when we talk about reforming a broken criminal justice system, we have got to start focusing on local police departments from coast to coast. I have been a mayor for 8 years and worked closely with my police department, and I've worked with police officers all over this country. The average police officer is honest, hardworking, and has a very difficult job. Not easy being a cop today, but like any other public official, if a police officer breaks the law, that officer must be held accountable. We must demilitarize local police departments. I do not want police departments in America looking like occupying forces. We must make local police departments reflect the diversity of the communities they serve. We must end corporate ownership of prisons and detention centers. And we must create a culture in law enforcement in this country which says that lethal force, shooting to kill, is the last response, not the first response. And we must also take a very hard look at the so-called war on drugs. Many people don't know this, but over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possession of marijuana. And that is not a joke. Because if you are a 19-year-old kid applying for a job and your prospective employer asks you, have you ever been arrested? And you say, well, yeah, I was caught with marijuana. You know what? You may not get that job. Right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug, right alongside, if you can believe it, heroin. That's why I have introduced legislation, and we'll see it happen if I am elected president, that takes marijuana out of the Federal Controlled Substance Act. Now, you are in California. Now, you all know that whether marijuana is legalized or not depends on the states. There are 4 states plus District of Columbia that have voted to legalize marijuana. You have an item coming up on your ballot here in November to legalize marijuana. And I will tell you that if I lived in your state, I would vote for that initiative. But while we are on the subject of drugs, let me raise a very, very serious concern. And that is, in my state of Vermont, New Hampshire, all over New England, in fact, almost all over this country, we are seeing an epidemic of opiate and heroin addiction. This is a major, major crisis that we have got to address, because every single day people are dying of overdoses of heroin or opiates. Now, in my view, if we are serious about addressing this very serious crisis, we have got to understand that opiate and heroin addiction should be treated as a health issue, not a criminal issue. And that means that together we have got to bring a revolution in the way we do mental health treatment in this country. And here again is a simple truth. It is not only that we have God knows how many people who are addicted to heroin and opiates. We have people walking the streets of America by the thousands who are suicidal and who may be homicidal. What our job is to make sure that people who are facing mental health crises get the treatment when they need it, not 6 months from now. This campaign is listening to the American people and not to billionaire campaign contributors. And one of the things that I have been so proud of and so thankful for during this campaign is that we have made history in how we raise the money we need to run a winning national campaign. Every candidate who has run for president in 2016 has a super PAC except us. Our campaign from day one made it clear that we do not represent the interest of Wall Street, of corporate America, of the drug companies. We don't want their money. Instead, we have reached out to working families all over this country, and what we said simply and straightforwardly is, if you want a campaign, if you want a candidate who's going to stand up for the middle class, for low-income people. If you want a candidate who's going to take on Wall Street and the drug companies and the fossil fuel industry, we need your help. And the results have been literally unbelievable. We have received, up until this point in the campaign, almost 8 million individual campaign contributions. More than any campaign at this point in American history. Now, while Donald Trump is running to billionaires like Sheldon Adelson for money, Hillary Clinton has a number of super PACs, and she has raised many millions of dollars from Wall Street and from other wealthy special interests. It's not good enough to talk the talk. You've got to walk the walk. The American people have serious doubts about somebody who takes millions from Wall Street and then says she will stand up to Wall Street. This campaign is listening to senior citizens. And here's a truth that you're not going to see on TV very often, but that truth is that there are millions of seniors in our country, millions of people who are dealing with disabilities and disabled veterans who are trying to get by on $10,000, $11,000 a year Social Security. And your arithmetic is as good as mine. The truth is nobody gets by on $11,000 a year Social Security. Not when you have to buy health care and prescription drugs and keep your house warm and buy the food that you need. You know, when we think about it, a great nation is remembered not for how many millionaires it has and not for how many nuclear weapons it has. It is remembered by how it treats the weakest and most vulnerable people in the society. We will not turn our backs on our parents and our grandparents. We will not turn our backs on the veterans who put their lives on the line to defend us. And we will not turn our backs on people with disabilities. Now, my Republican colleagues in the Senate, they think we should cut Social Security benefits. Well, we've got some bad news for them. We're not going to cut Social Security benefits. We're going to expand Social Security benefits. This campaign is listening to women. And women are following Republicans in the House and in the Senate and governors who are going all over the country talking about family values. And let us be very clear as to what Republican family values are about. What Republican family values are is telling every woman here tonight, every woman in California and in America, that she does not have the right to control her own body. We disagree. And what Republican so-called family values are also about are telling our gay brothers and sisters that they cannot get married. We disagree. In a few days, my wife Jane and I will have been married 28 years. And if any of you are around on May 28th, please remind me that that is my anniversary, or I am going to be in very deep doo-doo. All right, so if you see me on the 28th, say, hey, Bernie, it's your anniversary. Do something nice for your wife. Okay. But Jane and I, we believe in family values very strongly. But our family values are very different than Republican family values. Our family values are to end the international embarrassment of the United States being one of the few countries in the entire world that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave. You know what that means? What that means is there is a woman in Los Angeles today and a woman in Burlington, Vermont, and they're having beautiful babies. But if those women are low income or working class, they will likely have to separate themselves from their beautiful babies because they have to go back to work to make the income they need to take care of their families. You're right. That is unacceptable. And that is why we are going to pass 3 months paid family and medical leave. Mothers should not be separated from their newborn babies just because they're working class. This campaign is listening to young people. And young people are telling me two things. Number one, they are worried that for the first time in the modern history of America, if present trends continue, they will have a lower standard of living than their parents. My father came to this country at the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket, and he never made any money. But he and my mom worked hard so that their 2 boys could do better financially than they did, and that's what happened. That is called the American dream. And that is a dream shared by every person here tonight and everyone in America. What that dream is about is that you work hard so that your kids can have a good life. Together, we will not allow that American dream to die. And the second issue that young people talk to me about is they say, Bernie, how does it happen that when we do the right thing, when we go out and get the best education that we can find, how does it happen that we end up $30,000, $50,000, $80,000 in debt? How does it happen that we are forced to pay off that debt sometimes for decades? That we can't get a car, we can't get married, we can't have kids because we're paying off that debt. Now, in my view, the world today, the economy today, education today is very different than it was 40, 50 years ago. 50 years ago, you went out and you got a high school degree. The likelihood was that you would be able to get a decent job and make it into the middle class. By and large, that world no longer exists. People need more education today. And that is why when we talk about public education today, it cannot just be first grade through 12th grade. We need to make public colleges and universities tuition free. Now let me ask you, does anybody here think that making public colleges and universities tuition-free in the year 2016 is a radical idea? It surely is not. It is exactly what we need in the midst of a competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce in the world. Our job is to encourage people of all ages to get the education they need, not punish them for getting that education. And our job, and this is revolutionary, is to tell every kid in LA and in Vermont that no matter what your income is, if you are in the 4th grade or in the 6th grade, if you study hard, you will know that you will be able to get a college education regardless of the status of your family. How many people here are dealing with student debt? Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to give you the opportunity to refinance that debt at the lowest interest rates you can find. It is pretty crazy that we got people out there paying 8, 10, 12% on their student debt when they can buy a car or get other products for 2, 3, 4%. Now, people ask me, they say, well, Bernie, you know, you're a nice guy. You're kind of like Santa Claus. You're giving away all of this stuff. See, it's my white hair. I don't have the beard yet, but. And they're saying, well, how are you going to pay to make public colleges and universities tuition-free and substantially reduce student debt? I'll tell you. Now that you asked me, I will tell you. All of you remember a couple of facts. Fact number one, over the last 25 years, there has been a massive shift of wealth in this country from the pockets of working families to the top 1/10 of 1%. You all know that? Trillions of dollars. In fact, the top 1/10 of 1% in the last 20 years has seen more than a doubling of the percentage of wealth they own. And all of you remember that 8 or so years ago, after Wall Street's greed and recklessness and illegal behavior nearly destroyed our economy, the CEOs on Wall Street went begging Congress for a bailout. And against my votes, they got that bailout. Well, turns out that Wall Street is doing just fine today. That's why I believe we should impose a tax on Wall Street speculation. And that tax alone will pay for free tuition at public colleges and universities and substantially lowering student debt. Now, needless to say, Wall Street doesn't think that's a great idea. They don't like that idea. And I say, so what? You're not going to... Wall Street and their lobbyists are not going to continue to run this country. We are. This campaign is listening to the Latino community. And what? The Latino community reminds us that there are 11 million undocumented people in this country. Many of those people are living in fear. They are living in the shadows, and many of them are being exploited every day when they go to work. And the reason they are being exploited is that when you have no legal rights, your employer can cheat you, can overwork you, can underpay you. I have been to Friendship Park in San Diego. And what I saw there, and it's a beautiful area right by the ocean, but there is a great deal of tragedy and sadness in that area because there is a fence, and a fence that is so tightly constructed that the only way people on both sides of that fence in Mexico and in the United States can make contact with each other is literally with their pinkies. They can't hug each other, they can't kiss each other. The only thing they can do is touch pinkies, maybe. The function of immigration policy in America should be to unite families, not divide families. We should not have a situation where a mother is on one side of that fence and her children are on the other side of that fence. And that is why, together, we are going to pass comprehensive immigration reform and a path toward citizenship. And if the Republicans in Congress fail to do their job and pass immigration reform, we will use the executive powers of the presidency to do everything we can. And by the way, we will also end the current deportation policies. This campaign is listening to the African American community. Now, I have traveled all across this country, and I have seen things which people in 2016 in America should not be seeing. I was in Flint, Michigan a number of months ago and talked to parents whose children are being poisoned by lead in the water in that city. I was in Detroit, Michigan, talking to parents who have their kids in a public school system which is on the verge of fiscal collapse. I was in Baltimore, Maryland, where tens of thousands of people in that city are addicted to heroin and can't find the treatment they need to get off of heroin. There is an issue that we do not talk about, media doesn't talk about it very much, and that is that 47 million people in this country are living in poverty. And many of those people are living in the inner cities of this country. And I want to say a word about poverty, so let's make this clear. Poverty is not that you don't have a big flat screen TV. Poverty is not about that you can't go to a fancy restaurant. Poverty is being a mother worrying about how you're going to put food on the table for your children. Poverty is about being a worker and not having enough money to put gas in the car to get to work. And if you don't get to work, your entire life is destroyed because you're going to lose your job. Poverty is about a family having to figure out how they find affordable child care for their kids while they go to work. Poverty is about moms and dads desperately wanting to send their kids to college, but not having the resources to do that. Poverty is about living in a mostly white, very rural community in McDowell County, West Virginia. In that county, of working class and low income people, the life expectancy is 18 years lower than it is for Fairfax, Virginia, 6 hours away by car. People don't know this, but poverty in many respects in this country is a death sentence. People who are poor are living under enormous stress every day, worrying about how they survive. And that stress takes its tolls on their bodies and on their minds. Our job in the wealthiest country in the history of the world is not to have 47 million people living in poverty. Our job is to reaching out to the poor and help them rebuild their lives. Our job is to make sure that no mother in this country has to worry about how she's going to feed her children. And the African American community, among many other people, they say to me, Bernie, how come we have trillions of dollars to spend on a war in Iraq we never should have gotten into, but somehow we don't have the funds to rebuild inner cities in America? And they are right. We are together going to change our national priorities. Instead of fighting wars that we never should have gotten into, we're going to invest in inner cities and in rural communities. We're going to build the schools and provide the health care that our people need and not give tax breaks to billionaires. This campaign is listening to a people whose pain is almost never heard, and that is the Native American community. Everybody here knows that from before this country became a country, when the first settlers came here, the first Americans were lied to, they were cheated, and treaties they negotiated were broken. But everybody here also knows that we owe a debt of gratitude to the Native American community that we can never fully repay. We take it for granted, but many of the best parts of our culture come from the Native American people. And one of the lessons, the profound lessons that they have taught us, which we cannot and must not fail to heed, that lesson is that as human beings, we are part of nature. We must live with nature. And that if we destroy nature, we are destroying the human species. But despite all that they have given us, despite all that the Native American people have given us in reservations and in Native American communities all over this country, the poverty rate, the unemployment rate is tragically high, and we are seeing horrific levels of youth suicide. If elected president, we are going to change our relationship to the Native American people. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment. And I have talked to scientists all over the world who tell me what you already know. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity, And in California, throughout our country and throughout the world, climate change is already causing devastating problems. And what the scientists also tell us is if we do not get our act together in the very near future, if we do not take on the fossil fuel industry and transform our energy system away from fossil fuel to sustainable energy and energy efficiency, a bad situation will only become much worse. And what they are telling us, what the scientists are telling us, if we don't move aggressively, we're going to be looking at more drought, more floods, more extreme weather disturbances, more acidification of the ocean, more rising sea levels, more international conflict as people fight over limited natural resources. We have, in my view, a moral responsibility to leave this planet in a way that is healthy and habitable to future generations. Now, here is how crazy this situation is. You have a Republican Party that not only has no ideas about how we combat climate change, they refuse to even recognize the reality of climate change. Now, as all of you know, Donald Trump is, among many other things, a great scientist. This man is great in every area, the greatest, and he's a great scientist. And after years and years of study regarding climate change, he has come to the conclusion that climate change is a hoax perpetrated on the American people by the Chinese. By the Chinese. Now, this shocked me very much because I would have thought that from Trump's list it would have been a hoax perpetrated on us by Mexicans, by Muslims, but by the Chinese, my God. But on a serious note, this is what a corrupt campaign finance system is about. Because as soon as any Republican candidate stands up and talks about the reality of climate change, on that day, they will lose their money from the Koch brothers, from ExxonMobil, and from the fossil fuel industry. And I say to my Republican colleagues and to Mr. Trump, don't worry about your campaign contributions, worry about the future of this planet. When we begin to reject the status quo, when we begin to think outside of the box, when we look at things in a different way than Congress or typical politicians or the corporate media tells us, then we ask ourselves some pretty simple questions. Question that to me is enormously important is, how does it happen that in America we are the only major country on earth that does not guarantee health care to all people as a right? Think about it. Germany does it, the United Kingdom does it, Holland does it, Scandinavia does it, Italy does it, Canada, I live 50 miles away from Canada, they do it. Why are we the only major country not to guarantee health care to all people? All right, so let me just say this, 2 points. Number one, from the deepest depths of my soul, I believe that health care is a right of all people, not a privilege. And second of all, we are going to take on the private insurance companies and tell them they are not going to make billions in profit off human sickness. The Affordable Care Act has done some very good things, but we have got to go further. 29 million Americans today have no health insurance. Anybody here without health insurance? There you go. Millions more are underinsured with high deductibles and high copayments. Anybody here with high deductibles? And every one of us is getting ripped off by the unconscionable greed of the pharmaceutical industry, who charge us by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, at the same time as the top 5 drug companies made $50 billion in profit last year. So I have the not-so-radical idea that maybe the United States should join every other major country and guarantee health care to all people as a right. And together we will pass a Medicare for all single-payer system. Everybody here knows a profound lesson from American history, and that is that real change never occurs from the top on down. It always occurs from the bottom on up. When workers in this country 100 years ago were forced to work 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, when children were working in factories and losing their fingers and their hands at machinery they should not have been near, the working people of this country stood up and fought back and told their employers they were going to form trade unions. And I thank the American trade union movement for creating the modern American middle class. 100 years ago, 150 years ago, amidst the abomination of slavery, there were African Americans and their allies who looked to the future, and they said the day will come, and we will make that day come sooner, when racism and segregation and bigotry will not exist in the United States of America. And over the years, millions of Americans fought for civil rights. The children in our country, most of them don't even know this, but less than 100 years ago, women in America did not have the right to vote, could not get the jobs or education they wanted. The establishment of that time said to women, your job is to stay home and have babies. That's what you're supposed to do. But women and their male allies stood up and fought back and said that in America, women will not be second-class citizens. If we were here 10 years ago, not a long time, and somebody jumped up and said, you know, Bernie, I think that by the year 2015, gay marriage will be legal in every state in this country, very few people would have believed that that would be possible. But what happened is that the LGBT community and their straight allies, they stood up, and let me tell you something, because I witnessed this. They stood up and took on incredible bigotry and homophobia. But they persisted, and they said that in America, everyone has the right to love whoever they want, regardless of their gender. That is the history of real change in America. And right now, we're in a very unusual and pivotal moment in our nation's history. I have been all over this country, from Maine to here in California, and I have talked to God knows how many people. And now people are beginning to ask questions that they didn't ask a few years ago. They're beginning to ask, why does it happen that we have so much wealth and inequality in America? Why does it happen that the middle class continues to disappear and almost all of the new wealth and income goes to the 1%? Why does it happen that American families are forced to work 2 or 3 jobs just to pay the bills? Why does it happen that young people are graduating college $50,000, $70,000 in debt? Why does it happen that women are making 79 cents on the dollar compared to men? Why does it happen that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee paid family and medical leave? Why does it happen that we uniquely among rich countries do not guarantee health care to all people as a right? Why does it happen that we are not more vigorous in taking on the fossil fuel industry to protect this planet from climate change? Those are the questions that people all over this country are asking, and now they are responding with the answer. And the answer is that status quo politics, establishment economics, is not working. We need real change in this country. And what people understand is that, in fact, we need a political revolution. Where people all across this country, by the millions, stand up and fight back and create a government that works for all of us, not just wealthy campaign contributors. And that is what this campaign is about. On June 7th, here in California, you will be holding the most important primary throughout the entire nominating process. What I have learned throughout this campaign is that we win when voter turnout is high. There are 475 delegates up on June 7th here in California. I believe that if the voter turnout is high, if working people and young people come out in large numbers, we will not only win the primary, but the lion's share of those delegates. And I believe that if we win here in California, and if we win the other 5 states that are up on June 7th, we're going to go marching to the Democratic Convention with a hell of a lot of momentum. I believe that if we do well here in California, we'll march in with momentum and we'll march out with the Democratic nomination. And if we win the Democratic nomination, let me assure you in capital letters, Donald Trump will not become President of the United States. He will not become president, not just because he wants to give hundreds of billions of dollars in tax breaks to his billionaire friends. It's not just that he thinks climate change is a hoax. It is because the American people will not support a candidate who insults Mexicans and Latinos, who insults Muslims, who insults women and veterans, who insults the African American community. Please do not forget that Donald Trump, before he was a candidate, was a leader of the so-called birther movement. Remember that? And what that movement was about was trying in a very ugly way to undermine the legitimacy of the first African American president in our history. You know, in a democracy, people can disagree with Obama, you can fight him, you can do anything you want, but don't tell the American people that that man does not have the right to be president of the United States. Trump will not become president because the American people understand that our diversity is our strength. And that bringing our people together always trumps trying to separate us and break us up. Trump will not become president because the American people understand that what America is about is supporting each other. My family and our nation have got to be there for your family if you have a problem, and you have got to be there for my family if we have a problem. And the American people understand that supporting each other always trumps selfishness. And perhaps most importantly, what the American people understand is what every major religion on earth have taught us, whether it's Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, whatever. And that is that at the end of the day, love trumps hatred. Brothers and sisters, if we stand together and do not allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up as to whether we were born in this country, we came to this country, whether we're black or white or Latino or Asian American or Native American, whether we are gay or straight, male or female. If we stand together, there is nothing that we cannot accomplish. We will win on June 7th if there is a large turnout. On June 7th, let this great state, this progressive state of California, show the world you're ready for a political revolution. Thank you.
All right, that's Bernie Sanders in California stressing to his audience that he is going to be the winner in California up against Hillary. And next, I'm going to take you to Bill in Fresno earlier today. Bill Clinton in Fresno earlier today campaigning for his wife Hillary Clinton. It's been interesting to see the different tones as they have been in California. But let me take you there to Bill in Fresno right now. make sure my audio's up.
Start looking at the general, the American people being fundamentally fair-minded, look at what their real choices are, and when they look at the difference between a former Secretary of State, a former United States Senator, a former First Lady, but somebody who has spent 40 years trying to help other people make their lives better, it's not going to be a close comparison if we look at it. But it all begins with what you do. Look, this has been an, well, how can I say this? An unusual election year, right? But there is an objective reason for it, and you see parallels all over the world. Look around this audience. We are the most interdependent, we're in the most interdependent period in the history of the world. There's never been a time when borders look more like nets than walls, when diversity is growing everywhere, and when, after a terrible financial crash, most people still haven't gotten a pay raise. So if the cost of education, health care, and other basic things goes up and you don't get a pay raise, there's a lot of anxiety and anger out there. And this whole election really stems on two things. One, do you believe we can grow again together as we did when I had the honor to serve as president? If you don't, then you might as well vote for the maddest person who wants to divide up the pie differently and give you more. So when Mr. Trump says, I want to make America great again, what he really means is, to all you people in the white working class who've been left out and left behind, your life expectancy's gone down, you're riddled with drug and the prescription drug and heroin addiction problems, and you think nobody in either party cares about you, I'll build up a wall, send the immigrants home, give you their jobs, send the Chinese products home, you can make that stuff here. I'll make it like it used to be. Well, first of all, it wasn't so great the way it used to be. If you were Latino or African American or first generation immigrant or if you were an LGBT person, it wasn't so great. Secondly, you can't make it the way it used to be. So that's one divide. Closely related is, what's more important anyway? Our interesting differences or our common humanity? If you think our interesting differences are all that matters, then you want to build walls. If you think our common humanity matters more, you're not a fool about national security, you're not a fool about economic challenges, you want to do it, but you want to see us do it together, and you know the only future to have broadly shared prosperity and put everybody on the up escalator, which is exactly what Fresno State seeks to do, is to think our common humanity matters more. Therefore, those of you that are going around wearing these Love Trump's Hate stickers, for your stake in the future, you better be right. And I believe you are. But that's what elections are about. Look, the first thing I want to say is, if you believe we can grow together, then Hillary's ideas are way better. She believes the government has some very specific responsibilities. One, increase investment for more good jobs. That's more infrastructure, that's making America the clean energy superpower of the world. That's doing the things necessary to bring manufacturing back to this country. That's getting the small business lending going again in banks that have been too afraid to do it because of the overhang. And that's investing in science and technology. I spent $3 billion of your money to finish the sequencing of the human genome. You already have gotten $200 billion in economic benefits from it, and we're going to live a lot longer because of it. Everybody in this audience, under 30 years old has a legitimate chance to live to be 100, and to live to be 100 without the specter of Alzheimer's, because of what we're doing, and it creates enormous economic opportunities. I spent $500 million of your money to start our research into nanotechnology. A couple weeks ago, I was in eastern Kentucky, where a lot of people have given up hope because of cold, at a small university where they're making nano satellites for $1 million a piece that weigh 8 pounds. But they'll go into space and do a lot of what those $400 million big communication satellites will do. And I asked this young teenage student, 19 years old, packing in all this computing power into a little box about 1.25 inches cubed. I said, "What's the box made of?" He said, "Tungsten does well in outer space." "Well, where'd you get it?" He said, "I made it here with a 3D printer." And then this guy at the base of Appalachia looked at me and smiled. He said, "Now, Mr. President," he said, "don't let your wife get intimidated when they snicker at her promise to put up 500,000 solar panels in the next 4 years." He said, "Actually, I think that's low, because in a couple of years we'll be making these panels with 3D printers, and then they'll be so dirt cheap everybody in America will have them, their power bills will go down, we'll lead the world away from climate change, and we'll all be free." Now that's the future we ought to be fighting for. So, we have to make investments in the future if you want to share it. Then we have to recognize that we're still too unequal. First of all, the wealthiest Americans have gotten almost all the gains since the crash. And since I left office, they have. So Hillary favors the so-called Buffett rule, named after Warren Buffett. If you make $1 million a year or more, you got to pay at least 30% in taxes, no matter what sources or tax dodges or shelters you have. Everybody's got to make a contribution to America's future. And secondly, the biggest problem with inequality is no longer the big banks, it's big corporations and active shareholders who are hedge funds or billionaires. Here's one. First, President Obama signed the Dodd-Frank bill, which it will stop Wall Street from wrecking Main Street ever again. I don't care what anybody else tells you, it's the best law we've had in 50, 60, 70 years. Now, a couple of days ago, the about to be Republican nominee said he'd repeal that law. Now, how that's going to help the working class, I don't know. We can't repeal it, we need to keep it, but it's not enough. Why? Because all these companies that are held in stock are under constant pressure from these activist, super wealthy shareholders to make money every year and a year and a day so they can dump the stock and get a lower capital gains treatment. Now, every person who's ever studied this says that companies, when they do what they were set up to do, make a product or produce a service, and strive for a profit over any 5 to 7 year term, will make more money over the long run. They'll add to the prosperity of the country over the long run. It constricts the growth of the country when we have too much inequality. 2/3 of our income comes from consumption. People got to have some money to consume with. So what Hillary says, we need a giant carrot and a giant stick. We ought to give a carrot to the companies that are doing the right thing and give them a 15% tax credit if they fairly share their revenues with their employees and the communities in which they're employed. And it's not as much money as you think. We just have to get back to where we were in the 1990s, where 65 or 66 cents on the dollar that comes in goes to pay and compensation. It sits 3 or 4 cents on the dollar, but it would have a huge impact. She's for raising the minimum wage. She loves what California did, but we got to get people above the minimum wage and to a globally competitive, good living standard so they can raise their kids and take care of their parents and do what needs to be done. And to encourage people to do that, you got to break the power of these activist shareholders I don't know if you saw this, but a bunch of them forced Carrier Air Conditioning to shut down 2,100 jobs in Indiana and move them to Mexico. Now, if they were losing money, we would wish them well. The division made $2.9 billion last year. $2.9 billion. They were increasing their profit margins. They're only going to save $65 million in labor costs, 2.5% of profits. The union was begging them to let them reorganize the work week. They said, we can save you $65 million. That's pocket change to you. Why are you doing this? And a guy came out of the meeting from the shareholders. He said, because the shareholders want their money out in a year and a day, and it's embarrassing to the poor president because he doesn't give the whole bonus if the shareholders aren't happy. That is the finance tail wagging the economic dog again. If you elect Hillary, or you get the economic dog wagging the finance tail, which is the way it already is. Then you have to deal with the barriers. Most important one that affects communities here is that we have to recognize, even if you have a robust growing economy, if people aren't able to get into it, they're not going to be affected by it. That means that the relatively limited amount of money the federal government puts into public schools should be spent in the most effective way, which is to help all teachers become better teachers, all principals become better principals, and make sure every school has a culture that fits the kids they're trying to educate. She's not against all standards and testing, but there's too much of it and too little investment in what's proven to be the only thing that works, not just in America, but all around the world. Second, everybody should be able to go to college and graduate debt-free. Free tuition for people that need it, a big increase in Pell Grants for lower-income kids, a big increase. When people can pay something, they should pay something. All the students who need it should be given the access to 10 hours a week of work-study money. That will help hold down the cost of education. They've done a great job here. I just learned just by replacing textbooks with tablets, you've cut the cost of a lot of supplies by over 70% at this school. You should all be proud of them for doing that. But one thing the federal government can do to make it cheaper is to provide more work-study money. And then people can pay the freight, should pay it, because you need higher income people's money to invest in new jobs. What about the people who already have debt? Average college debt in America now is about $25,000. Lower here because of what they've done, $18,000. But some people who went to medical school have $200,000 in debt. So Hillary offers two ways to deal with this. Big deal. One is for people in a hurry to and able to get rid of the debt quickly. If you do 2 years in AmeriCorps and 1 year of any kind of public service work, you work in a health treatment facility, or you're a social worker, or a teacher, or a firefighter, or a police officer, any kind of public service work, under her plan, you get $23,500 completely tax-free over and above your salary to throw against your debt and just get rid of the thing. The other option is, if you don't want to do it, you can't do it, or you owe a lot more money. She believes it's time for us to treat college debt like a home mortgage. Both are lifetime assets. Why is a college loan the only loan in America you cannot refinance when interest rates go down? It is wrong. So first, let everybody refinance. If we did that tomorrow, 25 million young Americans would save an average of more than $2,000 apiece just by refinancing their loan. Second, let people pay it back over 20 years. No matter how much they borrow, a maximum of 10% of their after-tax income a month. And if they borrow less than that. Now think about what that would mean. First of all, people could move out of their parents' home. We're laughing, but that's a big deal. Secondly, for young people who have jobs that they took to pay the debt and would like to take another job that may pay less, they can do it because their debt payment would go down. Thirdly, what about young people who always wanted to start their own business? Open a little cafe, a bakery, something else. You go to the bank now with a debt in college, you're toast. Your credit rating's no good. You can't possibly get a loan. But if you went with this system, where what you owe is limited to 10% of your after-tax income, you could get a loan. Because if, like most people starting a business, you don't make any money the first year or two, you wouldn't owe anything on the loan. It's all tied to your income. If we did this, it would unleash millions of people's energy, and they could help this economy grow so we could all rise together and work together. Second big problem is the lack of adequate comprehensive immigration reform. We have got to pass immigration reform and stop using young people as political footballs in what is essentially a phony fight, except when it comes to politics. Look at this crowd. One of America's biggest assets is that we have the youngest, most diverse workforce on the face of the earth in any big economy. It's a huge deal for the future. And if we passed immigration reform with a path to citizenship, and at the same time kept trying to help our neighbors, including El Salvador, Honduras, Guatemala, Nicaragua, to grow their own economies, it'd be just like Mexico. There's been no net in-migration from Mexico since 2009 because more Mexicans can make a living there. We can grow together, but we got to get this off our plate. The third thing we need to recognize is that we have a huge force of untapped labor in America and women because we don't have nation